about Elvis, and if you think of the one about Elvis, people think that you're absolutely bonkers. But there's a lot of evidence for the one for Elvis, like an incredible amount. Anyway, and both Elvis and Michael Jackson died the day before they were supposed to go on tour. And this is like a huge cash grab. Like everybody already paid for their tickets, and so it was like one extra huge money influx that they had. And without going into the Elvis one, which is fascinating, and I give more credence to than by far most people. The Michael Jackson one is really interesting as well. That the day after Michael Jackson died, or just within a few days, there used to be the show called Larry King Live on CNN. It was Joe Rogan before Joe Rogan. And this guy, Larry King, would have on all these famous people. And he had on a friend of Michael Jackson's. And Michael Jackson would make friends with like people who were like in hospitals, and like he would make friends with people who like celebrities don't normally make friends with. But he transcended all of that. And this one guy who he made friends with, I think this guy's name was David, um, was a burn victim. And so they had this random burn victim on television, which very easily could have been Michael Jackson um, in a disguise. And this burn victim has, it's not like he came out of nowhere. He had been on TV a few times before then, but there's the theory that Michael Jackson just fucking was sick of all the shit that he was going through, recognized that his estate was taking a hit. The day before he goes on tour, he dies or whatever. We never see his body. There's never anything, it's not public or anything. And then he just just to basically reassure his friends, he would wear he wore this like mask and looked like a burn victim, and basically got the last laugh on everybody.
Dope.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. I'm gonna swap to my computer. Oh, apparently if I submit a Discord report, they might be able to fix my microphone if everything else hasn't worked.
Doug, that's never gonna happen.
Audio subsystem legacy. Uh,
To this day, I'm sure you know this, Thriller is the largest selling album of all time.
Makes sense, I guess. All right. Hang on. Reset everything. All right. I'm gonna start the stream now.
Sounds
Here
great.
we go.
Sounds great. Thank you for streaming it. I'm excited. I've been waiting like a month to watch this. What happened? We can't hear it. Yo, dog. Can't hear it. Yo, can you hear me? We could hear it, but then we can't.
It's playing.
I know, but we can't hear. The sound went away.
What?
The sound went away.
Wow, seriously?
Yeah, I heard up until the German guy started talking.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's
'Cause
okay.
I tried getting rid of the banner that was in the way. But, alright, I'll go back to the way it was.
Um, why don't you have Ublock Pro installed?
I do have uBlock Origin, but it's like
That's what I meant.
the banner is just saying like you're sharing your Discord tab.
Ah,
It's like at the top.
I got you that one. Okay, there's
And then
nothing.
if I share my entire screen, it goes away, and then apparently the sound doesn't work for whatever reason. So you're positive it doesn't work?
Yeah, I couldn't hear it. Like the German guy, right when you did that, it was working and then it didn't. I heard everything about that girl from NYU who met that Chandler kid who liked her shirt that was vintage that she got in the village. And then I heard like
I don't know why that was even the start.
I know I was gonna ask you the same thing, but I think I know why. There's that big thing. If you read the text, I'm sure you did. It said like that Chandler kid had never talked about the things publicly, but maybe he mentioned something to her, and allegedly, like he did, like his parents were getting a divorce. This is what I know about him. His parents were getting a divorce, and it was a really messy divorce, and there was like a huge cash grab, and they saw this as a really good opportunity. The whole Michael Jackson relationship with their kid as a really good opportunity to make money.
Yeah. No, I mean that's another huge factor in it as well. Is that you have like a target on your back.
Right, and in the text it said, um, so it was in 1993 they settled for $15 million, and the New York Times said in 1994 or whatever that that he could still be open to um, these types of lawsuits. And Michael Jackson, one other thing I wanted to say, he was so wealthy. This is an incredible story. I used to think this was such an interesting story when I was younger. Okay, so Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney became friends, and they did this really famous song called um, I forget the name of it. They did a famous song on like white and black or whatever. It wasn't. It doesn't matter if you're white or black or whatever. But it was like a white guy and a black guy singing at the same time. Okay, and Paul McCartney would say, we made a lot through touring and everything, but when all the bills are paid and everything, with all the record companies and everything, you don't really make that much money. Where you do make money is the music publishing. So what we did is we started to buy up people's um, music catalogs, and that's where we would make a lot of money. And Michael Jackson heard about this, and then would eventually buy and outbid Paul McCartney for the Beatles catalog, which was the highest catalog of all time, and would eventually make huge amounts of money on this catalog.
Wasn't that like a dick move to
It,
admit the guy who
it,
gave you that information?
it's a it's a total dick move. It's a total good move.
With like Paul McCartney, like, hey, we were friends. Why are you buying all of my music now so I can't make money?
Well, yeah, exactly. And Michael Jackson saw it as an investment opportunity. But okay, with that being said, my, Michael Jackson, you don't understand. I'm sure you do. The power of the dollar has just been decreased like incredibly. Like they may say that there's 2 or 3% inflation every year, but it's far more than that. That that's just what's being reported. So when I say that Michael Jackson had like a net worth of like maybe $500 million back then, in today's money, he probably would be worth like $5 or $10 billion, like huge money. But back then,
if it was in like the 80s or 90s.
Exactly $500 million is a lot. So when I say that he bought the Beatles catalog for like I don't know $200 million or something like that, it was like it doesn't seem like it's that much because you can be like, well, Taylor Swift bought her own catalog for $1 billion. Yeah, but you got to understand that like the dollar has changed since then. So anyway, Michael Jackson had to settle for $15 million for this one kid, and there were just kids lined up who were looking to get payouts just like it. And you can only take on a certain amount of those cases before it really starts to affect your overall net worth.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're framing him as kind of innocent at in like the first 7 minutes. It's like the documentary could just end. So they're like, well, the FBI investigated, didn't find anything. That's it. Documentary's over. So we'll see what the next hour and a bit.
One critique that I've heard about this documentary, and this is just in the comments of that website, that Top Documentary Films, is it was obviously made by a Michael Jackson fan, but that's okay because I've only ever heard one side of this argument. Riser, one of the things that I love most in the world are is to hear the other side of a story that I've never heard before on an issue that I thought was settled. Like like the moon. Like I love hearing like, oh, you mean there are people who think the opposite of what is said in the mainstream? And then it's just of incredible interest to me. And even if I don't necessarily believe it, I'll study that theory very, very well because I want to know both sides. And with the Michael Jackson one, um, I know kind of both sides, but I'm more open to hearing alternatives of what happened.
For sure, yeah. And but does mainstream media think that he did it?
Oh yeah,
Or
definitely.
not did it?
No. They think
Really?
oh for sure, dog. 100%. Dude, there were so many datelines and specials on um how he was a creep and everything. But the big thing that nobody talks about, he made a song that in the early 1990s that, without going into the politics of the situation, was not very favorable to Israel at all. And after visiting there, and he could have swayed a lot of minds in the United States on the United States' support of Israel. And then like the same year, this comes out by this kid, and um, I don't know much about the kid at all, but I know that um, he has never spoken out publicly. That his parents were getting a divorce, and a lot of the allegations came from um, perhaps um, Jewish individuals. I'm not exactly sure, But then again, like Michael Jackson referred to Jews as vipers and stuff like that. So I don't know if it was like there was animosity because of the business. I'm not sure. I don't know. Um, I can tell you that I get people every single day. I get this one motherfucker. He shits on me every single day just because of my religion. I get people every day who just shit on me because of my religion, and I do my best to let um, that that fall off my back like water off a duck's back. And I do my best to be as impenetrable to that kind of discussion as possible. And I feel I do a very good job of it, facing it in so many different places, especially Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email community. They can be some of the meanest people, though not to me directly. The main people in there are usually pretty nice to me, but some of the stuff that I read in there can just be disturbing. But then there are some people who defend Jews as well and just say like like maybe that's your interaction or whatever. Um, in this situation though, there may have been more political aspects to Michael Jackson's beliefs that have never been talked about or were they don't are just not brought into the mainstream and um, that could have something to do with it as well. And I don't know, but um, I've always heard that Michael Jackson felt like he was around a bunch of vipers. He would speak. There are some quotes of his that are, you know, many people could interpret as being very anti-Semitic. I don't like to put labels on things like that. I think that no matter who it was around you, just perhaps wealthy individuals of many different backgrounds wanted a piece of your pie, and maybe you're blaming one certain group for whatever reason. Um, but there was one song that he was never allowed to publish, and it was in the early 1990s. And I didn't even know about this song until the last like 5 years. Like I did never heard of it. I've never heard this song. It's never been. I think the copies of it were destroyed. But there's this theory, and I'm not sure about it. But again, I like to know all of the background. Like, why did Michael Jackson go from being this beloved pop icon to all this shit going on? Is he perhaps was trying to take a stand politically that was not favorable with United States foreign policy at the time. And um, then thereafter, if you listen to Michael Jackson's songs, he did a bunch of songs that, or even towards the end of the 1980s and mid to late 1980s, he was very about helping the world. He sang on "We Are the World." He sang the song like for Free Willy, main theme of that, which is like about uniting the world. He sang about the song, um, like he had three more songs that you don't really hear the 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 themes of anymore about uniting the world. Like you don't hear a song about uniting. When's the last time? Let me just ask you. When's the last time you, Riser, heard a famous song about uniting the world?
um, I mean, arguably, depending on how abstract you want to interpret things, perhaps some mainstream songs be construed that way, but normally they're not. Yeah,
Isn't
I do not protest that statement.
exactly? I'm just saying, and I don't either. I mean, I'm making it, but like it's been like since 9/11. 9/11 had some songs that maybe people made that tried to unite people to some extent, but like ever since then, it's just been about big ball of living and having sex with a bunch of dudes and or a bunch of women, and it's very independent, but it's never like political. And even for something so um, perhaps like innocuous as just world peace or uniting of people, that has been controversial. I can tell you in my streams just what I do. when people ask me why do you stream your life, I say for world peace, and I mean it. I want to be an example to show the world that we're not all that different, and I get shit just for that. And it tells me that like there's some negativity towards that kind of a statement, even, which I don't necessarily agree with. But anyway, what I'm trying to say, and what should be known is that perhaps Michael Jackson had some political ties or beliefs or even music that was not uh, favorable to American foreign policy.
That maybe he got assassinated because of it.
Well, I don't know if he was assassinated because of it. It would not surprise me to know that he faked his death.
Just to live a quiet life again.
That's what allegedly Elvis did. And I can tell you where Elvis lived, allegedly. He lived in a city called Simi Valley, California, which is just north of. And
And
yeah, it's weird. It's like there are some cities in the United States where they're very innocuous. People don't know, but every single person in that city is in the witness protection, and they just don't know it, and they don't talk about it, and it's weird. Or there are many cities in the United States that are just intelligent cities, where every single person, their family works in intelligence, and they don't talk about it. I knew this girl uh, who I remember we were talking about our families, and somebody asked this girl what her dad did for a living, and she's like, I don't know. And we're like, you don't know? What do you mean? And she's like, I don't know. And very pretty girl. This girl was a model, and but she never knew what her dad did. Like that would always be strange to me. Like I knew what my parents did. I knew what my friends' parents did, but there were like some people we just never knew what they did.
I mean, by not saying, you kind of do say it vaguely.
Well, yeah, but
Either
the thing
a
was
criminal or a secret, like, service dude.
exactly the thing was though we were so
Or you just brutally don't like admitting that you work as a male.
well that could be too, but no, she lived in a very nice house, um, and we were um, I mean, like I knew this person, we were neighbors, and um, we were. I just remember we were all like confused, like you don't know what your dad does. Like I remember my one friend was like, wait, so let me get this straight. Like our parents like my dad worked for a Fortune 500 company. My mom worked in investments. Uh, my friends' parents, like some of them were like they wrote music. They were like in music, and they were like music publishers. Or my other friend, his dad like worked was an executive in a government contractor. But like we still and his mom like worked at a hospital. Like we still knew what our parents did. But this one girl, her mom didn't work, and she didn't know what her dad did, and that was just that. And we would like push her on it. We'd be like, so don't you ask like how was your day at work or whatever? And she's like, no, we don't really talk about it. And it was just like it was just strange to me. But there are those people who exist, and there are some cities in the United States where you just don't ask what people's parents do, and then it becomes very, and then it becomes like uh nepotistic. Like then you'll get a job working for the government or some clandestine organization, and then it becomes like you become generations of this. And then you'll marry someone within intelligence, and that becomes very common. It's the intelligence world is very interesting.
So secretive.
I agree. Okay, back to Michael
Do the
Jackson.
witness protection cities? Do they give you options on which city you want to live? Like you take the Elvis city, but when you be like, I don't want to live there, I want to live in
No,
Alaska.
no, they basically give you an ID and a background of if anybody asks about you, and then you stick to that, and you have a new name, and your kids go to a new school, and you don't talk about it. And then
Can
because
you like basically just like Amazon and Uber Eats everything and just stay in your existing or near your existing place almost?
well, um, if somebody's out to get you, it doesn't happen as much anymore. But in the days of the mafia, it was very common. You would get a mafia whistleblower, and they would have to take that person and their family. And many times they were moved to the West Coast because a lot of that mafia shit was on the East Coast, and there would just be some random cities where they would say, okay, you're going to live in this house, you don't have to buy it, and you're going to get like a stipend every month from the government, so you don't have to work. And if anybody asks you, you say that your grandfather owned a silver mine, and you get a little bit of money from that every month.
Yeah, just think with like modern technology like Amazon and Uber Eats, you don't necessarily need like do those people would they get their they'd still go to like the witness protection grocery store place?
Well, so as I understand it, like there are a couple cities like this. I've been like they don't say it, they don't publish it. So this is really me just reaching, but the argument is that they um, like basically there were some cities that were created specifically. I know the ones in California, perhaps one is maybe called Barstow, one is maybe called Hemet. Um, they're way outside. They're like of LA or like the more populated areas. And there are sections of this that were just established for like people if they needed by the FBI, if they needed to be in the witness protection program. And then Simi Valley is another weird one. And the thing with Elvis, Elvis was a federal sworn officer. There's a picture of him with Richard Nixon in the Oval Office when he got his badge and he got his gun. And this is a very interesting thing. Like in today's day and age, you would never be able to be in the same room with the president and you have a gun. But back then, you could if you were Elvis. And Elvis was a DEA agent, and he basically would work on as an undercover agent, um, busting narcotics people. And so he had an out. Like they could say, like, "Hey, he died," and then he could live his life somewhere else. Now, there's not a lot of evidence for this, but more than just like he's dead. Like there's something to this. There's a phrase, that dog doesn't hunt, that basically is like if there isn't a trail to something, but then there's the opposite phrase, like that dog hunts, like there's something there.
A what dog?
It,
What dog doesn't have?
like it's just a phrase I've heard in Americana. Like if there is a if there's like if
What's the phrase?
that dog hunts,
Dead dog?
no that no, it's that dog hunts or that dog doesn't hunt. So basically, when you say that dog
Okay.
doesn't hunt, it's basically saying like there's no credibility to that theory. There's another phrase that I've heard in Americana. There's a there there. There's a there there. What does that mean? It means like I don't know what certain people did on that island, But there's a there there. There's something to that. There's something weird going on there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right, let's restart if we can. Or
Keep
not restart.
talking about Elvis because I'm taking my dog out for a quick whiz.
Oh, okay, excellent. I will. I have to use the restroom go myself, so I'll be right back.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That was a big whiz. Damn. That was a big whiz. Giant whiz. Here. Yeah, yeah.
Yo, were you talking to me?
Oh, yeah. One thing that I just think about, like, I mean, this kid's, or yeah, what talk about Elvis in a minute, but
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
that kid that was like getting the payout or whatever, he was like one of like whatever tons of children that were around Michael Jackson, and obviously there's like financial incentive, but like you'd think that if he was doing it, then there'd be like it was like a news story. Like you'd think that I don't know other people would come out of the woodworks, and I'm sure they did to some degree.
Well, the big one to me would have been his best friend, Macaulay Culkin. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
One second, I'm going into the shaft of the elevator.
Okay. Damn right.
My friend was in an elevator today at a hotel, and he was like, "Oh, I'm in the elevator," and I was like, "Oh, you're in the shaft of the building," and then apparently I was on like speakerphone, and like some other people were in the elevator, and they started like giggling.
There you go. Have you ever been stuck in an elevator?
No, but my brother's hockey team did when they like crammed like 13 of them in the elevator, and they all and for whatever reason it got stuck, and then they're like, "Oh shit, we're like running out of air. There's like no air in here," and they're like all freaking the fuck out.
I've been stuck in an elevator, and the fire department had to get me out.
What happened?
Um, I was managing a facility, and I was managing a bunch of facilities, and
What does
the
that mean?
like like you ensure that the building has like what it needs from a environmental services standpoint. Like it was a special kind of building that had was built. It's called LEED. I don't know if that's a thing in Canada. I think it is. Do you have LEED, silver, gold, platinum buildings?
It's not lead.
No, it's LEED. It's it's like an environmental certification for buildings. Anyway,
Okay.
I was in this building and uh, like one of the environmental um, employees was with me, and um, like basically like we were holding the door open for each other, and um, the like buzzer for the elevator like was uh, like going off, like basically saying the door had to close. And so we got in, and it wasn't like a super big building; it was like 4 floors, and went to um, go to the next floor, and that holding the door open that long, uh, like hit some kind of switch in the elevator, and so I was in an elevator with this person for um, like basically what felt like an hour. We called. There's like a phone in the elevator, and we called, and it like connected to the fire department, and then the fire department came and opened the elevator, and then we got out. I mean, there wasn't really that much to it, but it was like, in my opinion, the elevator shouldn't do that. Like, you should be able to hold the doors open if you need to, and it shouldn't have like an automatic lockout. But there was some kind of feature that it did. Anyway, that's it. I mean, we didn't feel
Yeah,
like
that is
we didn't feel like we
that is
were
a weird feature.
yeah, we didn't feel like we were running out of air or anything, but it was um, kind of funny that um, just being in this elevator with this person. And like, what do you talk
Yeah,
about? What do you talk about? Like, she was a
being
young
trapped in the elevator.
blonde, like very pretty woman, um, and I was like, I had like shit to do, and so I remember just being like, open the effing, like I wasn't yelling that, but in thinking in my head, just can they open the doors or whatever, and you just run out of stuff to talk about. Like it's just awkward, is what I'm trying to say. It reminds me of this episode of Friends where Chandler gets stuck in an ATM lobby with a like a um, like some model or something, and it has all this internal dialogue that he has, and it's like, do I offer this person gum? Do I ask if she has gum? Like, there's just all this internal monologue that goes on when you're just it's dead silent and you just don't know what to do. But anyway, the fire department got us out, and that was the end of it. All right, are you out of the shaft?
I've seen this video. Um, yeah, I'm out of shaft. I've seen this video on like Twitter or something, and it was like so horrifying. It was real too. It was like these people are caught. They're stuck in an elevator, but there's for somehow water up to like they're like almost near like their shoulders. Like the water's like upper chest, and these people are like recording in the elevator. Like we're gonna die in here. We're gonna drown alive in this elevator right now. And it, I just could not believe it. It was a nightmare scenario.
Totally. Yeah.
And there's also some element. I think there's when I went to Disney World when I was like 6, there's some ride there that I didn't go on. I'm probably too scared to go on it because it was called like elevator dropper.
I know what one you're talking about. It was it was a Hitchcock. It was like the haunted. It was not the haunted mansion, but I know what one you're talking about.
Isn't it like an elevator?
Yeah, you like stack into an elevator and it has a drop.
Yeah, that seems like a nightmare.
Yeah, let me see what the name of that one is. I remember when I went there, uh, it's on like a hill, and there aren't many hills in Florida. I think it's called the Tower of Terror.
Yeah,
Yeah, that.
that
Yeah,
sounds right.
I know what one you're talking about. Yeah, that always freaked me out. Um,
Did you do it?
no, I was too young. I I would I was weird when it came to roller coasters and stuff. I would want to do it, but then I get to the like we'd start to wait in line, and I would get scared, and I'd want to leave, and then like I would just have this overwhelming amount of terror that would fill me because I would hear all the people screaming, and I'd be like, why the fuck do I want to go and scare myself like that?
I mean, it feels good after the roller coaster's over. It feels awesome. It's like a adrenaline rush, I guess.
Yeah, no, and I didn't realize that or I didn't know that, and I my parents were not like super big into roller coasters or anything. My mom always preferred to shop. My mom likes to shop, and so she would want to go shopping instead of doing that kind of stuff. And my dad, um, he liked what's going on. He would do them, but uh, I just didn't necessarily want to. Like I'd hear all these people screaming, and so I remember looking at the Tower of Terror, and my parents were like, "Do you want to do it?" And um, it was getting later in the day, and my dad went and checked the wait time, and it was like 3 hours. It was a long time, I remember, and it was like, "We're not going to wait 3 hours for that."
Yeah, no.
And this was before the days of Fast Pass or anything like that. There was not. You would go and you'd wait in line for like 2 hours for every ride. And I don't know. I guess like they let more people into the park back then, so they had like every ride was like a really long wait. Anyway,
Yeah,
let's talk about Elvis for a second. Um, so this is a fascinating one to me. Elvis died, I believe, in like 1977 or something, like August 7th, 1977, or August 8th, 1977, something like that. Now I have to look it up. Um, and there were always jokes about he died August 18th, 1977. There were
well,
always
that guy confirmed was a kid diddler, right?
Elvis.
Yeah, he married like a 12-year-old.
Yeah, now that's an interesting one because it was never seen that way, ever. Like that's a recent phenomenon. Nobody considered Elvis and Priscilla Presley to be an inappropriate relationship, even though he groomed her and all that. That wasn't a term. Grooming is only a term for the last 10 years or 15 years.
Yeah, but that predatory behavior must have been around still back then, and people would have known not appropriate, not no,
Not
I guess
not necessarily.
Elvis, for whatever reason,
Not
pass.
necessarily. Not necessarily. The laws that are on the books currently that talk about like what relationships you can be in or whatever. Many of them are modern, and so sometimes you could get married like especially in other countries at really young ages, or they didn't have laws on the books. And with Elvis, um, he met Priscilla and said that she was the prettiest girl that he'd ever seen, and she was the daughter of um, a service member in Germany. She's actually from Germany, and Elvis was stationed in Germany during uh, like early Vietnam, I believe, and they, I think he met her at like 13 or whatever, and courted her, and then eventually like 15. But I think in like some places that was legal. Let me look it up.
Is that like a loophole or something? Just get married in the country where they marry people when they're 13?
Yeah, that is a loophole. Um, so they got married May 1st, 1967, in an 8-minute civil ceremony held at the Aladdin Hotel in Las Vegas. The couple's relationship began in 1959 when Priscilla was 14 and Elvis was 24, which was more normal back then. I'm not saying it was completely normal, but they were both young people. Um, Now, what they say is their wedding night was the first time the couple had sexual relations, though they had been intimate in other ways prior to the marriage. And um, the wedding was arranged partly by Elvis's manager, Colonel Tom Parker. That's the guy who like ran away from his real name is something else, and ran away from um, uh, Denmark because he killed somebody. Um, and it to mitigate potential public fallout, and was followed by a press conference and a $10,000 breakfast reception. So I guess there might have been some potential public fallout, but it was not seen as that. I mean, maybe it was, but no one ever talked about Elvis being like uh, into children. That was just not a thing. It's like he had every woman from ages 10 to 40 who wanted to fuck him from like 1957 until 1975. He was an icon. Um, and the women that he did cheat on Priscilla with were all like his co-stars in movies, and they were um, all adult women. So when you say, isn't he confirmed to be like a child predator or whatever? Nobody saw Elvis that way. I don't see Elvis that way. It was a different time. The thing that changed all that child predator kind of discussion, in my opinion, was a television show To Catch a Predator. That's where it came out like, hey, you're not allowed to go after young children, and if you do, we're going to put you on television for it. Um, the Michael Jackson thing, that was certainly um, a realistic, that was certainly a reality, but that was an exception. That was like a grown man going after like under 10-year-old children. What we're talking about more is like the whole grooming and all of that kind of stuff. That's a phenomenon of the last 20 years. Um, like uh, there was a there was like let's just look at the laws. Yo, dog, what are the laws about? Like a lot of them in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, even you could be as young as like what 13 years old in the United States and be in a relationship or something. It's something like that. Okay, there were no specific federal or state laws in the 1950s, 60s, or 70s that regulated the age at which a person could be in a romantic relationship in the United States, and these laws have not changed regarding this specific issue. Okay, so we're talking about marriage. So maybe I have to put marriage, not relationship. There's no evidence provided in this.
Again, it was a different time.
Yeah. But hold on a second. In the United States, the legal age to marry or engage in consensual sexual relationships varied significantly by state, but 14 to 16 years old was a common. was the common age of consent for sexual activity, and some states allowed marriage as young as 13 or 14 with parental consent. And as I understand, Elvis did have parental consent with Priscilla's family. Now, he was the biggest pop star in the world, so there were good reasons for it. But you have to understand, Riser, not people didn't live as long as they do today. So you had to, like the average age in the 1950s of an individual in the United States was like 50, 60 years old. It wasn't 70 or 80 years old like it is today. So people got started younger.
And
Okay, but really quickly on the Elvis thing, it's really a documentary that I saw that totally changed my view of the whole Elvis thing. For many years, I thought, okay, Elvis died August 18th, 1977, right before he was supposed to go on tour. And there's this big joke that was told about it for many, many years that Elvis died on the toilet, and that was always like the joke, like, oh, how could anybody ever die on the toilet or whatever? Now, if you really go into the story of his final hours, he was in Memphis and he liked to play racquetball, and he would play racquetball at like weird hours of the day. He would like sleep all day and be up all night, and he was Elvis, so he could get like any kind of medical attention that he wanted. And he went and he saw his dentist or something, and he was living with some other woman aside from not Priscilla, and he basically allegedly died on the toilet. Now, that was always the story that was put out there. Then I saw this other documentary, which would only later be known as a mockumentary, but uh, it opened up a bunch of different things in my mind to the point where I became a little obsessed about this story for a short period of my life. Um, so the idea was that Elvis, this is true, he worked as a federal agent for the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA. He was a sworn officer of the United States government. There are pictures of him with his badge in the Oval Office with the president, and his role was basically to blow the whistle on people who were smuggling drugs in the United States. And even though he and his friends were taking drugs themselves, a lot of them, they were taking like prescription medications generally. They weren't taking like they weren't smoking weed or anything like that. And basically the thought was, if we can get Elvis as a member of like the government, he's going to be able to tell us everybody who's doing everything because everyone wants to be around him. And that was the thought of the government. All right, so
right,
he ends up
the ultimate narc.
exactly. So he ends up scheduling. He was going to go on this world tour, starting on like leaving on like August 19th, 1977, and he ends up dying. Okay, that's the story that's told. But then I saw this documentary, which is supposedly a mockumentary, but there's a lot of evidence in it where they have this guy who is supposed to be Elvis, and he's under like a shadow, like Bob Lazar style, so you can't really see his face. And he does an interview and says what happened afterward, and he basically said that um, he moved to he. So this was the thing. Elvis always used um, um, what do you call it? Like different names, pseudonyms, because he was Elvis. And if he would go and check in at a hotel, everybody would know that Elvis was there, and they would just storm the place. And so he would use these different names. One was, I forget, something like Bridges or something. Anyway, he would end up basically um, using one of those pseudonyms after his death or whatever. He got out. He had some driver take him somewhere else, and then he flew to like South America for a few weeks or something, or like the Caribbean or something, while everything blew over. And then his home called Graceland became a tourist destination. And there were people who actually have pictures of them at Graceland where they have pictures of somebody who looks just like Elvis in the backyard. And there were all these rumors. And throughout the 80s and 90s, whenever you saw any of the like National Enquirer or the Star or whatever like the tabloids were, it was always on the front cover, Elvis is still alive. And that would sell a lot of papers. And like there was this rumor that Elvis was living like had bought like a chain of Burger Kings and was like managing Burger Kings or whatever. And there were people who saw Elvis at Burger King allegedly, and this would be in like the newspaper, and it would be on television and stuff. And it turned out that perhaps some of that wasn't all that fake. Like basically, anyway, so Elvis ended up allegedly. I'm not saying this is true. This was a one documentary that I've seen that opened my mind to like maybe something happened there where um basically Elvis got with his money people and they told him, look, you're worth more money dead than alive. You just did a tour of like a Las Vegas residency and all these things, but you're getting old and people are saying that you're fat and you're losing money. But if you die, you're going to have a huge estate, and that estate is going to live on through merchandise and all kinds of other stuff. You're going to be like a legend up there with the biggest legends of history. And Elvis was like, okay. So basically snuck out, allegedly, whatever. And then his estate did become the largest estate in the world, um, at least when it came to merchandise sales. It was always bigger than James Dean and Marilyn Monroe and like even Michael Jackson at points, like though that came later. Perhaps Michael Jackson because of the 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 um, the closeness of his death has maybe surpassed it, but I don't think so. Elvis is still, I think, the top one, which means the Elvis estate makes a lot of money. And in this documentary, it basically shows Elvis living just a normal life in Simi Valley, California. And um, I don't know what to believe in it because it does say that it's a mockumentary, but that only came about later on. And it's very easy, Riser. Like, let me put it this way. Let's say you put out a really good documentary and it gets really popular, such that you start to be a target as the maker of the documentary. The best way to get the heat off of you is just to say it was a mockumentary, that it's not real, and then everybody kind of moves away from you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, take the heat off.
Exactly. And then there was an interview of Priscilla Presley on Oprah Winfrey, and she accidentally lets out that like I was just talking to Elvis the other day, and she accidentally says that, and it's they don't go into it, but it was like it's just like really weird. There are pictures of Elvis. Uh, there's a big one that nobody's able to understand. Going back to Home Alone, there's an uncredited actor in Home Alone that looks just like Elvis, and apparently Elvis would like make these cameos in movies, whether or not it's true. It looks just like Elvis. It looks exactly how Elvis would have looked in the '90s.
Like after his death.
Yeah, Google it. Just Google Elvis Home Alone. That's all you have to do, and it'll show up. I'll look at it alongside you. It's in the scene where Catherine O'Hara, the mom, that redheaded lady, she's like trying to get a ticket to back to their house.
Yeah. I see the photo. Yeah, who do they claim is the actor?
It's never been said who it is. So anyway, I don't know. I'm just saying that like the way that I've lived my life, if you tell me something has to be true, because everybody.
That guy looks pretty skinny to be Elvis.
Yeah, I mean, not really. If you saw Elvis in his final days, he kind of looked like that. If anything, I would say that guy looks fatter than Elvis normally. Um, but the story with the thing is, and I've just kind of been like this. If you tell me something is debunked and something is decided, and the science is clear or whatever, I'm gonna have doubts because it's like you're forcing me to believe something. It's like the allegory of the cave when everybody's saying, "Look at the wall of the cave. This is what we believe." It causes me more and more to want to look backwards. And the same story happens with Paul McCartney and his death in 1967. And there's a lot of credible evidence to that one.
Then there's a whole Wikipedia page on Elvis Presley death conspiracy.
So if there's a whole page dedicated to these theories, again, there may be a there. There isn't a page dedicated to Elvis having lived at the North Pole, right?
No.
No, or the South Pole, because there's no evidence of that. But there is evidence, maybe, that his last time on Earth was not August 18th, 1977. And so I became a little obsessed with this documentary, and I was searching for his house. I looked all over on Google Maps for like a few days straight of trying to figure out which house was Elvis's allegedly in Simi Valley because I wanted to go there and I wanted to knock on the door and see what was going on, but I could never place it. Um, and I just was never sure which one was which, so I never went there. I was looking on Google Maps, like Simi Valley's not that big, and it's basically a valley that's just filled with perfect little houses. Everything is very uh, Stafford wife like where everybody has the same house, everybody works at the same place. Like again, there are huge amounts of police who from this city. The reason why is it's very expensive to live in Los Angeles proper, and um, and police officers sometimes don't have the same amount of money as some kind of entertainment executive or whatever, so they have to live a little further out, and that's why many of them started living in Simi Valley. Santa Clarita is another place where this is discussed. So anyway, um, I'm ready when you are to continue.
You know where the phrase Elvis has left the building comes from?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, where after his shows, one in particular, everybody wanted more and more of him, and to get people to clear out, there was an announcer that said that over um, the PA system, the public address system, and then just to get people to leave. But what is it more than that?
Yeah, no, that's basically it. You get full trivia points.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
From the 1956 Louisiana Hayride concert.
There you
go. All right, let's resume the Michael.
Okay. Before we do, so perhaps just planting a seed in your mind. We should go down the Elvis and the Paul McCartney routes because at least the Paul McCartney route, there's a lot of evidence for that.
Yeah, no, I love. I'm fascinated by fake people faking their own death stories.
Oh yeah, and let's talk about that for a second. Just one moment. I've always said this. We hear about people faking their deaths in fiction and movies and stuff, right? But never once has it actually become credible that somebody actually did do this. I don't want to say one, maybe it has, but the idea of it is like too big. It would break too many people's understanding, like they could have been lied to. So like it's just never been publicly addressed. But you're telling me that over the course of the 20th century, nobody ever faked their death? I'm sure people have. Now they might say, "Oh,
Some people have been caught getting doing insurance fraud, but they haven't been like, I don't know, perhaps not like major celebrities.
exactly, exactly." That's what I'm saying. So you're telling me that none of the major celebrities, of any of them, ever faked their death, even though they were known to use pseudonyms, even though they were known to use disguises. Not one time did it ever happen. I'm just
Well,
skeptical of that.
Joe Rogan has a good quote on that. He said something along the lines of like, well, we'll we'll never know if someone truly like faked their own death successfully. Like you can never prove that someone faked their own death successfully
But you can.
because
You can.
no, well, then it isn't a success.
Oh,
If you
oh, oh.
find out, then it's an unsuccessful discovery.
No, I mean, I think it still is. You could fake your death, go move somewhere else, live your life, and then die natural causes, and then it gets found out about. That's a successful faking of a death.
I mean, I'm just saying what Joe Rogan was saying, and I think the point was just that, yeah, if you like, if we're assuming that the definition of successful fake death is that no one ever finds out, then by definition, people finding out means it's unsuccessful.
I get what you're saying, but then the argument could be said that there's something along the lines, like to broaden that argument. Um, there has never been a successful secret or something like that. Because
Yeah, I mean,
right,
same.
it's like
Yeah, same.
it's paradoxical.
In a way, yeah. You'll have to take that up with Joe Rogan.
Maybe I'm ready to. I'm ready to right now.
Also, some guy said that like it's going to be like basically impossible to fake your own death because of all the digital fingerprinting and stuff
I did.
that exists today.
I disagree with that. If you, if you want to, especially if you're in intelligence, it's very easy to fake your death, and it's done.
Okay.
Like basically,
Well,
if you have the clandestine organizations on your team, it's really easy to have them cover for you. And then whenever anybody says anything about you faked your death, then they just come out and call you all kinds of names. Think about that article that I wrote about all the things that they call you. You know, the ist and anti and all that garbage. That's just what happens. It's ad hominem attack.
yeah. Just yeah.
They call you a disinformation
Right,
agent.
Michael Jackson time.
Absolutely.
minorities in any other area that they wanted to. They were supposed to be looking for unity, toleration, fighting not just brother Beverly couldn't stick color disorders and possible ICO, which I have previously spoken about. So Warren also directed me to cooperate in the examination of my body, my disposition, to determine the condition of my skin, including whether I have life or any other skin disorder. Michael Jones wrote a case where he was having a discussion with his lawyer, Larry Feldman. They're talking about the vitiligo situation. They told him that Michael has a skin condition called vitiligo, and that the skin condition can constantly change the way that your body looks. And it constantly attached with different. And so the district attorney has told John, this is great for them because if your skin description matches, then it matches. But if it doesn't match, then they can say, oh, well, that's just vitiligo. So Larry Feldman says, either way, you win.
So after they searched Michael Jackson's body, no arrest warrant was issued. Charles, what was the initial report having found in the body?
In early 1940, law enforcement sources communicated from media outlets, Reuters, and USA Today that there is no match.
So at the very least, that was all Jackson did exactly had preparation of body features.
The smoking gun paper document, which is called, they say, the Linden's affidavit, is written by a detective, Linden, who works for the authorities that are investigating the Geordie Chandler case. And she had taken from Geordie Chandler a description of Michael Jackson's genitals. Geordie Chandler tells Linden that Michael Jackson is circumcised when they conduct a body search, and it turns out that Michael Jackson is in fact not circumcised, meaning that his description has not matched.
What had happened was Barry Rothman was being sued by Michael Jackson for extortion, so he quit representing the Chandlers. The Chandlers then proceeded to hire lawyer Allred, who then received to hold a press conference claiming that the Chandlers were ready for a criminal case.
To make the charge against the celebrity,
Lawyer Allred is shortly fired, and Barry Rothman, now from human background, offers Larry Feldman as a replacement, an attorney who is willing to push for a civil case. Charles, what is the difference between a civil case and a criminal case?
for anyone that's listening that doesn't know the difference, a civil case is where you sue somebody and have some money. In a criminal case is brought by the state, the government, and that is a case where if you're convicted, then you go to prison. So they're two very separate processes. What happens is that the criminal case stalls because they can't find any evidence to suggest that Michael's done anything wrong. So they raid his house, they don't find anything incriminating. They raid his family home, they don't find anything incriminating. They raid his doctor's offices, they don't find anything incriminating. Of course, you've got a boy at the center of the case who at first said he wasn't molested, then changed his mind and said he was molested, and the case might have been considered him as a law. So then they go off looking for other victims and they can't find any. Back to 1993, when I was interviewed by the Santa Barbara Police Department, I sat there and I gave them the names. They're on record. They have all of this information. But people are standing Michael Jackson. All they cared about was trying to find something on Michael Jackson to show Michael was innocent. And that was what the interview was about. The police in 1993, I told them, not that guy. And they said, well, maybe you just don't understand your friend. And I said, no, I know the difference between pedophiles and somebody who's not a pedophile because I've been molested. Here's the names. Go investigate. The criminal case is basically going nowhere. Meanwhile, the civil case is moving through a court system at the usual speed. So the judge, in October of 1993, orders depositions. Now, a deposition is where you are forced to state your case and give your evidence Michael's deposition is due on a particular date in January. This is initially saved by the Los Angeles earthquake of 19, which happens the day before he's supposed to be deposed. That buys for an extra week, but within that week they're again not able to postpone the civil case deposition. And so on the eve of literally the night before, he would have been forced to give way his defense under oath. The civil settlement is reached, the civil case is settled. The king of pop chunks has a big win. The jury has awarded Michael Jackson a whopping $100 million for a defamation lawsuit he filed against Freeland's mother, which was Kevin. The narrative claims on a tabloid TV show that has seen a video of Jackson having sex with a woman. And we also pointed out that it's very transparent. We weren't best friends. We weren't very close. I kept Joey in that arm's length because I knew who he was, and I knew how to deal with it. He was very close to a really rough person who caused alopecia in production. And he also was a big Michael Jackson fan. So, I mean, when I say this about the TV program that he involved with, the people that he did surround himself with were people who Michael Jackson fans. And I was told at the party, people were playing all kinds of music, bands like him, and all of his moves, and that his friends were trying Michael at his office and it doesn't surprise me that people are scared to him now because, I have some flexibility. I work for myself. If I were in a corporate job, I might be scared too because you don't really know how the office might be with everyone. And, to speak out at this point may be possible. And even people say they want to stay free, because they want their career. So I actually
We're watching something, Zoo. On Michael Jackson.
You are watching.
So very Presley and about to release the album is on Dying Stoics. Where Presley had done the pictures and interviews, although he did not discuss the specifics to John Le Case. He does say that he is innocent and there's no evidence connected to any crime. Now, the culminating album was known as Evan Sharp's Rage, and he claimed that Michael Jackson breached the non-disclosure part of the settlement agreement. That's he filed paperwork that remedies the $60 million damages, and he also was the court practitioners who also breached the non-disclosure agreement and released his own album, Evidence. Yes, and a court order allowing him to release a rebuttal album on top of the $60 million. That came from Rothschild'S. Yes, and eventually was tossed out of court. Again, the example. I'm sure most people are aware of the recent television special that claimed to give an honest, candid, and revealing look into the private life of the world's most successful and controversial celebrity, Michael Jackson. The revelations were explosive, and the ratings were enormous. But what TV journalism wanted was shoot percentage, and twisted and edited constructions scandalous. It was not a true representation of reality. An actual one.
When living with Michael Jackson was released, it reignited the discussion around Michael Jackson's child molester. The film featured close-ups of Michael holding hands with Catherine, who was a cancer victim, then went on to be a sex abuser. I would say with the child visitation program request, I said it's very basic. The idea is to come in and at the very least state name that Gavin and his mother Janet responsible for cooking today. Anything that is Michael's responsibility, anything Gavin may have said, I don't want.
And you testified during the trial, you were on social media. Yeah, we were on because when we did that really nice large social media, Gavin already knows for the historical and the reason why it was so important is A, because Michael was supposed to see the areas first. Well, if they were there first, and that was not happening.
I don't know. They're prosecution here. I don't know whether they could prevail and get the conviction that they want against Michael Jackson. Their main witness, they're choosing to look this into the case for number one. Let the jury have it. The prosecutors put in. Just want to have belief. And now prosecutors are saying, the most bananas part are based on bias. It's so bad that it will have the jury and they're not going to get any better than that.
The 9-3 case that came later in the trial, 9-3 case that Michael Jackson was public trouble conspiracy. Oh yeah, he only paid him $25 million out of the goodness of his heart. Pivotal day in the Michael Jackson trial. The judge in this case is set to make a ruling today if prosecutors can bring up previous child molestation allegations against Michael Jackson. One court observer calls these allegations the prosecution's nuclear bomb. It is official. The ruling that could make or break the case against Michael Jackson has been handed down. Jurors will hear about prior allegations of abuse by Michael Jackson.
The trials here will have mini trial after mini trial as to other offenses. It'll be significantly longer, but it's significantly different than what we had last week or the beginning of this trial up until last Friday. This is now a trial about pattern evidence, about propensity, and once a pedophile, always a pedophile. I at that point was transferring out of my program and moving to life study, so I no longer had classes with York. And I believe I wrote them an email. I'm not 100% sure that I sent it, but if I did send it, I didn't get a response. I was approached initially very shortly after the Never was raised by people who work for the Jackson family who knew of me because of that report. And I was asked if I would speak, and I did. And I subsequently ended up on yes. I mean, there were certain members of the Jackson entourage, I should say, who wanted me to do a little bit of a media tour, which I didn't feel comfortable doing. You know, during that time, I was approached by Steve Brown, who is known by Jackson family, somebody who used to be very supportive of Michael Jackson, very good friends with Randy Jackson, who then split and became an anti-Michael Jackson advocate. But during our conversations, he told me he spoke very specific praise of Michael, and he encouraged me to sort of, I would say, pump up my version of the story, which I never felt comfortable doing. I only would say, exactly what I see for facts. So he encouraged me to say that I was going to go across the board and crushing me that, and that's exactly what happened. In retrospect, knowing how he turned on Michael, I feel like he did it as a preemptive way to discredit me because, if I were to lie about that, I just would have a different story. But I forced him to do that. And I take it very seriously. Okay, I served him in due process. And, he served me for warning me favors industry-wise to testify in his trial, and that's something the press was concerned about as it did, but now he's working in the industry and understands how things work. I don't think I understood the enormity at that time. All I knew was that this was somebody whose life and livelihood was on the line, and I had information that could potentially help him. So I thought it was my obligation to do so. He just needs to widely known. And from my discussions in the program, I don't think that there was really anything else other than very few people who knew who he was. So yeah, people keep putting on information they don't even know is relevant. It doesn't benefit my career at all. It doesn't give me access to anything. I'm
Horizon.
Yeah. And it's ridiculous. I always
You
feel
can't talk right now. There's like 5 minutes left. So just wait 5 minutes.
fans, but the fact of the matter is, if I had the slightest doubt Michael Jackson had a career, and I don't think deep down I heard directly from his camp Michael Jackson came to me and said he needs to do stuff. And that's very powerful. Every allegation depends on the original 1993 allegation. And I believe that if that one is false, if we believe it is false, all the rest come with it.
We're a pimp. Yo, big dog, how are you?
There you go. There you go. Like, you ready for it, man? You ready to play bingo? What did you say?
What up, Zoo? Uh, Riser, Zoo wants to play mini golf. Are you down?
Yeah, right after we talk about the Michael Jackson documentary.
That sounds like a plan. All right. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
You can go first, and I'll interrupt you.
Okay. Well, I have not seen this one, to my knowledge, and really opened my eyes up to Michael Jackson being, I hate to say it, but completely innocent. And the reason why I hate to say it is because I've seen so many counter, um, so much evidence, or what I thought was evidence, countering that for the last 35 years. And there were some really great points in it. The first story of Jordan Chandler, like, it seems like he was obviously manipulated. Like, they were trying to give him a truth serum. The big thing to me is that he said that Michael Jackson was circumcised, and Michael Jackson was not circumcised. And that's a huge thing. That is a huge, huge thing. Um, that there's going to be some, like, I go back. There's a Dave Chappelle skit from Chappelle's show, and they talk about the Michael Jackson hearings, and Dave Chappelle is like, I bet you that I could tell you what Michael Jackson's penis looked like. I bet it's like got like balls, a shaft, pubes, maybe pressed perm pubes, maybe some glitter. Like, I couldn't even pick out my own penis in a lineup, and my penis and me are like this, son. Like, he basically is saying that, like, like, basically penises look the same generally, and uh, like, that's like you would know that to me is a really important piece of evidence. The And then the fact that they were just manipulating this kid, um, and the um, the idea um, of that Jordan Chandler's um, accusation being like the first evidence of any of this, and everything was based upon that. It was like it's like a Jenga tower with a poor base. Like, everybody wants to go back to that story, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of credence there. Now, on top of that, if somebody molested you, would you want to listen to their music? Would you make your apartment like a shrine to them? No, you wouldn't. It would be. I mean, generally, I think that if somebody really took advantage of you, you don't want anything to have to do with this person, and you want to avoid them at all costs. It's hurtful, and it makes you feel awkward. So from that perspective,
And
that
the crazy part is that Chandler killed himself in the same year that Michael Jackson
hold
died.
on, hold on. I had to go back to this. That was his dad.
Oh,
I saw that. I saw that you
okay.
went back like a bunch of times, and I just looked this up because I'm like, who's Evan Chandler? So Jordan Chandler is the son, so he's still apparently alive. Evan Chandler's the dad. But it seemed like Evan Chandler saw an opportunity to make a lot of money, and took advantage of it, and then a lot of other people did too. And I'd never seen. I'd always heard, like, these stories of Michael Jackson abused this person, this person, this person, this person. I didn't know there were just five. And to say like, well, five, that's a lot of people accusing. Yeah, but they made it seem like it was dozens of kids, and that none of them went to the police. That's questionable. Um, if something, if somebody takes advantage of my child, God forbid, the first thing that we're going to do, well, we'd be tempted to take justice in our own hands, but probably cooler minds would prevail and go to the police, go to the authorities, not say how much money can we get out of this. That's not how I feel rational people with upstanding moral backgrounds would address such an issue. Additionally, the idea where I remember when they did the Michael Jackson depositions, and they made so much money on television from this. I mean, it would be like there'd be a new special every week, and everybody would want to watch it because maybe there would be new information about this. That it made me realize, like, wow, the television stations really manipulated this. Riser, one of these that we have to watch is on O.J. Simpson and his innocence. That's the big one. That's a huge one that we need to watch. Oh, that's the next one we watch before anything else. That one is the most shocking of them all because there's the joke like, oh, O.J. Simpson killed his wife and Ronald Goldman. No, he didn't. His son did. He did not. Oh, I'll spoil it right now. I know, but that one we have to watch. It's incredible. And I told you, I've been to the murder scene. I was at the murder scene, and I'm not 100% sure, but I am 99% sure that Nicole Simpson's sister yelled at me from her car because I was there. Um, I know what she looks like, and it's the same neighborhood. It's uh, it's on Bundy Drive in West Hollywood, and I have videos of myself from my stream at the murder scene. Like this had a huge impact on me, but I know how the media made that one sound, and so I could see how they manipulated this one for ratings.
Do you think David's innocent?
I don't want to get into that. I don't know anything about that situation. All I know is that he had a dead woman in the back of his car who he said was 18 or whatever, and she's like 14. I don't know about that one. But as for Michael Jackson, there's some questionable behavior about having children around you all the time. Um, but I understand that Michael Jackson had a desire to like be like Peter Pan and like be a child forever. I
He
get.
was, he
I
was never alone with the children.
okay.
I was always on the paper.
Okay. And uh, now I do recall hearing an accusation about Michael Jackson, but I remember them saying like Michael Jackson butt raped a child on the bed. But I don't know how much of this ever to believe because it seems like there was a huge cash grab and all these people were like changing their stories. Like for $500,000, they would say that the hand was inside the pants as opposed to outside the pants, and how they manipulated Latoya.
How come no one at Neverland? There were always people at Neverland, somewhere around Neverland. How come none of them were ever arrested or questioned for being venue?
I mean, those are some. It's a good question. I don't know if they were never questioned, but there were never any people from who worked there who testified against Michael Jackson.
I don't know if it's the same over there in Australia, like it is in Australia, but if you were involved in that, you get arrested.
Yeah, those laws have changed in the modern age generally, but what you're saying makes sense. That there was never anyone who openly like there was no like butler who was like, hey, this is what I saw happen. Now I have heard secondhand people which give it as much credence as you want, who would say like we weren't allowed in Michael Jackson's bedroom, and then Michael Jackson had a lock system that from his like bed he could press a button and it would lock the door so that no one could get in or out. But then again, uh, um, the guy Matt Lauer had one of those in his office, and Savannah Guthrie, he used to have sex with Savannah Guthrie, the lady whose mom like disappeared, and he used to use that system. So it's like the people who were reporting Michael Jackson as being like a sexual deviant were sexual deviants themselves. So there, I would love to think that he's completely innocent, and seeing this, I can see why this is the number one documentary on that website because it changes your mind, or there's a lot of evidence that change your mind that can change your mind to be like, oh, everything that you've heard about this story is wrong, and
Agree.
yeah,
Like
so I,
the crazy, like the phone call where like you hear the Chandler guy on the phone saying how he's like plotting to ruin his life before any of the stuff took place was like really crazy, and then also the connection to that like boy lovers group, like the guy,
Man Boy, North
like
American Man Boy Love Association.
yeah, like that whole connection to that guy, and then also the connection like between that guy and like the two books that were written and how many parallels were in like the books, and then the connection between that dude and the other guy who trained a kid who was also in the boy lovers category, who trained a kid to like go try to slander Michael and to like some news reporter in Toronto. Like there's just so much evidence that it was just like the money, like they just were trying to get money out of the guy.
I agree. It all goes back to that '93 case. It's it's almost like if in '93, I mean, I'm telling you, like Michael Jackson, I believe in 1991, wrote that song that was never published, and it's like he became an enemy of the state, and they were like, okay, if you don't want to play ball, we're gonna run your name through the dirt. And he wrote, he sang on "We Are the World." He wrote, "You Are Not Alone," and let me just look. He wrote like four songs that were about world peace. Yo, dog, what are the songs that Michael Jackson has about world peace? Like, or was involved with? "We Are the World," "You Are Not Alone," those kind of songs.
Cool.
Heal the World. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, there you go. Um, so We Are the World, Heal the World, Earth Song, You Are Not Alone, Man in the Mirror. I don't know if that one. Uh, who is it? There's another one though. What's the Yo dog? What's the Free Willy song?
What? What?
No, he's saying "Will You Be There," where they talk about um,
Oh,
saving the like just he would talk about things that aren't generally liked. Um, and I don't know, but I can see why this is the number one documentary on there. I had a feeling I would have this kind of reaction. That's why I was so adamant. Let's watch this one because apparently I don't know the whole story. And when I
The
don't know,
background music was annoying me.
it didn't bother me that much, to be honest, but perhaps. Um, and it seems like there was a huge there's a lot of collusion amongst different attorneys trying to steal money from Michael Jackson and families.
that's your favorite. Oh no.
No.
That's an,
Maybe there's a documentary on it.
that's another one that Bill Cosby was allegedly going to start a media organization that was going to rival like NBC, CBS, Fox, ABC, and that was something that they didn't want to happen. He had a lot of money that was going to be coming in because of the royalties on his television show, because of streaming, and it's like one of the most popular shows of all time. And then he didn't just have that show, but he also had Fat Arnold and I Spy, and he had his comedy albums, and he had a different show that was just called Cosby on CBS. He had like a bunch of different shows that would allow him to be extremely wealthy, even though he already was extremely wealthy. But I think that uh, he basically alludes to his own guilt in his book, saying like he was not a perfect person. He used to go to the Playboy mansion and stuff, and it would later come out that he would drug these women. And I don't even think that he needed to do that. I mean, maybe I'm naive, but he was a big time comedian. He was a famous dude in Hollywood. He could have had sex with these women anyway. He didn't have to drug them. So that was always questionable to me that like well, and there's another aspect of this as well, the idea of quaaludes. He would use quaaludes on women. And quaaludes are illegal now. They're not allowed in the United States, but they were like done regularly in these circles. And then you get into like the argument that Bill Cosby would like drug people's drinks and things. And I mean, I'm not obviously an advocate for that, but uh, there's just a lot of questions to that one as well. That he may, I'm not saying he's innocent, but perhaps there was a big cash grab against Bill Cosby on that one too. Same with Puff Daddy.
Anything else? Yeah, it is. That's it. Yeah, go really well.
What did Puff Daddy do that was so bad?
It killed. Well, I can't think
No, no, no. I don't want to hear your theories. I don't want to hear your theories. I'm talking about this latest round. He got in trouble for um like arranging a prostitute. Like that's nothing. Like he got in trouble for like the Mann Act, which is like not a huge deal. Like in comparison to the other shit that's going on in Hollywood, what Puff Daddy did, they basically realized that he was the number one uh, mogul in hip hop. He had the highest net worth, and they wanted to take him down. And they wanted to take Jay Z down too, but then Jay Z somehow slipped out of the charges. If you remember when the news about Puff Daddy leaked, they wanted to go after Puff Daddy and Jay Z simultaneously. And then they dropped the case against Jay Z. And then it comes out that Jay Z's involved with all these child smuggling rings and everything. And maybe he just had friends in high places who could get him out of that.
that's because Jay-Z and his Todd realized that Todd was a big threat.
All right. So, Riser, did you like that documentary?
Prada was more successful. They probably more successful.
Riser, did you like that documentary? Riser, did you like that documentary?
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, it was.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was. Okay, Riser, are you ready to lose uh, with Zoot in mini golf?
Yes.
That's what I like to hear, my friend. That is the sweet, sweet sound.
Maybe they will win.
Zoot is dog shit.
Who's innocent? Ken Bear. Ken Bear.
Riser doesn't know the secret to this hole.
What's that?
I'm going to show it to you. There's a secret.
Okay.
You're up, Riser.
I heard the secret. Questioning my existence. You can get it in one shot.
That's incorrect. Don't listen to Zoot.
You ready? Present?
It's my turn.
Secret to this home. Tell us about you. Wow. That was great.
It is great. You know it's
I
great.
think I have the best.
You know why it's great, because I can scoot the ball over to the other part and then hit the ball in. If you're any further away, then you're going to get into the arrows and you're going to get pushed in the water.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
Let's get in water bomb. Dude, water bomb.
Zoot's going through the sand. That's why Zoot
Too
shot
much
sucks.
sand. Too much sand.
Zoot shot sucks.
What's the best one? What's the best one?
Thriller. Give it to me, baby. Do you see why? There, Riser, do you see why there's a trick to this hole?
No, that's literally no.
Because everybody likes it. It has only all killer, no filler. It's great. I mean, that's a good one too. Bad is good. History's good. He didn't really ever put out a bad album, to my knowledge. Maybe he did, but I don't know of it. Yeah, okay. I mean, but he was older then.
Who's someone that only puts out
Brendan Schaub and his specials.
Who? Vanilla Ice?
No, Dog Vanilla Ice sold a lot of records.
He only has one song.
He has two songs, but only anybody ever remembers the one. He made a lot of money off of that. He at one time was like the biggest.
Oh, perfect.
He was one time was like the biggest. Uh,
Go.
no way. That looks perfect though. No, he fucked up. He fucked up at the last second.
Holy shit, Rollins gonna lose. I have a nice scar. Taylor Swift.
Fuck that, Riser.
Taylor Swift. Spring up. Like for what? Who's a better artist? I don't like Taylor Swift. Yeah. I can tell you like two songs by Sabrina.
Espresso.
I heard him, I'd be like, Nonsense, man, child, Juno,
Espresso.
yeah, espresso. And I'm like, you totally fucked up.
Oh, no way. I'm going to stop on the side. I've never done that. Have you ever seen somebody stop on the side?
Yeah, happens all the time.
Never happens.
Fuck. Oh, I'm in the worst spot now. Oh, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Bring confidence. That's the best one. On the baseline, short and sweet. And you watching Coachella or something? This new shot.
No way. If anything, you'll push Zoot into the good spot. No way Zoot makes this.
Blocked his ball. Blocked his ball. Oh, no.
You need one of the best shots ever, Riser. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. That was Noopy.
What's another big slippery?
Um, Phil Spector killing his wife.
Do you think Kurt banged on a lot or it was Cody Lawler?
There are a lot of questions on that one.
Which movie was William Montgomery and just released?
Obviously, Bus Boys, dog.
Okay, good. You ready for Home Alone?
You're not making that Zoot, so I don't know why you're talking. Garbage.
Wow. Oh. Oh, brother.
And he missed it. Devastating.
Oh my god. Come on. That was so easy.
Devastating, Riser.
That was horrible.
That's what you think. Riser's going to make this.
That was horrible. Okay, it all comes back. I could still big miss.
Dog, you know that's one of the best shots you've ever
Wow, you
seen.
got so lucky.
Dog, you know that's one of the best shots you've ever seen.
You know what? Do you know what the next 5 years in July is going to look like? Do you think we'll be playing mini golf in 5 years?
Just for shits, because we're famous.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So it's going to be a famous movie.
I do know. Somebody with 40,000 followers on Twitter wants me to be on their podcast. They're a big deal. They were the first person incarcerated for hacking in Paraguay.
Did you know that Darcy is famous on the Chance podcast?
Who the fuck is Darcy?
to the co-host of the James Cam podcast.
You didn't even know who James McCann was before I introduced you to him.
You didn't even know James McCann. You haven't even met James McCann first.
That's a good point.
So he's gonna win. Oh, so you could have won if you made more. No, I bet you. Yes.
Riser, you're done. Riser, you should just hit resign. It's over. No way. Not even close. It's going back.
I knew that angle was no good.
You're done. You're done, and Zoot might tie you.
No, he's gonna beat me. He's not gonna get.
He's not gonna beat you. He's gonna tie you.
Okay.
Oh, he did beat you. He did beat you. Riser, what are your thoughts on Zoot beating you?
My thoughts on a warm-up game victory. It doesn't matter at all. Can we play comfort?
Yeah.
Brandon, you any good at dice fighting? I don't think I know that one at all. I can't imagine that you can be good at rolling dice.
That was one of the worst
Let me
shots I've
go
ever
next.
seen.
Let me go next. Very good. That's what you think. It takes a lot of skill. Dice fighting takes a lot of skill.
Riser doesn't know how to play this.
I forgot the percentage.
You still don't know how to play it. That's not how you play it.
Anna, you go that way, I go the other way. I guess your way, there's actually a higher percentage. It works like every time. Whereas my way, I have to like nail it. But if I memorize the percentage, I'd be able to do it. Are you ready for the greatest shot of all time?
Yeah. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. That's a devastating miss.
Oh man, horrible start.
Give me this. What a great shot. Riser, how does it feel to already be losing? Riser, how does it feel to already be losing?
How does it feel to copy people's strategies with your too unsmart to come up with your own? Wow, that was all you got? Look how much of a better shot that was. Can we just soak that in for a moment? Oh, you're in the pink, son. That was so slippery. I don't know if I'm gonna lose anything. Fuck. A little more right, so a little more right, cut the corner a little more. Yeah, get this in. Oh, what an. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was going to say Newfie, but that was whatever isn't Newfie.
Vancouverin.
You think I can get it in?
No. Zoo, make it. Oh my god, Zoo. Oh,
You could have given him 0 points. Why didn't you tell me to get one?
you're supposed to know.
You should have said good hot.
You should have known to go more. What the hell?
Rabbi?
Finger slip?
No, that was purposeful.
That can't be strategical.
It was-
That's an awful strategy. One of the worst strategies in this entire game.
I don't think it was that strategy.
A horrible strategy. It's like left behind for no reason. Whereas I'm already through the gate. No, he's not.
You just helped him.
Thank you. Oh no.
You just helped him. Terrible strategy.
Oh no, are you serious?
I told you you're going to hit one grip away. You guys made the hit. Gave me the lead. You know what I'm going to do?
That's a horrible shot. Your first shot was better. Genuinely horrible shot. Well done.
Tell me.
That hurt my eyes. looking at
Are
it.
you serious?
Tell me who has a good shot here.
Hit my ball.
And Rise it
Oh,
on
come on. Early.
Are you ready for the great shot? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dude, you didn't even try. You genuinely didn't even try. Oh, big honking miss.
Come on, Zoo. Oh, Zoo
Make
could
the fucking
Zoo
shot.
could fuck me.
Oh, you lucky son of a bitch.
I'm talking about Rabbi.
Okay, that's fine.
I read it.
Hey, Zoo. Oh, that's a good shot.
Terrible. One of the worst shots I've
That's a
ever
good
seen.
shot. That's a horrible shot. No way.
Go fuck yourself, dog. Hey, Riser. Go fuck yourself.
Well, I'm playing against Zoot, and he just doesn't know what arrows and ice and water is. So.
That's already a terrible shot. It's too far. It's the wrong
This is
angle.
going into the water, guaranteed.
I should get extra points for making a hole in one on such a difficult shot when Riser thought that my ball wasn't going in. That's a terrible
Don't even
shot.
try to water bump.
Water bump him.
No terrible shot.
No, it's awful. You're still on the tee, dog.
Dude, aim a little more right. Well, that was you did that the first time. We're good in the lead going in the last hole in the actual model.
You could get an easy hole in one.
That's the other deal, Zoo. Just weird. Oh no, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it
You want me to show you how to get in the hot hole in one every time?
Rabbi could steal it. Nope. Not even close.
Oh,
I'll show you how to get a hole in one.
Nice.
that's a biz. That's a biz. Hit his ball. Stay in his way.
Easy shot. If you miss this, you lose.
A devastating shot.
God damn it. Okay. Rabbi to win. You know, Rabbi will come be state finals for South Australia.
Honorary.
Oh, what?
I'm a state finalist for Raw Comedy Honorary.
No, no, that's not supposed to pass. Are you serious? No. Rabbi.
Collusion.
Oh, you fucked up.
Yeah, because I have fucking seashells all over my screen.
Rabbi, who is the state representative? Rabbi, who's the state representative for Raw Comedy in 2010? South Australian state representative for Raw Comedy in 2010.
No one knows.
Yeah, they do.
2010?
Yeah.
It's cutthroat time.
Sorry?
Who was it in 2010?
James McCann.
Oh, he won the state finals?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right, you want normal, trick shot, or cut for cutthroat?
Cutthroat.
I know cutthroat. Normal or trick shot?
Cutthroat dice card.
We're doing trick shot.
Cutthroat picture show?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, we're going cool. Nice.
You said you hated it.
No, I like it now.
Okay. Zoot, are you going to accept our invitation? Or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, it's trick shot. Riser, it's trick shot.
I don't know. Trick shot is not my favorite mode.
Okay, well then the next time we'll play normal.
Game.
Zoot pocketed the 15 ball.
You should mind both.
What a shot. That was beautiful, Zoot.
What constitutes a trick shot?
Zoot, explain.
You can't hit it directly in the hole. Or the pumpkin. Bank shot, kiss shot, blind shot, or combo shot. Oh yeah, the blind shots or. Oh, I have a strategy. Okay.
Yeah, it's to aim it and then turn the blind shot off and then shoot it.
Blind shot's the easiest. Yeah.
That's a devastatingly bad shot. He's pre-aiming. He's pre-aiming. He's pre-aiming.
It still didn't help.
I don't care. Pre-aiming is illegal.
What's pre-aiming?
It's where you aim it and then you associate the stick with an area on the table and then you do a blind shot, but you move the stick exactly back to that position.
I'm sorry. Are you complaining about my strategy?
It's pre-aiming. That's an illegal strategy.
I do it all the time.
I do it all the time.
I'm winning by a lot. That was called the prey shot.
I do that shot all the time.
I'm winning by a lot with a terrible break. Fucking, why can't I hit fucking that one? That was sucks.
I like how Riser lets all the time run down
And misses.
and then misses.
Did I just win?
That's a miss.
Ooh. I don't think that was intentional, but pre-aim. Pre-aim, wow. Talk about a pre-aim. Holy shit. Disqualified. That's disqualification for those of you who don't know. But you're allowed to hit the ones that say that you can't hit them?
I don't even pay attention. There's so many different balls, and they're all so small I can't even tell.
Oh, double. Double. Double.
Penalty,
Penalty?
penalty, double penalty.
Are you fucking serious? You got a double penalty. What the fuck? That was bad. I got two in and I got punished for making it sick fucking. You got your iron. You got your iron. Okay, yeah, maybe that's why they have like the dome. Maybe that's all. Rabbi's gonna get it. I can eliminate you, Russell. Do it. Oh, it's me. Wait, Rabbi, do you need to get him? If I just hit Rabbi all the way about a trick shot, it'll count, right?
I don't think so.
Hey, it'll count and give you the shot, right?
Maybe.
Give you the shot.
How about you just hit the ball? Riser, hit the ball.
Are you fucking serious? It made it the shot. Sorry, Rabbi. Hit your ball, Rabbi. Wow. I'm gonna eliminate Rabbi here.
Not gonna happen. Wow.
Oh. Oh. No pre-aim there, is it?
Oh,
Wow.
that was amazing.
Eliminated. What the? Wow. Zoom is destroying us. I have negative points. Shouldn't even be allowed. Rises. Rabbi gets great chances. He can come back. He has a bank shot. It's gonna be very hard. It's possible. He needs a combo shot, a bank shot, and a blind shot. Rabbi, is it possible for you to win?
Yep.
With a shot like that. I got two easy people matchups. One shot here,
Pre-aim.
and then another one.
Pre-aim.
I fucked it. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
you could lose. Yeah, what was the thing with like Michael Jackson, like testicles or something? Like why he has like such a high voice?
It's called castrato.
Got like neutered or something?
It's called castrato, yeah. I'm not sure if it happened to him. They didn't address it, but there's been theories that it did. Zoot will tell you everything you need to know about Michael Jackson's voice, though. Zoot, I love how when someone else is talking, you just feel the need to talk an entire sentence simultaneously with them.
Do you remember Punch Out 2 where it's relevant to the conversation? Punch Out 2 where Michael Jackson's voice is actually deep and he just puts on the high voice to maintain the voice for singing, and he does that as a disguise so he's not recognized in public.
Riser, remember what I told you that Zoot knows everything about Michael Jackson's real voice?
Yeah, I don't know, it seems like a hard thing to fake. But maybe not. He doesn't have to talk that much. There's a moment during the concert where his voice goes deeper, and there's also a game called Punch Out 2 where his voice is deep in the game. It's his real voice he uses in the game. What is the Punch Out 2 game? It's a boxing game with Michael Jackson. Maybe that's the real Michael Jackson. There's credits in the game. So your source is from a video game where you don't see him actually talking. That's make believe. There's also a moment in concert where his voice goes deeper. Now that's a more believable or credible piece of evidence. His voice in concert is like identical to the voice in the video game.
Zoot, what about the
How
Simpsons?
do you know he's not faking going deeper? Why would he fake going deeper in concert?
Zoot, what about the Simpsons episode?
Right?
What about the Simpsons episode?
What do you say?
What about the Simpsons episode?
Simpsons episode?
I don't believe the whole like thing, like so he can go out in public. Dude, he still looked like Michael Jackson.
There's also interviews with people saying that he had a deeper voice and he was just like I can't remember who it was, but they're like yeah. I mean, it is like a very oddly high pitched voice. What was the reasoning, Rabbi, that it was so high pitched?
It's like a unique thing, and well, like back in the day, it was like during the Renaissance, it was a unique thing to be able to hit really high notes. And if like you're the only person who can hit high notes like that, then you become valuable.
What was the term and like how did they make like
It's called castrato. Castrotto, and they would step on your nutsack or just remove your testicles altogether.
Sorry, your mic got choppy. What is it?
They would remove your testicles or just step on your testicles.
So neutered, yeah.
No, castrato. Zoot, I made a mistake.
Just been.
Not that. No, don't accept that game. I know you did, but we need to do it like cutthroat.
You want to be still? Does Bronson know how to play basketball?
You could teach him.
Nope. What's the number for game?
Basketball. Riser is in. Zoot, we're waiting on you.
We can have a Mancala tournament.
I'll destroy both of you. Zoot might be better than you are at Moncala.
Rabbi, close your eyes. That's is the worst breakout I've ever seen. No, it's not. You are right.
This is not. This is not. This is not trick. No trick shot.
Why did I waste that time? Alright, you ready? Greg the shot you guys.
Yeah. That's terrible. Everybody thought that was awful. Maybe the worst shot ever.
Yeah, but there's no way to hit my ball. My ball's in.
I just did.
Rising. Hit all of Rabbi's balls in. You're asking me to collate and I won't do that. Are you gay?
Riser, it's your turn.
I know, I'm trying to fuck it up. And I still find a way. So,
Riser, you failed to hit an opponent's ball first. Now you gave Zoot the ability to move the ball wherever he wants. But he's not gonna.
Have the don't hit this ball thing.
He's not gonna move the ball because he's like not making sense.
I didn't hit a ball that like I'm supposed to hit it.
Babies. Kiss shot.
Alright, we're all we're losing balls quicker than Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson had balls. Can you independently verify that, dude?
Lance Armstrong has one testicle, dog.
How?
He needed he had testicular cancer. He needed one of his testicles removed.
So, like, can you live with no testicles?
Yeah.
What? Yeah, you should try it. It'll help your comedy. Rabbi, did you have me?
Yep.
Terrible job.
Thanks, baby.
Rabbi tried to combo this.
Yep. No way Riser hits this. He hit his
Wait,
own
what?
ball in.
Are you fucking
Riser.
You're not telling me that I. Oh my god. You
Riser.
didn't give me the warning thing. What the fuck?
What warning thing are you talking about?
It's like the no hit the ball warning. It's like a red circle with a slash.
It doesn't do that.
It does. Look. If Zoot hovers over the green ball or like one of the balls, it'll show like don't hit that ball.
You mean the red line?
Yeah.
Can you say
Other than that one, Aaron Rabbi's
No way he hits this.
4.
Get out of here. This is not
If you
even
move
close.
it to the 12, like the purple one on the left, and anyone can verify this.
can you try?
Yeah, see the giant red circle with the slash in it that's telling you not to hit it?
Gotcha.
That's horrible.
I've got it.
Shiitake mushrooms. Look how long a shot this is, but sick as fuck. Bye bye, Zoot.
It's done.
Bye bye, Zoot. What do I do here?
Take care of it. Obviously, you pull a new feed.
Newfie as fuck.
It would be crazy if I won this without thinking.
I'm not worried about
Ooh,
much. I'm up 2-1. Zoot's eliminated.
you're done. It's over for you.
Stop. Stop. No way.
Get out of here.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
No, I sunk my only 3 at the end.
I had the best shot though. That's all that matters.
I just lost.
If Zoot doesn't accept this invite in the next 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, there you go, Zoot. Now, did you all know that you can move the ball like this?
I think we should do DOS Party next.
That's only 2 players, Zoot.
DOS Party's yeah, but DOS Party only goes what?
Oh, what a break. Now I sunk my own.
DOS Party.
But I still get to go.
Are you proud of
DOS Party only goes.
Are you proud of sinking your own ball?
Hell yeah.
Why are you so proud of that?
Because he gets to go.
Okay.
So I can't hit that one in.
So if you sink your own ball with a break, you have to go again.
That is correct.
That makes no sense.
I think it does because you don't really have control over it. And so keep playing. That was a terrible shot.
You know,
I'm still good at it. So.
Hey, Rabbi, you know what's crazy?
That I didn't recognize that he pocketed a ball. That was amazing.
I'm not very well sometimes show. Still is.
I am not. I am not. I am not. I am not. I am not.
Joe Luke, Rabbi, how do you feel being lost place?
Feels tight, son.
How's the shoot?
Oh my word.
Rabbi's in the wrong place. It's my time. Then I get the Greenville game. And now you're tied. I'm in the lead.
Oh, big miss.
I'm still in the lead.
Big miss.
Sorry.
So I think you're the first to get out last time. You got eliminated first. Oh,
A very difficult shot.
taking the black ball is bad luck. I don't recommend it. I think this blue ball belongs to. I think this yellow ball belongs to. Like, can I? Are you fucking serious? Dude, I gave you a scratch. Finish the job. Purple. You can move the ball anywhere, man. Oh. What the fuck is this? Yo, this is fucking bullshit. I need a new shot.
My us. You gotta be kidding me. Ready? For the greatest shot you've ever seen. Rabbi will lose the next two shots. Sink Rabbi's ball.
Collusion.
Sink Rabbi's ball. So he sinks my balls.
Sounds good.
Now we're all gonna be equal to. So he'd go 15 and 12. Oh wait. Oh fuck. Go for the 8 ball. Go for the 8. If you get that in for 8 ball from you, it's possible to get it.
Oh, that was smart. Nice. GG. Go bank shot.
What a comeback, folks.
Honestly, I spilled like had the most bullshit like position.
Alright, what is it? You want to go? You want to play Dust Fight?
Yeah. This better be funner than Monopoly, where you do nothing.
It is not.
Me and
Or like
Rosa.
game is already.
All right, you guys play each other. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Did you accept my invite?
So fucking.
Alright. Eat your time.
Don't go. What have to do?
Roll. Brett says roll.
I do nothing.
Now look in.
No, I.
Roll again, but look in something. Look in the sixes and roll again.
I'm locking all of them. What does locking in fucking do?
Means you take. It's like
You're not explaining the fucking rules, dude. Dude, are you gonna explain what the fuck this game is?
it's your time.
Are you gonna explain what the fuck the game is?
Roll the dice.
What's the locking in shit?
Roll the dice.
Explain the fucking game.
Roll the dice.
Explain the fucking game.
Roll the dice. You look in your rolls. Now, play the four. Play the four clubs. You don't have time.
Why did it fucking go rugby?
Oh my god, you guys.
You didn't fucking explain it. I asked you like 6 times.
Bro,
This game is trash.
look in the twos. Now play.
So I mean, play shit.
Play the four times.
What the fuck does that? I can't hit play at all.
You gotta look in.
I fucking locked them, dude.
On the floor.
You don't fucking mention that. What does that mean?
Means you're really bad at this game.
No, it means you're awful at explaining things in English.
Roll the dice. You got a small strike. You have a small strike. You have a small strike. Play the SM. Play the SM. Right where it says SM.
Okay. 4 dice in a sequence. This game is so horrible. This game sucks.
You don't know how to play.
I can already tell.
You are terrible. Roll the dice. You can still play.
What do I do now?
Riser,
Look in the numbers. Look in the numbers you want to keep and roll again.
Riser, how much you hate this
How
game?
do I know what numbers?
I'm gonna restart my computer. I'll be
Why
right back.
are you
So
so
that
bad?
Why are you not explaining things when you ask questions?
I'm gonna restart my computer. I'll be right back. Riser, do you want me to explain it to you?
I mean, I wanted Zoo to explain it to me, but apparently that's too fucking simple.
Okay, so you have the left side and the right side. On the left side, you want to get as many of that number as possible. If your total score on the left side adds up to be more than 62, then you get a 35-point bonus. On the right side, you get 3x, 4x, uh, full house, small straight, which is 4 in a row, large straight is 5 in a row, a 5x, and a chance. The chance can be anything. If you get two 5x's in a game, you get 150 points, which basically like is really hard to do.
Jeez. Do you want to know the score, Rabbi?
So, I mean, you're obsessed with this game, and he has never played before.
Why did I fucking? I didn't let me fucking click the 5x and put it in the large straight. I hit the 5x thing. This game sucks. You rolled a 5x. You rolled a 5x and you put it in the straight. So I would have beat you.
Oh yeah.
You'd be losing. You'd have a high score. Right side. Still be.
GG's.
Zoot, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Ken.
Okay. So Riser, thank you. Yeah, it's you should play Zoot again. Zoot, send him another invite. This
Oh, fuck no.
this time, don't put timer on it.
Nah, I don't want to play that game. I don't like it.
All right, are you ready for a Moncala tournament?
Yeah, Moncala or Connect Four.
Okay, both.
We can do whatever.
Both. Zoot, send Riser a Moncala invite.
Dude, have you ever played Moncala?
It's Zoot's favorite game on here, except for maybe Dice Party.
But the last party becomes a really fun game. When we get to know it. Bro, but how long did it take before we figured out how to play Dice Party?
Doug, we would play the game and we wouldn't know what to do. Yeah, it took like a week. We just didn't know what to do. We didn't know you pressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we were doing the marathon,
That's correct. And we don't call them marathons; they're called the Olympics. All right. So, Zoot, did you send Riser a Moncala invitation?
Not send me that.
Why not?
I'll send you one.
it's gonna get frustrated eventually.
That's what you do.
Did you send me an invitation?
Yeah.
I didn't see an invitation.
Everybody's waiting on you. There.
I didn't see an invitation.
Riser, send him an invitation. Riser, send him an
You send me
invitation.
one then. I sent him one. He said he didn't get it.
Zoot, check your
Send me
invitations.
one, Zoot.
You're like children. Zoot.
There we go. No, you invite me to dice party. I'm not playing a 50-minute game of dice party.
What did you send me an invitation?
Mancala.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't get it.
Okay, well then you send me one.
I suck.
It's Zoot's favorite game.
Now you know how I feel about dice party. I also have never beat Rabbi like twice. I like not very much.
Why are you so bad at me?
I'm not good at calculating the amount of beads that go in it.
Four seeds.
Or, well, we've never actually tried 3 seeds.
I fuck no.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna pay you. It worked out. You play the great time, you're in trouble. Play the great time, you're in trouble. Just help me. Just help me.
I don't think so.
Play the great time.
Oh, yeah.
You just help me. You just help me.
So you keep repeating it, but that doesn't make it true.
Rabbi. Rouse. Just help me again. My turn?
What?
Rabbi. Help me.
Oh, you're done. You're done. It's over.
Am I done? You sure? Sure I'm done?
Positive. I mean, unless this little 11 goes around the rosy and flips my 13, it actually very well might. Oh, just
Sure I'm done?
I'm positive.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Sure.
I literally know that you're done. You got destroyed. 38 to 10.
That's an ass kicking. Zoot, send him another invite. You guys have to do best of 5, and you have to win by 2.
Okay, Zoo. Run it back.
My turn. One, two, three, four. Are you gonna watch Michael Jackson?
Yeah, dude.
Do you know there's gonna be 2 parts?
Yeah, dude. I already told Riser that you're like the expert of the Michael Jackson movie
You know why there's 2 parts?
because he had an eventful life.
Yeah, because they cut out the allegation.
So, did Michael Jackson ever do anything to you?
What do you mean?
Do you have any allegations
What do
against?
you mean?
Do you have any allegations against Michael Jackson?
We never communicated.
Okay. Did you abuse Michael Jackson, Zoo?
Yeah, sure. One more.
All right, there we go.
Zoo loses again. It was close.
All right,
Did I abuse Michael Jackson? So this is a lot of
it's best of
Best of
it's
3 out of 5.
best of 5.
No, it's 2 out of 3. You can play Rabbi.
No, I play the winner. It's best of 5. You have to win 3.
No, it's best 2 out of 3. So I just put it in. So
Okay.
now Zoo plays Rabbi.
Why do I play the loser? Why do I play the loser?
It's just a tournament.
All right, Zoo, did you send me an invite?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
No one knows what you mean. Where's your invite, Zoo?
Yeah.
All right, I see it.
Did you do anything for Michael Jackson?
Yeah, I helped him become the biggest pop star of all time.
Do you know Paris Jackson is saying that Michael Jackson did it, but like she's cut out of the estate?
Why is she cut out of the estate? Did you just say gay?
Why is she cut out of the estate?
That's what I asked you.
So the estate's trying to get all the money. The estate is trying to get all the money. Like, the state's trying to get all the money from the movie, and then Paris wants to get more money. So she's saying that the allegations against her daughter might be true, and now she's been cut out of the estate.
I get all of my news from Zoot. Zoot and Joe Rogan.
So Paris Jackson's turned against the dad because she's been cut out of the estate.
Okay.
Zoo is a trove of Jackson estate information.
Because
I think Zoot is.
She was
I think Zoot is the trustee of the estate
because
or of the trust.
she was doing she was she started believing like started like hanging out with the family of one of the accusers and accusers and down after she got cut out of the estate. Now she's saying that she believes the accusers, but it's hard to believe when she got cut after she got cut out of the estate that now she's trying to work with them to get the money. I don't know why she was cut out of the estate.
For risers,
But she's also trying to boycott Jamie as well. So like that's probably why. A lot of the well, the Michael Jackson estate probably got like $1 billion on this movie. Robot's a good guy.
thanks,
He
baby.
was winning.
I beat him the first game.
Hell, I'm winning now.
Yeah, he is.
You get to go again. Like you get to go again.
Zoot won.
I don't think I can lose now. Can
Nope.
I? Up there. And then I win here.
All right, so it's 1-1. Rabbi Zoot.
It's the last game. Okay. How did you lose?
I let you win. Zoot, I'm waiting on you.
I sent you an invite.
I did.
No, you sent the invite. I fucked up there.
Giant fuck up, Zoot.
Did I just let you in?
No.
Was that a fuck up?
It was okay.
Can't you just help me?
I think I did too. You're up. Devastating.
How did I not see that?
I don't know, big dog. Devastating.
What? Did I just win?
No, it's I can't lose.
Alright, who's the best Harry Potter character?
The name that shall not be named.
Um, that's like a hot take.
Yeah, what do you want me to do about it?
mean, he murdered innocent people and women and children.
All right. I mean, did he really? Or is he just getting a bad reputation because of that? All right, Riser, are you ready?
He attempted to murder a child. Baby.
All right. Shit happens. What if that kid sucked?
Sorry? What?
Riser, you have an invitation, and everybody's awaiting you.
I think you and Voldemort have a love account.
All right. Well, that's cool.
You both want to live forever. And endanger humanity too.
Okay. Thanks, Zoot. I appreciate your input.
Voldemort.
We're all waiting on Riser.
Oh. Oh.
What do you want me to do about it, son? What do you want me to do about it, son? I fucked up. Oh, I got fortunate. Do you want me to sing to you, Riser, when it's your turn? How about a song that's called "It's Riser's Turn and He Needs to Go"?
Oh my god. Oh no.
Devastating. 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 It's over, baby. It's over. It's over.
I'm literally sleeping.
It's over, baby. Tomorrow night is OJ Simpson night. Everybody should know tomorrow night is OJ Simpson night.
What does that mean?
We're watching an OJ Simpson documentary.
Yo, one more. One more. You gotta beat me 2 out of 3.
Oh shit, I'm playing Zoot. Yes, you're right. One more. You just let me beat him really quickly. I thought you had sent the invitation. I'm dominating Zoot though. It's not even close. The current score is 1-6. 1-8. Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, are you gonna go?
What are we playing?
Zoot, we're playing Moncala.
End the game. End the game. End the game.
Oh, Zoot wasn't even playing.
There's no game.
Okay, well you had sent me an invite. Riser, you have an invitation. This is the championship.
Oh, you know what tomorrow is?
Tomorrow,
Boss Boy.
tomorrow is O.J. Simpson Day. What did you say?
Boss Boys.
Oh, is it?
Kill time.
No, it's okay. I don't think that movie is gonna be that good.
No, we have to watch that. No, that's fine.
Oh, you found it. Nice. Oil fuck up.
Royal fuck up is right.
It's over for you. No way. Okay, good. It's over. Folks. Folks. It's over. Ooh. Wow. 38 to 10.
Riser, you have an invitation. Everybody's awaiting you. What a move. What a move, folks. This game is over.
That's cold. That is cold.
This game is over.
Wow.
It's
I
over.
won.
It's over, folks.
I won.
All right. I let you win 2 games in a row. I'm glad that you're happy with that.
Wow. Sure. Yeah.
All right. So tomorrow night is Bus Boys.
No.
Us
It's
boys.
OJ.
No, it's Bus Boys and OJ.
It's OJ.
Where would you even get Bus Boys? Where is it? Is it Netflix?
I probably just. It's probably not even out.
Yeah, exactly. But
It just
OJ,
released today.
okay, but OJ's out. Did you know that?
Okay. What's it called?
Oh, I think it's called OJ Simpson is Guilty and I Can Prove It. That's the name of the book. Or OJ Simpson is Innocent and I Can Prove It.
That's the name of the book.
Okay.
No. Actually, hold on. There are actually two O.J. Simpson documentaries we have to watch. There's a BBC one, and then there's an American one. It's two of them. One of them gives a lot more of the background relationships. We have to watch both of them.
No, you can only pick one.
No. Then we watch
the one with the brother.
No, we have to watch both.
No. You have to pick the one with the brother.
What one has the brother?
You told me like.
Oh yeah. No. They both have the brother. It's not the brother though. It's the son.
Oh. Okay. Well, whatever. We'll figure out which one you want to watch.
We're watching both of them.
I'm not watching like 8 hours of.
No, but I'm serious about this. There are two very good ones you have to watch. And one of them is from the BBC, and it has all kinds of stuff that was never talked about.
Pick the best one, and we'll watch that one.
We're not watching either of them. We're watching both of them.
All right, so we're gonna watch one, and you get to pick which one we're gonna watch.
No.
You only get to pick one.
No. We're watching two of them. One of them.
No.
They're not that long. One is an hour and a half, and the other is
the last time Bob Lazar night turned into a fiasco and made me watch 17 hours of shit.
And now you know all about Element 115. You're an expert in it.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not even gonna get into this debate right now.
No, but for real, we'll watch two documentaries tomorrow. That's great. I'm glad you agreed to it. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, big man.
Two.
Yeah. Two. Two of them. And if you ever come in here, do exactly what you did today. If I'm ever asleep, and just be like, Rabbi, and then I'll know it's you. If you just come in and leave, people do that all the time, and I don't pay attention to it.
Okay.
So make sure you say like
two, one documentaries.
I mean, you can consider it that like part one and part two, like the Michael Jackson like the Michael Jackson movie.
I suppose, yeah. If it's less than 3 hours runtime.
Yeah, it is. One is an hour and a half, and another is like 2 hours. You got.
Okay.
But then wait. But then you'll know.
Hours,
but then,
hours,
dude, I need to say this to you again. One is. Oh yeah, you're right. 3.5 hours. You're right. You are absolutely right. Okay, maybe it's 1.5 hours and 1.5 hours, maybe something like that.
Yeah, it's probably not.
Okay, I'll get the numbers for you right now.
No, it's okay. I'm going to sleep.
Sweet dreams, big dog. So is Michael Jackson innocent? Yes or no?
Right.
Go. Is Michael Jackson innocent? Yes or no? Go.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Hell yeah. Did you watch that documentary?
It's convincing, isn't it?
Yeah. I always believed he was innocent. I never once questioned him.
Okay.
I was
waiting
for him to be proved innocent the whole time.
But what are your thoughts on?
Wanted him to be proved innocent.
But what are your thoughts on O.J. Simpson? Not joking. Like everybody makes fun of him being guilty, right?
Michael Jackson?
Or O.J. Simpson. Apologies.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And you'll find out that motherfucker is innocent.
Okay, thanks for the spoiler. I guess, yeah.
Not only is he innocent, but in my opinion, he's the greatest father
potentially of the second half of the 20th century.
Why does he look so guilty?
Well,
Paul Cross is so guilty.
well, because he's covered for his son.
Okay. So I mean, he's still not totally innocent then.
No, that's true. But he didn't kill his wife, and he didn't kill her coke dealer.
Okay.
Let me ask.
Tell me about how you saw the crime scene or whatever.
Oh yeah, it's on my stream. I have it on. I know I have it on backed up on SD cards. So I've been to the location twice, I believe, in my life. Um, I always wanted to go as a little kid, but like that wasn't something that you do. And as I got older, I always thought, okay, I'm gonna go check it out. And I had been in the neighborhood, like I had friends who, like in some areas of that area, not exactly there, but I just never had the chance to go and take a look at it. And um, one day, it was like a Sunday, I want to say, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go check it out. Now, actually, this the first time I went, it was not on camera, and I had remembered seeing like all kinds of like pictures of the crime scene and everything. They are like embedded in my head, and I remember I walked right past this place, and I would have never known that this was where the crime scene was. The people who own the property now have redone it such that you can't really tell what happened there, and they redid everything. They must have put in at least $100,000 in landscaping and stuff, so you can't tell. But I remember just going there, being like, "Wow, this is where that happened." Then, when I first started this stream, especially on like Saturday nights, I would go and drive just to random places of LA and live stream and like just talk into the camera or whatever. And the second time, actually, maybe I've been three times. Wait, no, only maybe, but I recall. Um, so the first time that I went, I was there, and this like really fancy Mercedes Benz drives by, and I know what Nicole Brown's sister looks like, and she has been very adamant she doesn't like people visiting the crime scene, but it's like part of American history, so it's become like a tourist attraction. And she yelled at me, just like leave her alone or something like that, and uh, I I was like shocked. Like that's that fucking lady I've seen on TV. That like she's a really pretty lady. Nicole Brown Simpson was a really pretty lady, and her sister's a really pretty lady. And and then the second time I went, it was at night, and um, I live like I got it all on camera, and I did videos outside the house. And like basically when I first started this stream, I did videos at every major tourist attraction I could find in Southern California, or like of anything, like the Getty Museum and the like Brady Bunch house kind of deal. I mean, like just like I don't know, Disneyland, the oldest McDonald's in the world, just that kind of shit. Just really kitschy touristy shit. Um, like where that donut place is, it's called it's in Inglewood, where like you see it on The Simpsons with the big donut on it, like all those places. It's called Randy's Donuts, but I have like videos from there. I have videos from the SoFi Stadium and going to see the Rolling Stones and like the Forum and the Coliseum. I have videos like basically I would just every single day go to a different place, and then I would go and hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim. Anyway, one night I was like, I'm gonna go to the Bundy, the Bundy Mansion, and or it's a condominium. It's not really a mansion, but uh, and I went there and I took videos, and I was just like, on the video, I was like, what I think happened here is really sad, obviously, but we weren't told what actually happened. And I'm really sorry to Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman that you were slain, but you weren't killed by the person blamed for it. The person who, like, O.J. Simpson wanted her dead. He was making arrangements to have her dead, but he didn't kill her, and the person who he wanted to kill her didn't kill her. It was the son, and the reason why it was the son is the son had fallen in love with her, and it was like his stepmother who he found to be really hot and attractive and stuff. And she would go to clubs, and she was doing cocaine, and he was like infatuated with her. She was like, like that stepmother stuff that people get into. Well, that was like a real deal, and she's a beautiful woman. And and I'm not saying she was an angel either. She was cheating on. They were both cheating on each other. OJ and she were both cheating on each other. She cheated on OJ with OJ's best friend, Heisman Trophy winner Marcus Allen. Uh, she she was going out to parties, and she was basically blowing money, driving around her Ferrari all over Wood, like she. But OJ did not kill her, in my opinion. Anyway, so I went there and I made a video, and it was to OJ Simpson, and I was like, if you ever see this, if you ever see my stream, I think that you're innocent, and I think your son killed Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman, and I don't think that he should be charged for it. Because what these documentaries do is they go into this guy has mental issues. He has some major mental issues, major rage
Yeah,
issues.
don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Okay,
And then this fucking whoever Jennifer Brown girl or the girl that screamed at you, was she like the daughter or something?
no, she's Nicole Brown's sister,
Who the fuck is Nicole Brown?
the woman who was murdered.
Oh, and so you got yelled at by the sister.
Yeah,
Does she live around there?
yeah, yeah.
Like still like in like the same old house?
Not the same house, but all those people have a lot of money, and they all kind of like live in the same place.
Okay. Wow. Well, we'll watch it tomorrow.
Two of them.
Peace out, friend.
Take care, big man.
I see this gold hat, and who was it? But the Iron Patriot. He came to the show in the flesh. Put your hands together. The Iron Patriot. Fuck yeah, that's our head of security here, making sure we're all safe at all times. Oh no, you didn't say this during the live show. Why would you do that to him? Like that picture, you were wearing an all-white jumpsuit with a gold sparkly cap in the second row of the show.
Did he have his gold chains also? His oversized gold chain?
Yeah, I think so.
Did you dress like that? Like, what is your normal I'm going to job and use Saturday morning?
Well, here's what's creepy. Is they painted the exact same clothes both Friday and Saturday. What's that statement that you don't bathe or wash your clothes? You did not take it to the... There's no same-day dry cleaners where you live in Hollywood, Michigan. Why would you lie and say that you got that shirt dry cleaned in between Friday and Saturday? Why would you lie to me on our own podcast? Fucking guy. So did you take it to the dry cleaners or not? What are you saying, Patriot? You're having a short circuit right now. Didn't go well. That interaction didn't go well. You ruined that moment. All right. That's enough. Jesus, Patriot. Take it easy, man. Oh, no. Send in a song? I know you guys purposefully don't tell me when you send in a song because you know I don't want to do it. And I'll just tell you guys right then, like we can't possibly. Let me ask you a question because I saw a tweet this week that somebody tweeted that they bought the Dirty Crabber album. This is a failed rock and roll band from Dallas in the early 90s. And the whole album, I believe, is $10, right? Alright, now here's my question. From your newfound Iron Patriot thing, you know, Death Squad fans have gone and ventured into this music and some of them are buying it. Are you sharing the profits with the other members of the band? Sounds like a really big label.
Wow, he just loopholed in response to you. He just pretty much said that he just gets all the money.
He double promoted it. He said the name of the website 5 times. How much does Orchard get? Wow. Okay, alright, let's, I can't believe you sent in another song. Patriot, is this a new one? Okay, well, how far in do we have to go? Because these are usually just completely unbearable. Okay, go ahead. So this band failed completely, and he's trying to reintroduce it to people. It's hilarious that you gotta check out the music videos. The man behind the suit is, he went down.
jumped on the tongue and stopped right there.
Well, I didn't want to go on that long, but you gotta get the point.
Right.
It's a beautiful song.
I get the feeling the second verse of the song is when you choke out Jamie and hide her underneath your parents' stairs.
That's the only girl I wrote a song to. It was a girl I was in love with named Peggy back in 1992. And I just really felt for this girl. And the ironic thing was that she had a bunion on her foot. And I usually don't like that on a foot, but I gave an exception. She had a nice face, a nice body. I sat on the couch and licked the toes. Now, she ended up marrying my bass player from my band shape, so I didn't stay with her that long. But I was really.
When did they start dating? Were you still in the band?
It was a couple years after that they started hooking up, and they had 3 children now and moved out.
Let him deal with the bunions.
Yeah, but she was a beautiful woman. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's another life of my life back in 19.
Where did things go wrong with Jamie?
Well, I don't know.
Did she really have brown eyes, or was that supposed to be a joke? You were looking into her brown eyes.
No, she.
Yeah, were you talking about Jamie's asshole in that lyric?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it now.
Oh my god, jeez. You're really twitching over there, my god. That nervous twitch is unbelievable. I noticed you don't really have it outside of the suit, but inside
Dude.
the suit you're just a fucking... I mean, my god. Are you still
Dude,
writing songs? Do you still write Dirty Crapper songs?
dude,
Yeah.
you ready to lose?
Cosplay?
Yeah.
Do you know Riser is the worst last fucking player ever? It's just like,
Well, you and I both used to be the worst because we didn't know how to play it, so it takes time.
how long do you think it takes to learn how to play it?
Maybe like 5 games.
Right?
5 games.
You think he'll be good one day?
Oh, he'll be one of the greatest, right? Dice party players in the history of humankind.
You just rolled a full house.
I know.
Might
You just rolled a full house. Big risk. Giant risk.
I got one roll left.
It's a giant risk.
I'll freeze. Do you know I'm in front of you? That's a good roll. 2, 3, 4. Do I move a small trip? 4. 4. Oh, that's not good. Full house.
Word, dog.
Oh, that sucks. Do you know if you open the 2, you should have the 5 days?
But I already did 2s.
Yeah, you would have the 5 days. Would have made no sense. Does this make any sense?
No.
What do I do here?
Go with the 4. Let's go with the 3s. You small straight. Small straight. 2, 3, 5, 6. 3s. Give me a 3.
Who's that?
I don't know what kind of sequel you are to Rothschild'S intros.
What did you say, big man?
What are you talking about?
What you
Dude, we're playing a game. Get out of here. I'm not doing any of that stuff.
Wow, you think you sleep 24/7?
Oh,
You do sleep.
okay, so
Most people. Fuck. You know, this is not a good roll. I'll hit it. Full house. You want my opinion, Rama? I'm playing terrible on the left side.
okay.
It's that sucks.
No, it doesn't. 4x.
It's pretty. It sucks when you have the one. When you have such a high score for like multiples of 4, and then you get a 1, which like when your score down like a lot.
So what happened to your lead?
I'm like 1.1.
Zoo, what happened to your lead, big dog?
I'm like 1.1.
You've used your charms.
1, 2, 3, 4. Small straight.
Give
Oh
me,
no, you don't have a small straight.
give me a 4. Give me a 4.
You got it.
Zoo, what happened to your lead? Zoo, what happened to your lead?
It doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
Come back.
Are you sure?
Do I play the 4 6s or what?
Play whatever you want to play, big dog.
No, I'm not that far from bonus.
Oh, that was terrible. Four X. Five fives. Four fives.
Oh, that sucks. I watched you score dwindle to like 10 points there.
Zoot, look at the score. You need a large straight.
Sorry?
Look at the score.
Yeah, no. 1, 2. Ah, fuck. That's not good.
No, it's not. You got the fives though, and then you get the bonus. You retook the lead, Zoot.
Yeah. But I've got to need. I need to get a large straight. 2 5s. I need to get 2 5 times. Or a straight. My close was large straight. Are you kidding me? Do I do the 5 times or the large straight?
Do whatever you want, but I need sixes. That's all I know. I need one more six. Are you serious?
What else?
That just won me the game. I just won the game. You need a large straight, and you're not going to get it. No. 1, 3, 5.
So 2 and a 4?
You need a 2 and a 4. Okay, stop. He needs a 4, folks. Is this game rigged? Yes or no? Is this game rigged?
How do I do that?
Yeah, you're right. 2, 3, 5, 6. Oh, he loses by 1. It's over. Zoot lost. Do you love this game?
Yeah, I'll win the next game.
I mean, what makes you say that? What makes you say that you're going to win the next game?
I just am.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you want an invitation?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
100%.
Okay, but you just lost. All right, last game, dog.
Why do you play the 4s?
Because fives are more important. Are you proud of getting 3 threes, Suit?
It's the worst score. What's the best album of all time?
Thriller. Actually, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Actually, maybe the White Album. Actually, maybe Help. Zoot, look at this move. Zoot, look at this move. Zoot and zoot and zoot and zoot and zoot. Give me twos, baby. Give me twos, baby.
Or Rabbi,
What up?
2003 might have been 2003 might have been the best year for movies.
Okay, why do you say that?
Look at the movies that came out in 2003.
How about you just name them for me?
Lord of the Rings, Return of the Kings, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, which is the best Harry Potter.
Okay, well,
City of God. And there's more movies. I just can't think of them right now.
okay, that sounds like a pretty average year for movies.
Lord of the Rings won the most Oscars of any movie of all time.
All right, cool story. 1994 had Jurassic Park, Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump, Shawshank Redemption,
What else?
God, that's better than all that other shit.
I just wrote a lot straight.
Are you proud of yourself?
Probably the second hardest thing to write.
Oh, so what did I do? I made
Five, five, five.
I made a small chance. That was not smart.
I've made a stupid decision.
As did I.
Accidentally. You got a large right there.
Yes, sir. Look at the score.
2, 2, 2, 2, 2. I could win here.
No way.
That's not good. Rabbi, I don't think I'm going to get that way out.
Give me a 5.
That's good for you.
Oh, dog, you're done.
That was high risk.
I know, and I took it, and it paid off. What do you want me to do about it, son?
That was also high risk.
That was high risk as well. Look at all these sixes, big dog. I need one more 6. Give me a 6. Look at this move, Zoot.
We should have a name for when you score everything.
It's called the bingo.
Fuck.
Zoot, you're getting destroyed, son.
I don't even have a full house.
Give me a 3. Give me a 3.
Hear me out.
No way you get. No, no way you're getting a full house. It's over for you, son. It's over for you, son. It's over for you, son. Why you hold on to the 3? 4, 5s, and that's sad. They don't do anything for you.
Do I do the 5 times or the 4 hours?
You're already done. It's over. Okay, I can go for the
What do
5x.
you need?
I need a small straight. 4, 5, or I could go for the 5x. 6, give me a 3. And I got it. What a big fucking risk. What a big fucking roll. Sickest motherfucker ever. Sickest motherfucker ever. Zoot, your 5x is done. You're done. It's over for you. Zoot, Zoot, you didn't even get the bonus. Full house, Zoot.
And then you just fucking roll the full house in front.
It's over, baby. Zoot.
You're on a sucking dick.
And you got the full house. It's over. Come back in an
Full
hour.
house in the bathroom.
Come back in an hour and we'll play. Perhaps.
They're selling 20,000 coins for $13.
Hey, how did the monkey coin do?
0.
It rugged?
Yep. I got it out before.
Did you make money on it?
Break even. I knew it was gonna roll.
Okay, good job.
Then I lost 50. Then I bought a coin and it went down 50%. But it could pump back. Good monkey's pumping back out. No, monkey's dead. I bought this cool because I'm cool because I'm gonna be uncle. Rabbi, I'm having an ace.
Oh, congratulations, big man.
You have a
I like when you talk and then you don't finish your sentences.
That's really cute.
I still got to play one more song with my dad.
Well, I'm glad that you're here, Patriots. We have a very exciting show. What do you say we get it started? It's Kill Tony 34, everybody. Our guest tonight, this is his third time on the show. He is a true Kill Tony favorite, one of my funnier friends in the world. You know him from his hit show right now, Getting Dug with High. It's the one and only Doug Benson! He's back. Patriot of great chemistry. They're very close.
It's just fun to pretend that you're punching Tony Stark.
Yeah. The Patriot. Doug, how's it going, buddy? Welcome back.
I'm so happy to be back. It's already been a great show. That song wasn't so bad.
No, that was actually one of his better ones. Normally his songs get very repetitive over and over and over. And very
This is bad as this.
He was emotional trying to cut it off before that happened.
Yeah.
That was very emotional. I actually like that song. I think that might be my favorite of yours. They didn't have the same formula that they jumped into the chorus back into the thing. It was like,
He's really growing as an artist.
Oh, sure. Here we go. Hey, that's a Jeff Ross line.
The comic Patriot stealing should not be part of your repertoire of comedy. That was a good line when Jeff said it. It's funny how it also didn't get a laugh when the comic Patriot said it.
But I do love watching your new show, Getting Dug with High. I've watched all the episodes. And this is what I want to ask you. You know, you always have your first smoke down on the day at 4:19. Now, did you arrive at that precise time over a lot of experimentation over the years of, you know, smoking too early and too late? How did you come at that time?
Question.
It's 4:19. Is that?
Well, you know, you've heard of 420 comic Patriot?
Oh.
Oh my god, that really just happened.
Yeah, every episode at 419, I announced that it's 419 and we're smoking at 420. Somebody just threw some energy drink.
Can I ask you this? I know that Tony isn't a big enough star on his own to come on your show, but what if I came
Jesus Christ!
What if I
Oh
came
my god, you piece of shit!
No one's buying this Tony stuff.
What if I came along with it? Would that be enough to power us again?
Oh my god, Patriot.
You're a couple steps ahead of me, which is odd because you can barely move in that thing. But I was thinking about doing an episode where you just stand in the corner and do this thing that you're doing now. Because that would be pretty fun. Because we could just blow up on smoke in your face the whole time.
Well, I want to be right in there, though, with you in the conversation. I want to be on the side. I want to be participating.
when it tuned into like so it was just we have to sign it all blow it.
Yeah, let's blow it inside your costume. We'll send a bus. We'll send some sort of bus or something to come and get you so you can stand in the
They put a tube that goes like straight up to the top of his head so that when people are smoking, it just goes right up his eyes and shooting right on it. Right. No, I mean, I can really picture it being great.
It's a great idea.
We should just do that anytime, even if it's new to Douglas. Right.
And of course, Tony is big enough stoner to show.
How dare you, Patriot? What kind of team player are you?
I wanted to bring me, though. That's a terrific excuse why I can come too, because I want to come down to Culver City in that studio and see that video podcast. That's all right.
Well, it bothers me that you know where it is. We're going to have to blindfold you before bringing you to the specific location.
Can I talk movies with you real quick before we go?
That's up to the host.
Okay. There's a movie that came out in 2011.
Brian, he said host.
It's called,
Brian, weigh in on this. We talk movies with me.
just one more thing. I can talk about it real. There's a movie that came out in 2011 called Take This Walk. There's a shower scene that not only shows Sarah Silverman, but they show Michelle Williams too. Have you seen that?
there's also a lot of different sized ladies in the same shower. So it's kind of weird. A lot of different emotions in my dick.
What is your favorite shower scene in the movie?
Because I do love being at the show with you, but I know States, Arizona. What?
What is your favorite shower scene from a movie?
Wait a minute. What do you think? What do you think?
Women in the shower? One of my favorite. Oh, that's pretty good. Carrie's good too. I knew he'd agree. He said, "Yep." No, I don't. I can't think of any offhand.
Patriot, you know how to bring up.
Get on that type of movies.
This guy's a fucking machine.
Do you like food? Can you eat in that thing?
No, I eat before I know.
Get the feeling.
Wow, that should be in your personal ad.
It's backstage. I'd like to have a little sandwich before you do this. Well, let's get this thing started. You have been on before, Doug, and we've had you at the podcast fest. You guys know comedians, over 30 of them signed up tonight. It's so much fun. You guys know that you get 60 seconds. You know that 60 seconds up when you hear that sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up, and don't do much more than that, or else she'll bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Here it is. So here we go.
You know what we should bring out is that guy that was yelling after the game yesterday. Andrews.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah. Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
So funny if it's Richard Sherman.
It's great.
Did Richard Sherman write supercalifragilisticexpialidocious with his brother?
Wow.
That's true. Saving Mr. Banks is just so good.
When Richard Sherman did that last night, the group of people that I was watching it with was more excited at that part, but then freaking out than the entire group.
I love that Erin Andrews, like, she didn't just watch all that shit go down between him and Crabtree. She goes, when he's like screaming, she's like, well, who's this directed at?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So
that
fun.
guy that did all that fighting they were just doing in that game that we were all watching.
She really went against
Just like
Larry.
reporters. We watched
She really didn't roll with that one. She had a good chance to have something fun happen. She went on one.
She sure did.
Well, let's get it started, guys. You guys excited or what? The first comedian goes by the name of Brendan Looney? Cooney? It's gonna be anything. Brendan, you're up.
I'm a middle class white guy who's in the stand-up comedy or anything else in life. Funny thing happened to me the other day. I was in the grocery store. There's a rather large woman. All of a sudden, her hand fell out of her dress. And she was trying to steal it. What she did was she looked down at me and she looked up at me and she said, "Who be throwing hands? Who be throwing hands?" Coming to point me like that guy. I was laughing at some opportunities. Speaking of buying stuff, I hate going to Starbucks because I always mispronounce the name. Rothschild'S. Like the other day, I asked for a tall, mama say, mama stuff, mama do stuff. They don't have that at Starbucks. It's being right. There's a new study that just came out. Said that diet soda causes depression. But I'm going to keep drinking diet soda. What is it?
You could wish that cat was in the act when he does it elsewhere. He says that line.
He throws it out the window in a trash can. He's got a very talk show. Like he sounded like their segues were very unnatural. Kind of threw me off. But other than that, yeah.
It's actually an interesting one because I coincidentally was walking through the original room like 45 minutes ago or something, and I saw you just I was walking from one side of the back to the front. I saw you do that joke about how I'm middle-aged and white, so whatever the hell you said about being able to do whatever you want. And I laughed then, but I think that you totally said it completely different than how you said it the first time downstairs. And you got it across down there when you were talking. What's the difference? I think there was some. Do you remember? I think it really was the change. I think it was the pacing, really.
Well, yeah, it was the pacing. Sort of friendly on it. Of course, there was probably more confidence.
Why do you think that might be more? Do you think that's confident?
Maybe I was just shocked.
Oh shit. It could be like the Gold Globes, you know, every acceptance speech was I didn't think this was going to become a I'm always amazed by that. 1 chance. In your case tonight, you had a one in how many people did you get rid of? Yeah, so that's why I find that as an excuse. I'm on board with that. I mean, you know, sometimes there are things that throw you off your game, and when you can recognize them and adjust. That's why I liked when you walked up there and just went Cooney. You just said it, and then went into your act very matter of factly. You didn't, whine about it, but missed opportunity there because, you know, maybe you said something funny about it, and everyone would have enjoyed the fact that you ad-libbed something based off of the awkwardness that just happened. But, yeah, you know, clearly professional presentation.
Right.
Speaking of, I got the ham phone out. The ham phone out.
I thought the voice was interesting. Could you have said the ethnicity of the lady, or was that supposed to be a surprise?
I didn't go into that. No,
Yeah, I was sort of surprised by that when it was such a mixed up voice. But
especially sound like a guy.
it was funny though. I mean, it was a funny voice.
One thing
I'm not gonna argue with that.
I would say is that you can definitely add on to all the stuff. So I don't know if that's your aim to like change direction. Almost it's very one-liner-esque. It almost doesn't seem that way. But you're like right in the middle of a one-liner and not. Is that the way that you roll? Is that a thing, or do you like changing direction that often? Or like for example, the Starbucks joke after you do the conversation, so like you could have other you go to a different topic after that. And after your opener with the middle-aged white thing, you go to something
Usually tell stories and
It's the minute restriction, if I may, on your behalf. I think it's the minute restriction that's making him throw on as many of his wares as possible.
How long have you been doing it?
about 2 years.
LA?
No, you did that.
How long have you been in LA?
Now, a little over a year.
There you go.
These guys are
Beauty.
Soon to be Arlington Phenom. Cooney.
You think that
I think that's how they should do it, just cut it down to just Cooney. Spread that stuff at the beginning, slowing it down. Ladies and gentlemen, Cooney.
He's on Twitter at the your dot at
Oh, that's fun.
All right. Your next meeting goes by the name of Sean Khan. All right, great.
I don't like that movie because it doesn't make any sense. Remember the beginning of the movie, so it's all the rest of it go along.
Yeah, you really gotta. I think that kills if a crowd just got out of seeing the Lion King. You know what I mean?
Well, who hasn't? That's the lies relating. We've all seen Lion King.
Well, I don't even. I don't
Just
remember.
got out. But that's part of the charm of it is that the specifics are so fun. Just the fact that a grown man, are you also a brony? As adult and young dudes in love My Little Pony.
Have you seen that documentary?
It is so good. It is so good.
I haven't laughed that hard at anything in a really long
That's the
time.
only reason I'm referencing it and will continue to reference it for the rest of my life. Because they're super into My Little Pony, like you are seemingly into Lion King. But it's more like you just saw it and you're looking for things to talk about, and you came up with that bit about it. So it's more so than you had that idea first and then applied it to the Lion King.
I had the idea first, but it's not like sometimes I like
That's that just felt to me like it was already set. You saw the Lion King and then thought what do you think about it? So,
no. It's that's the kind of thing. Like I have my son, like I'll watch that and never mind all that kind of
sure. We're just seeing the section.
Yeah. So this is the movie. How many things just come up with this little like it's not easy. And then this is like a way you kind of focus. It's still
Yeah, there's no
but
there's nothing less optimistic.
was it the time limit that made you speed up so fast?
Yeah,
I know you're like normal, and you were so fast that I skipped out of it.
Could you? I just want to do a quick little I want to try something. Could you say his name again, and could you put the mic back in the stand, come back up and do this, and start exactly the same way you did last time? Just do it again. Like, go from the back of the room, leave the mic in the stand, and we'll introduce you again. And just start the same way you did last time. If you can remember how you started, just start the exact same.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys ready for your next comedian? You're never gonna believe this. Sean Conn, everybody. Hey, Sean
Alright, one more time. Just go. Don't start the act. Start like you did before. Just start over again. Like come out like you're top of the act. Exactly what you did last time.
Don't lower the mic stand into the stage.
Don't tell him what to do. I want to know exactly what he did the first time.
Put your fucking hands together. For Sean Conn, everybody.
Alright. So I made my point. Just by doing it 3 times, you already started doing more like a goddamn human being. And not like you just got shot out of a cannon in the circus. Like the first time, it was super cool the way you took the mic out, moved the thing, you went, so have you seen a Lion King? But it was just like, what are we doing? Like it was like just very so quick, so aggressive, and still you pulled it out. It was still, the story was funny and the bit was funny. But I just thought, go ahead and even though you only have 1 minute here today, go ahead and like even now you're just sitting down super cash, but just come up and you owned it for sure. But it was like you could be more columns.
Yeah, I like how you're right now.
Like you did the way you did it the third time.
I've done that before.
It's a lot of
So I was trying to like, yeah. I mean, there's always like that's why I open up with this one, but that's why we're going to find some way. Not even
I think learning to do 1 minute of comedy is a bad thing to do more through the show because all we're seeing is a minute that you should treat it more like some bigger thing. Because if you ran out of time and we're interested to hear the punchline, then we're not going to force you on the stage. We're going to say, what's the rest of the joke? You know what I mean? So don't, it shouldn't be a game about trying to get a joke in under a minute. Because where are you going to build a line that
Right, and that's exactly what I think happened with before like I said, I saw him downstairs.
requires to get a bunch of different things in instead of just part of what he's trying to do. So I'm just saying that as well.
Yeah, life is relatable. I think the more recently they saw it, the harder they're going to have. They'll probably understand your references, whereas a lot of us are sort of getting it for the first time. It's meant to be that way, but it's definitely going to kill it in children's books. Sean Conn, everybody.
You know, if he plays in any gay bars, they'll like it. Yeah. Gay people like that music, or is it just okay? Right? Just okay. Right? Tell me those.
What about
Puppies.
that brownie is something else, though, right?
Oh, it's the best.
Highly recommend it. It's actually very touching too. That they all
Dude,
have
I
like
cheered up a couple times.
yeah.
It really is. Like, it really makes you happy that these weirdos. No, they're not. That's the thing. They're not weird. They're just nice.
Socially awkward.
Yeah, well, I love the fact that it's called
Yeah. That's a whole other level. That is insane.
watching a camera crew follow around. So that's what follow you around. They know where it is.
Right, that's the part that, yeah, exactly.
It's gonna grow over.
Very interesting.
Brownies.
Just brownies on Netflix.
Yeah.
It's stoned up. Really stoned up.
Trey Stewart, everyone. Holy moly. Trey Stewart. Blacklist. You know what that
What
sounds
just happened to some poor person?
You know what happened. They go, remember what happened last time? First time I remember first time
I felt my glass for the last time, but
I went back and watched that video over and over again. It's a really funny moment in the video history of this podcast. AJ blacklisted somebody in his shop.
these are easy to talk about.
Yeah. Very top secret.
This I've got to start your class this time. Good call.
Trey Stewart, you've been blacklisted by the Bobby Weevil. He is banned from the club company, but he works the door. The next comedian is Melanie Baldonado.
Nice being almost white. My mother's Hispanic, and I don't understand that if you look white, why you like walking in the white car. I never understand how those ability people and then race like. You don't understand the struggle. I don't think you understand the struggle. You are the color of a paper towel. And I have cousins that are like really like green eyes, and they get mad. You're so judgmental. Like, you're the one who got a tattoo that attacks your neck. Hey, don't look at me like that. I felt like that was my minute. Maybe I've got more seconds.
You got about 20 seconds.
All right.
Oh, really?
All right.
I felt like a minute.
I'll stay in on it. When people get mad that they get judged at the airport, it's like, you look whiter than me. Yeah, you're Middle Eastern, but nobody judged you until they saw your ID. She just didn't believe you. Okay, she thought that was your fake college ID. You look 25, you're 40, we get it. Nobody judged you, sweetheart.
15 more seconds. What do you got? Some sort of stoner timer? Is it still not up?
Oh, no, I didn't know.
Oh, I didn't hear it. All right, go.
Yeah, they have your cousin has a tattoo that attacks them. Right.
Yeah, you totally lost me on that. I was trying to figure that out. The last joke I didn't get the last.
Like Middle Eastern people, sometimes they say that like they get judged in the airport. You don't. If you didn't get judged until you flashed ID, nobody knows you're Middle Eastern. Like I mean, that's like don't bitch about it. Like I get judged in the airport. I get pulled out of line. I'm not even Middle Eastern. I look like a terrorist. I mean, I guess.
Terrorist drones aren't helping. And
I do. Well, I mean, you know how like,
joke.
well, you know how Israel is supposed to like every other, like it's supposed to every other the line. Remember that?
Yeah.
Exactly. But they used to pull me out right after they pulled other people out of Granite out of the line. So
I would never, ever, 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 ever look at you and think anything about you. Seriously, I don't think anyone here would ever even think that. Yeah, I mean, anyone here?
Now, Molly, on the other hand, what? I thought that everybody really enjoyed your presentation. And, unfortunately, about the time thing, but I thought your material as well. I thought it did about a minute.
right. What is the tattoo that you're hunting as? What are you trying to do exactly? Even if it's a tattoo that makes out of the neck. It says Southside on it. And it's an animal? No, it says it's the word Southside. Like the south side of town, like south side. So it's like I know. I don't know now.
Yeah, he's an annoying guy. He always has to stand so his face does that. South side has to be facing south.
He's a compass.
People go there for guidance.
Hey Tom, can I see your neck, please? I gotta get out of here. Which way to the north side? That's interesting. What city is he repping the south side of? The only people that should be in. Oh my god.
So he's kind of almost representing cavalry.
He's actually representing Breaking Bad is what's going on. There's no way that guy's never done that, right? South side tattoo on the neck? Offside? Is that really your cousin? Yeah.
He really sails through to the thing.
Do I sail through? No,
No, that guy with the neck.
I don't know if they're been on a plane. I don't really show them. He flies Southwest.
Maybe there's something to having a huge tattoo on your neck and on your face. You can write Southside jokes, or you can change the tattoo actually says it's like like you can find some jokes in Northwest or Southwest even. There's airplane jokes, whatever. But maybe going deeper into that sentence based on something real easy to make it sound realistic.
Yeah, all the stuff that we've talked about on the side of the wall, it really is Southside. There's already a lot of it.
Yeah, the stuff you did see from your point of view, which is good. It's just it's your point of view that can be used all of us easily because you're speaking as if everyone thinks you are. And I think we think you are. Right? Is that what you were saying earlier, Ryan?
Not at all.
No?
I'm gonna fly it.
Come on down to find out what you look like. We get an audience of people in the building room, and we just tell you the truth.
What is your actual race? My father is Italian.
Yeah, that's exactly. You look Hispanic. You look like why do you look like a terror? Are you ashamed of your work at Sandwich Chicken?
Well, I never get that for one thing, and then I have like all kinds of everybody has Persian and Middle Eastern guys coming to me. That has nothing to do with Middle Eastern. I have Persian guys coming up to me.
And they sound exactly like that.
Yeah. That's what the idea is for them, they can say that.
Normally they're just like, where do you want me to drive you to? Anyway, don't feel bad.
But yeah, at least
Need some comments on those after the show.
maybe Yeah, maybe now you found a kind of an area of more material. It's like how you perceive you. I don't know what I'm saying.
It's true. There's probably a lot there about being understanding. There seems to be a lot of opportunity for yourself to talk about that. But at the same time, that does seem, I know it's like a dress and a sweater, but it does seem a little bit Middle Eastern. That does seem like you Middle Eastern it up a little bit. Right? I mean, it is a sweater, but it could be a burqa if wrapped a certain way around a certain body. Oh my God, no, KJ, no. Melanie Maldonado, thank you so much. There you go. It's Melanie B. Comedy on Twitter. Wow. Jesus, Patriot, you're out of control tonight.
Do you ever pay women so you can look at their feet?
What?
Gotta figure.
Hey, I was just watching Savages today. You didn't give it. You know, I was doing that movie Savages and the good feet of Selma Hayek. Somebody was on. I just watched that today. Did you see Savages?
I haven't seen it. I was intrigued and it got bad reviews.
Patriot, is there like a website that you can go to? Oh my God.
That's where I found the Tasha Magero. I found that she had a little curve on her toe. I found that on Wiki.
Yeah, and then you mentioned it to her on the show. And she freaked out.
Yeah, you know the story.
The legend.
Alright.
Okay, so power down. And how many do we do?
We just get through as many as we can.
Oh my God! Well then let's stop
We don't
fucking
have
around
a lot of time.
with him in between that.
We're gonna get through the Kyle Henson.
What is cyberstar?
I don't really have time to explain to you guys. So much for asking. Everybody working class. Say hi to each other. We drink Baldy. Drink tears from a Baldy. Like, logistically. How do you get a Baldy over time? You can try it mentally. The majestic, like, we're like 99 feet above you, like, fuck you, you're in danger. Like, you do it physically. You happen to catch a Baldy, look at me freaking out his cage, screaming, going up, like,
That's when you do animal noises at the same time. Yeah, it's Brian's animal noise. It really blended together nicely. I thought you were really getting some deep Michael Winslow shit. And then you were making the cat noise and the... What was that, an eagle? It's not a bear. It's a bear.
Second one was there.
Oh, it's Hollywood bear.
Very angry there. Second seems extra angry tonight. Yeah, Kyle. Well, let me say the first thing was that you came out really honestly in the material that you did give and then you started talking about how you're eager and you don't know why that's supposed to be funny. And then you're into the evil tears and you're almost accepting right there. And then you just fall into this act out. To me, it's just like, it's not a good impression of evil. Going, wee, and putting your hands out like that, and you're like, wee. That's not what it's supposed to be like. Transform see this guy transform into an eagle in front of our eyes.
Yeah, you came out very aggressive. I mean, I didn't tell the audience whatever you said. I don't fucking care about you or anything. I immediately makes half the audience flinch a little bit more than the other.
Right?
I mean, and then so now you just put a huge wall that now you have to get over this wall that's unnecessary just to get back to like enlisted. Like, I'm on his side, I think. And then the Eagles here, once you start talking about it, it's awesome. Because like make believe shit, it has to be really fucking funny and silly. It's not to be hard. I just personally just don't. I
was looking for an answer on my end. You don't answer. You failed into an evil impression. That's what you said. Well, yeah, I don't know what you're doing. What did you say?
Well, as long as we're picking it apart, the thing that jumped out at me was because I think overall, I think he got the job done even after taking the ball. What you said to me was the first part about what was the word that you said? Yeah, I think that could be fun under the right circumstances. Like you had more of that sort of attitude and having up, but after that you sort of shifted gears to be again, we're only hearing but the part that I thought was jumped out at me was people coming to me and they're like, hey, what's the favorite gym? And it's like, no person's ever walked up to you and done that. And it's just, that's just, like, but somebody's probably asked you the question. So, I'm just saying, try to not phrasing of people come up to me and say, like, why would that be the first thing somebody says to you? So, like, just the phrasing of it, the idea of it is fine. That just jumped out. And then also the voice of it jumping around was funny. I did enjoy that aspect. So, the whole thing was an emotional roller coaster. Right? I'd say.
Where is that located?
What's it like there?
What is the coolest thing about Eagles?
Nutria. That sounds like somebody put a drink to lose weight. Nutria might cause dizziness, diarrhea, rat face.
talk about that. I don't know anything about that.
Especially if it's exclusive to regular product. Do you have anything about the Nike headquarters?
That shorts too. You know what? Did you get hurt? No, I just jumped on. What'd you get out of it? What? You were working for him at the time? I was working for his skills team. You were working where? I was working for his team.
Chewbacca
along us again.
Wait, Chewbacca was
Skippy Simon.
Can I hear your car driving by one more time? I like that. Different than the first one. The first one was definitely Chewbacca. You didn't want to do it again. Do the first one again. No, now you're just doing Chewbacca. Fuck it. Kyle. Just relax. Let's Kyle Henson, everybody. Hi, Kyle. I love it. The first one was Chewbacca. Then he tried to.
He's good. He was trying a lot of different things.
Rothschild'S. I know that's selfish. I just don't want to live in a house full of SpaghettiOs ever. And that SpaghettiOs is fucking lit. Shit where he knows this because he probably can't like. Sorry, buddy. With y'all weekend, it was cool with your mom. I'm a minute. Alright, I'm Aaron Marsh.
Fuck yeah. Aaron Marsh, killing it.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you. How you doing? I should point out our
Yeah, it's a great call. You had it from the very beginning. First thing, oh yeah, the giving of your team for love. I mean, that's just great. There's more that can be added to that before you get to shit. It's more than, after the team, you're already in it, so you can tag it. Makes me throw up everything. Like you can really lay in that in your pocket what your side effects are.
Or what if you're a girl?
Really? Oh shit, here we go.
A girl when you have withdrawal and you can't have sex with her. Like heroin withdrawal.
That might be more you than me, but
You start talking yourself. Withdrawal.
you're usually wrong.
That would happen to loving you. I'm just saying, I'm just using the heroin withdrawal. Like,
I gotta say that I gotta give it up to all the comedians that come on the show to stand there and do their acting out and acting like that guy standing next to me. That's a challenge in and of itself. But yeah, I really liked it. You can't argue with the success of every punchline laughs and builds close break on the end. It's funny that people will just be listening to this because the Chef Boyardee arms were really funny. I know, but I'm saying it's also a podcast, popular podcast. And some people won't get to see the shrug. But they will remember that he does that on the camera.
Yeah,
He really does have that gesture.
yeah. It's sort of like he doesn't want to be there. Like he was an unknown. Maybe there's more to that, it could all be added about how like it seems like they offered him just enough money at the time. Like really, we need a chef to be on the kid. Like how much are you gonna pay? They just took the picture of me doing that. Like I guess I'll do it. Oh, we already got it. I don't know.
You know what was almost done for that kid? Swedish Chef.
Swedish chef.
Yeah, that's the other place I thought you were going to go with it. That's not necessarily like the greatest place to go with it. I do love throwing the hands around. I do love Swedish Chef impression.
Jim, Mr. Food.
Mr. Body or Mr. Food?
You had Mr. Food, the guy that went on
Body. Richard Simmons was the guy with the body, like tattooed all over his.
and he was the cook guy?
When it was a muscle suit, right? He had a full muscle suit. Same good body.
Oh shit. Yeah, Devil's Rejects. That's what's going on. Yeah, we had this guy called Mr. Food that would show you something how to cook, and then at the end of every segment, every night he would go, ooh, it's so good. Yeah, it's very creepy. Aaron, you killed. Great job. What is his Twitter handle? Aaron is 5FT2.
5'2" my height.
Wow, that is a really bad Twitter handle. Aaron is 5'2". Foot spelled FT. Aaron is AARON. Aaron is 5FT.
What's wrong with your name? Was it taken? Oh. The famous musician?
Jared Marsh. You ever look for Marsh things like Marshmallow or like Marshman?
Or try Aaron Neville. See if that's taken.
Fuck yeah.
Or Aaron Brockovich.
Yeah, he's a very good job, Aaron.
Yeah, that's great.
I think the only show once or twice before he always seems to do really well. Speak stage presence.
Yeah. Your next comedian, his name is Kyle Shore.
Former Marine, whatever you say, left me, a veteran.
Was great. talking about
It's a shame you didn't get to kill him. But there's obviously going to be many more things you have to say about the experience. Like, comedies or other topics to talk about as well. No, I'm saying other than your military background, you have other stuff to talk about as well from that perspective. I like what I heard. So.
Yeah, if you find a way to make that shit funny.
This is what I thought. I thought when he talked about football, I thought he was going to say, like football with no tackling. I didn't know. Michael Drexel, the baseball, that kind of thing.
It's kind of interesting to know what one person he'll never have to please has to say about it.
Yeah. Did it turn you off or did your battery just run out?
You know I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the Patriot aside, it's such a huge so you might want to apologize, Patriot. We have a real Patriot on stage. Not just being right or bust in Afghanistan.
He might have just dropped it off the Iron Patriot in Iraq or something like that. Oh my god. I'm gonna walk the streets.
I'm already looking for a month to go to Culver City.
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank God there's no routes that achieve that.
I need a transfer.
But anyway, I thought that was good.
Yeah, keep it up, Kyle Short. There he goes. He's Twitter at make this cake.
Well, what was your rank, Kyle? Lance Corporal Short? Short. I was trying to make it funnier.
Wasn't that
Captain Short.
Wasn't that Holly? Lance Corporal Short. All right. In the Army now, Joe.
Wow. Oh, Shore's your last name, though. You're not part of this Shore Comic Story Empire?
Oh, here we go.
I'm not convinced that you're part of it.
He's a fun guy. He's Joshua Meyer.
Let's go, guys. My name's Joshua Meyer. I have Asperger's, which is a high-function form of autism. If you don't know what that is, it's like being retarded except for smart. So feel free to laugh. Don't get weird on me. I'll be weird for you. Luckily, I have very loving parents as well. My dad always has something to say to me. You're a comedian. You're more like a vampire. You sleep all day and then you go on the night and suck. Joshua Meyer.
Holy shit.
Action-packed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thunder and lightning.
God damn it.
That might have been the best minute I've had so far this year.
Joshua Meyer.
That's great, Josh. You could have done a better job.
Yeah.
That was perfect.
And you just look great. I mean, for those of you that don't know Josh, he's been doing comedy for what, 3 years now?
About 5 years.
Really? Here in LA? How many years in comedy? 3 years. And yeah, huge transformation in 3 years. Sociable and unfunny too. Able to be around in public and obviously hilarious. So I mean, it's just so awesome. We've been friends for those 3 years. Sort of like somewhat of a mentor relationship. Josh used to wear those handicap shoes where you have to Velcro the nut. And I knew that I really? Yeah.
Oh, well, I told him about the really? I think I was the one that told you about the shorts, though. You used to wear shorts.
Yeah.
Like in the wintertime, like 10 degrees, you would wear shorts. Yeah, your t-shirt is shorts.
But you like dolphin shorts. Weren't that the kind?
I had issues with that, but you totally evolved into such an open mind. You really are smart as fuck. Unbelievable what you're doing. Killer fucking job tonight. Just keep doing what you're doing.
What kind of smart stuff do you do? Well, I've actually been, before moving to Hartford, I've always worked on this. I love it.
That's the real movie.
Right, yeah, you know a lot about video games. That's what they call it. That's what they call it. Yeah, I'd say that's one thing I would say to watch out for is that, like, I know it's
Good guess, Jerry, but no cigar. Really waiting for it on that one.
seriously. Inheritance. I don't know why that would have applied. No, what I'm trying to get at is you said what you said. Your parents go and I'd say, why put yourself in like I'm talking like a more Jewish type of corner? You don't have to. Or is that just really natural? You really hear that around kind of like Catskills comics, like your idols or something? No, they were my dad's idols. Yeah, okay, so you heard a lot of that kind of more or less people. Yeah,
Your parents are like super huge, right?
no, and I
But their impressions, like her impressions, doing with your mom. Listen, look at you in that dress code. You look like that. You have broad shoulders. They accentuating them. They look like enough. Oh my gosh.
sorry. You gotta go to cuts and that's a perfect example. You gotta go figure from one.
It could be anybody. You're another quick impression of that. Go for it.
That's too difficult.
I mean, is that not like a full-blown rabbi? I mean, they are such both power Jews. It's incredible. So, nothing I that picks you up every day, the man.
You know what I mean? You're smart and you like things that are modern and don't talk old time way. Yeah, so just unless that could be part of the fun of your act. But just I thought you had a really good set of that one to me. It was a throwaway, so it wasn't that was
It's a mind you laugh. Don't see the wrong way. I don't think it's true. I don't think
not how
you need
people
it.
talk.
I don't think you need it. I don't think you need it to establish yourself. I really like. Don't work on it. I can say no. I mean, I like. Also, if it's not in the way, unless you want to, but I think that's establishing thing anyway. There's sort of skill in school.
Well, that's the thing. If you get into that at all, you get into parents and saying stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. Going out.
Yeah, I never got
Chuckle. I didn't realize
it is your own voice.
yeah, say, go figure. It's hard not to say that without sounding like a bunch of
Josh, great fucking job.
Get it for Joshua Meyer with everybody. Come on.
At Autistic Thunder on Twitter. Spelled how it sounds. Autistic Thunder. So he owns it. I know.
That's what we're here for. Yeah. So don't change a thing, man. Don't listen to us. We're just the man trying to hold you down. And I'll meet you over at Astro Burgers. You allergic to that one, Ryan?
That joke made you sneeze like a cat.
Oh, my minute's up. Go ahead.
Was that like, were you trying to not sneeze for us? Like, what happened? Right? What was that?
I was trying not to sneeze. What?
Okay, fine. Total fun. Sounded like a tiny little baby animal. What is the patron do when he has to sneeze? Shit his pants.
It sounds like a modem.
Well, I've been lucky so far. I haven't had a runny nose. I'm trying to take care of myself.
Yeah, it's cold and flu season, buddy.
Pretty
I
much.
carry myself. Yeah, right. That's true. That's one enemy the Patriot can't be. Common cold. Your next comedian is Jerron Gordon, everybody. Wow, he's right there. Holy shit. Look, he knew.
My least favorite character is Sonya Blade. She's just a white woman with a ponytail. She has the powers of a woman who just got cheated on. She is much. She doesn't belong in that. I didn't even have that growing up. Like, my mom bought me Shaq. Shaq was just like Mortal Kombat, except for Luke Cage, like Shaquille O'Neal, girls playing basketball. Like, I feel like the greatest of that game was just Sonya and Shaq. Called it NBA Away Game 95.
Yeah,
Was that a sports joke at the end?
I had no idea that was sports. NBA 90s hybrid. Also, you gotta know a little bit about Mortal Kombat.
I thought of her for her special sales. I thought Carrie Diary. She fucks up that guy's car. She's like, she might not beat up his car. Destroy some of his property. But yeah, I got a little lost in the beginning on some of the references that you said. Yeah, so like, I think the whole audience was kind of like, but then once you got into it, I mean, I just enjoyed the whole, kind of being so specific about a topic and also just
Definitely smooth delivery. Which made it
nothing
easy.
to just,
Yeah.
just make sure you hold your hands a little bit more with references.
Yeah, but if anything, makes sense enough for you to make you laugh, though. It's like it, but like I can't even think of one thing that makes sense because I don't know what you're talking about. The video game, football, I have no idea.
We lost some of the cover audience. Other people were like, I'm interested in what he's, I'll figure out what he's talking about. Actually, it all makes sense to me. But yeah, it's stronger punchlines. I'm just saying. It's clearly not. It doesn't seem terrible at school.
Well, no, delivery perfect. Delivery perfect. You understand it?
It's a little bit weird. I was along with you on the ride. I understand like the pacing. I just think that there's a lot of math. There's a lot of you gotta do Civic Lane, you gotta do NBA, you gotta do Shaq, you gotta do Shaq Boot. That's funny. You gotta sort of have something against white women who call them always getting cheated on. Ones with ponytails.
Well, yeah, so that's your power. But I'm not.
They could just punch the tip. She didn't have a fit Civic Lane business. But what is the boot? Just out of curiosity.
I don't really know. So I don't know.
Does anybody know what Sonya Blade is? Look at this video game nerd. No, who is it?
Oh, she's
Wow. That sounds like Patriot's dream. But yeah, Patriot, what would you do to Sonya Blade?
Well, it sounds like she has feet. She wants to put her on your neck. Would you let a woman, choke you out with her feet on your neck?
I just kind of like to look at it. Like, when a girl's naked walking around,
Yeah, you know where to look.
I don't
Not that.
So if a girl's completely naked walking in front of you, you're gonna take at least what? How many seconds to look at her feet?
I'm taking a look all the way from bottom to top. Feet is what you really want to talk about.
Alright, so let's say a girl's standing in front of you completely naked for 10 seconds. How much are you giving to boobs, face, vagina, and feet?
Probably 40% feet.
Whoa! See, that's a lot.
I said to sometimes start with feet. I don't really care about the
5, we got a 15. Everybody's negotiating way lower than you.
It's 1. I don't even care if the girl has feet.
That's still,
Yeah, right.
I said 20, there's still 20% for the top, 20% for the breath, 20% for the, wow, you're really good with the numbers.
Do you ever
It's almost
think
like you thought about it prior to tonight.
Do you ever think if you didn't call it a pouch, you might get more vagina?
I don't mind if there's no hair on it.
You're talking about the feet?
Oh. I love how Jared's just hanging out during all this, like, whatever. It's fucking nature. Stage time.
Yeah.
But I like it, but I want to see more.
Totally, Jerron. Great job. He's at Jerron Horton on Twitter. Jerron Horton. Chance here for Dan Lawler.
Let's go, guys. And Dan Lawler, which is totally bucks. So, yeah, I will. I want to. I'm not sure why it's called a glory hole, but it sure is fun peeing through such a little target. You know what I mean? Guy on the other side didn't agree. But I mean, give it up for the comedy store bathrooms. They're top notch. So I'm not sure maybe how is it still considered fingering if you use your thumb, or did I just thumb that gas station attendant on the street? Yeah, it's free juicy fruit either way. That's a W. That's a win. So I go to church a lot, as you might have guessed. But I had some trouble the other day. This woman was freaking fuck out. She's freaking out. Like in the middle of the service, she starts freaking out. So I had to say to her, I'm like, look, lady, relax. All right, the Pope has said that breastfeeding in church is totally fine. Sit back, read your Psalms. I'm almost full. Guys, I'm Dan Lawler.
Jesus Christ, this guy's a fucking machine. How long have you been doing stand-up, man?
I started like 7 years ago, but I took like 2 off.
Right. You live here in LA?
Yeah.
Wow. What else do you do?
I write a little bit. I act. I was in Little Caesars commercials.
Oh, you were that guy in Little Caesars that was jerking somebody off?
Yeah. It was part of their big idea. It was really big in Chicago.
Yeah, I was trying to remember the one I liked the most, but I liked it all. The slurp at the end was
Great stage.
Yeah, how often do you get up?
Yeah, a couple days a week. Trying to like 40.
Y'all came out with a line about the one who seems to want the audience.
I mean, you're really thinking about Sunday Blake, but the whole time, really.
Yeah, it's almost conversation.
That's so new. They just do one position called out protocol. Anyway, I'm the Writers Guild. My health insurance number is 1. Dan, it's fucking weird. Like, it's been, I hope you come back. I mean,
Yeah, I would definitely like to hear more. I'd like to hear more more things.
yeah.
You know, like the whole like stuff is cute and fun and it's all
And it
positive.
works good as a format, but it also helps if we're just given some new premises that are able to be worked on. You know, yeah, pockets. Hopefully, come back show a little bit longer than 7 that for a little over a year now, so I had a lot of mustache, so I shaved those over the weeks. But mustache is back. I don't know how fast your facial hair grows, but you have a full beard right now.
You can normally have a crazier mustache?
Yeah, like I had a big old
wax and shit.
yeah, a bunch of silver lake. I'm so glad you don't have one. Keep the beard going. Comedy Essentials going to give you an hour in the next month. Because they love the beard right now. I'm just jealous because I think their facial hair. Anyway,
That's why.
no, not. Good job, man. Dan Mahler, at the Dan Mahler.
Yeah, good job, man.
It's the part of the show where we get into our two regulars. We have two lovely ladies that have been on the show's section. They always do a brand new edit every single week, and we get to watch them for 30 minutes. This week will be no different. Going first tonight, you know her from the Phil Tony podcast. Is Sarah Weinstein, everybody. Here she is.
Who's eating all these rice cakes? Anyone ever got full of the rice cake? How many rice cakes does it fucking take to get full? What's misleading about rice cakes is the word cake. I feel like it doesn't need to be there. Right? I have a lot of assumptions based on this. I'm gonna assume that this is gonna be fucking good, and it's not good. Rice cakes are not great. Another question is what the fuck happened to romaine and iceberg lettuce? They still exist? Can't just get a cob or a Caesar anymore. It's gone. Just kale and arugula now, guys. Also, in case you were wondering, quiche is no longer a thing. It's been replaced with the frittata. That's it. My food trend update. Thanks, guys.
That's 58 seconds. You got this thing down. Like your third or fourth week in a row staying right in that pocket. I guarantee you have to have, I know for a fact, just in the past month, you've had at least 4 or 5 filler minutes on completion alone. That's a run. If you're doing a 15, 20 or longer set, I mean, that's a great thing to have up your sleeve. You can close with it, you can open with it, you can establish yourself, you can go to the middle, you can do anything you want. I think you're treating this regular spot exactly how it should be treated by staying in the pocket and stretching out lots of things. This was different. I love the rice.
You give me a stop rocket right at the beginning too. That was the fastest you got me into the stop rocket.
And you had me right away too. Because if you don't know, Sarah has that established style of telling you what annoys her. It's always little things that you sort of really don't think about, like the fact that rice cakes are basically inedible, super light, not really fulfilling. They sort of seem good when you're in the grocery store and you're hungry and you buy them. And you go to put it away, you pull it out of the bag, and it's just like nothing. It's so light, and you realize there's probably nothingness to it. And the fact that they do call it a cake, which is normally delicious, frosted, sweet, flavorful, to say the least.
No, you're supposed to eat them just as normal, and then you can put little stupid things on. You can also talk about that, the shit that you're supposed to add with yeah, like the fact that the rice cake packages has other recipes, like put some fucking like iceberg lettuce on it. You know, it could be like a callback or something. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like quiche ones. Now, what do I have to play now?
No, quiche, that's out. What's trending on frittata? Frittata, yeah.
I like the. I just never thought before about how they're cheating with the word cake, like you really point out like how fucked up that is. And I thought that maybe throw in there something like pies, you know,
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the great
brand new organic health pies, you guys. All the pie you want. It just doesn't taste anything like pie.
There's no candy bar. There's no.
Iceberg and like amazing gourmet salad.
There's actually no.
Yeah.
Right? And then like iceberg lettuce and nothing on it.
Yeah, it takes away that celery, just your perfect balance. Shank. Shenk. So that's African. Shank.
I'm so proud of her.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's just, I would definitely pay money to see her. I would love to see her.
Yeah.
She put on all 34 shows.
She's been on
Lucy.
29.
Yeah. A new minute every time.
Yep, we're about to announce that just after this next your final comedian, she's been with us the longest. She dropped out of college because her first comedy spot was here on World TV, and she fell in love with stand-up comedy. She's the one and only Kimberly Condon, everybody! Closing it out. Bringing it.
Hello. I read a story where a lady got mad and chopped her husband's penis off because they said he was leaving. The only thing I can think of, how good was that penis? Literally could not part from it. He was like, I'm out of here. You're fucking nuts. She's like, that's fine. You can go. But the dick's staying here. Wouldn't it be funny if she loved it so much she literally wanted custody of the dick? Like she went to court and the judge is like, well, ma'am, what is your reasoning for wanting partial custody of this penis? Is someone dying back there?
What's going on? Whoever you are, control yourself. Just get a grip.
Why do you want partial custody of this penis? She's like, well, listen, I've raised it. I've watched it grow. I said, it's not that you can live with it, but I should have it on weekends and holidays. That's it. Thanks.
Again, 59.88 seconds. Like a joke in this.
That was great. Very well written.
Yeah,
I don't blame you though for lashing out at that weird laugh. Was that real? Was that a real laugh?
just let it out or do whatever you need to do next time. Or walk outside and never come back. That was unbelievable. Whatever you need to do to make sure that never happens again, that'd be great. Now it's just a regular thing. Oh, already been through this. Let it out. So a regular laugh is unbearable. It's all the same thing, but just let it out. Whatever that squealing thing is, high pitch, like you're.
Separate your laughter and water drinking activities.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
I heard that noise on Blackfish. Blackfish when they separate the kids from their parents. Kim Condon, you fucking destroyed.
Yeah, that was awesome.
The lady killed Tony. Bring it in.
Urban trend with these women have the penis stuff. I mean, we all know about the John Bobbitt story. I would have thought it would have ended up with that. Is this stuff that's still going on, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
I know.
Do you know where this one happened now?
Chopping dick. How's it going today?
Yeah.
Some weird shit.
Oh, it was Chopping Dicks, Tennessee.
I just okay, so I read somewhere and someone said you can just think of the most fucked up things you can Google and someone's done it. And I was like, and I Googled chopping off a man's
Comedy writing tip.
See the man with two dicks? See that yet? There's a man with two dicks.
Yes, I
Both
have.
get married and spot at the same time. Both holes.
Oh my god.
Jackie Smack.
Jackie Smack.
Wow. You already have a name for that?
Jackie Smack is happy.
Kim Condon, great job. Thank you so much. Follow her on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. CONGDON.
Good job.
Yeah, so the big announcement is that Kill Tony is coming. Hoya Comedy's for its first ever road trip. And the entire crew is coming with us. Sarah Weinschenk, Kimberly Condon, Josh Martin, the Iron Patriot, Brian Redman, and I all going down to San Diego. That's March 1st. A big, huge Saturday night show. For months we've been at big ass witness Kill Tony coming on the road. This is our big first huge test run. Yeah, big time.
Yeah, we're going to take this to your city.
Yeah.
So also, if you own a comedy club and you're listening to this right now, get a hold of me or Tony. We can figure this shit out.
About to all go down. You gotta fly the Patriot on a big budget. You're listening to a comedy club. But let's figure it out.
Doug,
How's that work? Do you have a special suitcase? I got a gold travel bag. I'm getting one of those. Put it in, then I'm gonna bring it to the middle section. I'll be late.
That's your carry-on?
Yeah, but I'm gonna use a gold travel bag to put on the legs and chest. Yeah, the legs are good. the big plane.
Oh my god. The bomb people are just gonna be like, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to send it early that day.
Red, white, and blue LED star. Oh, good sell. No way, that's a bomb. That's what they're gonna say. Doug, your show is so entertaining. I've told everybody that I honestly think it is the funniest concept for a show that I've heard of since whoever Rothschild'S came up with that. Getting Doug with High is unbelievable, and I just love what you're doing over there. I got to go to one with when you had Jeff Ross on. I got to sit there and watch that taping happen. It is the most fun concept, so please, everybody, watch that. And what else is going on? What do you want to promote?
Oh, let me tell them where they can see the Wednesdays at 4:15. Thank you. 4:15 every Wednesday. We start at 4:20. And it's at my YouTube page, youtube.com/. There's a bunch of episodes we've already done.
What's your comic con coming up?
Still trying to finishing touches, trying to figure out how much money we want to spend on
The Comic Patriot, dude. Yeah. If you're eager. Follow the Comic Patriot on Twitter. He's awesome on Twitter. I'm in the process of building a Kill Tony blog as of today. I'm going to start putting thoughts and interesting aspects of whatever I think on that, so get interactive. So thank you so much, live audience, for coming out. History, the fastest growing podcast in the history of the internet. Thanks for being part of it. Bye, guys.
just the free one.
Wow. Boy, oh boy, what an exciting episode of Kill Tony we have ahead of you. This is the long-awaited episode 35. And what an exciting week it's been. We did getting Doug with High on Wednesday.
You guys don't know him. This guy. This is him right here. The Iron Patriot.
It's golf. Man, it's a golf. So yeah, it was an exciting week, and then, as you can tell, for the first time outside the coffee shop. At this point, after that, I'm on the sidewalk yelling like a crazy man. And I was thinking, you know how that you have that third eye that's sort of like, man, I bet you have one of these cars driving by right now is going to see me yelling like a crazy man. I never do it. But there's a point when he's telling me all of this, you know, a guy who sort of had a bond, you know.
Just the night before, actually, I saw this cute little phone that he had. He was using math questions right out on paper. It had failed him, and he was 15 minutes or 2 minutes late.
It was a part of him as just printed paper math.
Yeah. So we asked him about solving that. Flip phone. It's such an advanced robot. It's phone.
Yeah.
I think it was the E8 fitness phone robot.
And we also noticed that when his partner was having trouble with parallel parking, then the thing that really stood out was the picture that this thing where he slams hard doors really hard.
Yeah, I think there's a couple theories. I think he wears the armor all day, so when he's out of the armor, he's very strong. Because he's slamming the doors like you're fighting with an ex-girlfriend.
I mean, it's a very standout problem. It's not like we're like trying to find something. Like you can hear this door slam from far away. And I noticed it when he got out of his car. He gets out of his car and he closes his door. He has to open the back door in the trunk and these giant bags up his suit and tape. And it's amazing when he gets in the SUV and slams the door when he's getting in the car. Right. So when he gets to the place, he gets out of the car and the driver goes, hey, I'll help you with your bag. And the teacher goes, yeah, I really like that. The way he said it sort of sounded condescending. And then he slams his door really hard. So the driver's like, this asshole. Anyway, but I've always looked past the little things. That's no big deal. Forget his car door problem. Forget the fact that he's had a dog with ice cream off his genitalia. You know, there's a lot of things that we've talked about with him on this show that make him look worse. But what I ended up yelling at him about on that sidewalk was the thing of loyalty and, you know, he was basically saying that he didn't want to work with you for the death of
The guy that offered his cell phone for $500. I got a brand new cell phone. I saw his old phone there. So I slapped a couple weeks ago. I was just no reason. This. I'm just trying to help him out.
That's what I was saying to the patients. That you'll never be able to build relationships in any form of show business if you burn each bridge that you go to. So the next day, that day that he quit, not even an hour later, the communication was cut back to the Iron Patriot just asked if he could be a regular on my show. To which Doug replied, I can see the response time was so fast. No chance of that happening. It's funny because it was a one-time thing. And, you know, Patriots always ended up wanting to jump ship. I guess I always truly knew inside that it was a joke. But there you go. He's done it. And a lot of, you know, I was joking. The crazy thing is, 2 weeks ago I was at Target. This tweet's still out there in the universe. I found this little Iron Patriot mask. And I go, wow, $6 here. This Iron Patriot. And I picked up that it's irreplaceable. And, you know, next thing you know, it's quit time. So luckily,
Simulation.
I think so. I bought the mask. And I'm like, this is fine, you know, just in case you ever want to do anything silly, I'll have this mask. So then he quit, but I don't know if he's that irreplaceable. We're going to give it a shot. Ladies and gentlemen, Redman and I would like to introduce you, Iron Josh, everybody. Wow. Holy shit. Wow. Iron Josh. suit from Norway.
No, this is our penis microphone snake. Yeah, you just with your hands and talk anytime, adjustable for any heights.
Looks great. Iron Josh, how's it going?
Yeah, you have to watch out for your penis speakerphone.
Maybe you can just hold it to your mouth the whole time.
Let's hear one of your famous catchphrases.
Yeah. Any other one? Yes, there you go.
Very helpful. Unlike most of the
Yeah, totally. But yeah, how excited.
You know what, Iron Josh? This us doesn't seem as realistic as our chest light facility just on your chest light right now.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you alive, Tony Stark? Or wait, who are you? Who are you actually the Iron Patriot? Oh, you said so many weeks before that actually you're not Tony Stark. That inside your costume actually a villain. Who is it?
And it's true, he did say that about a week or two ago, that the Iron Patriot turned bad at one point. When did he end up like trying to fuck everybody over? Son of a bitch. Did you take the bus here tonight, Iron Josh?
Can you try to sit down on this stool right here on the stage? How hard is it for you to sit?
Wow. I've never seen that. Wow.
Isn't that nice, guys?
That must have cost more than $5,000.
You need to get to the stage.
Yeah, get to the microphone. Still have the same line of common sense. Fuck yeah.
Wow.
So we've got the Iron Josh. We've explained it to I think we made enough deal about the Patriots. So that's where we stand with that. We'll let you know any updates.
You know what? I think every week we're going to I think by the next chapter we will have a better Iron Patriot.
Well, we've got that out of the way. What do you guys say we bring up our guests, huh? Yeah, what's up? Absolutely. There you go, the Iron Josh. Luckily we have yet another replacement for even him. Iron Mervis is here, everybody. Put your hands together for Iron Mervis. Fuck yeah. Wow, look at this.
So wait a second, he can.
Wow. Holy shit. That is unbelievable.
Oh. The old Patriot couldn't do that. He just flailed just don't go for the controller. No,
A lot of viewers. What type of kids love the show the most?
little kid. Stop. I'm not talking. I tell you secrets.
It's tall kids.
Tall kids. Fuck you. So, my favorite roller coaster, my honest favorite roller coaster is this roller coaster, like, honestly, is one called in Ohio. Yeah, airport. Yeah, no. Kings Island. Kings Island's my favorite roller coaster. You ride the way back, and you don't touch anything. It's totally free. Basically, that's what it is. It's a lot of fun. Surf it.
If you go to the cruise,
I rode all the roller coasters.
how is that roller coaster?
That shit beats you up. You have a baby, you don't have one. People ride roller coasters, right? Actually, none. Now, ride roller coasters here. What do you know? They have one big parade. I'm just ready to go. So, to get the back seat, really fucking fun.
She really ride here. That's the one ride
The Beaver's awesome. Right next to the hook up.
That's exactly it. I got Cedar Point almost, well, I mean, I was a few years ago. I was in Ohio, it's just sort of something to do with it. But one time I went to Kings Island. One time I went to Kings Island. That was
My next still hooked up in it. But I'm one of the few people that ever had a rollback on top of the graduation. Almost got stuck on the top. It's actually a pretty funny, fascinating video. It's on TV. We shot on TV on an accident. We got shot up at 120 miles an hour. And you go up like 450 feet. And at the top, it's stuck. It was just the wrong amount of time to make the bridge. We got stuck 9 fucking long ways.
How long were you up there?
Not very long because I started thrashing around like a mental patient. Like, fuck you! And then it rolled backwards.
There were like an egg.
No, there was no tall kids.
Not super tall, like I love it. Well, before we get started, we just need to cover one more thing. A fan of the Death Squad, Yuck Nasty, over the last few weeks, Yuck Nasty on Twitter, we found out that his house burned down. His kid and wife, and the house burned down, and the Death Squad fans got together to raise a very hefty amount of money for him and his family. And one of the things that we did here on Kill Tony is we actually donated the actual Kill Tony sword for the last 34 episodes for auction to raise more money. And we did that. We gave it away because one of our biggest friends of the show, Waterboxer, was nice enough to exchange that sword with a sword that he made. He makes all the heavy majority of the awesome fan art that you see on the show. And he made a brand new Kill Tony sword. The choice is that one. And whoever the lucky buyer is of the other one will get that.
Wait, is Waterboxer here tonight?
Yes.
Where is he?
Yes.
I see you on
And that's Waterboxer. Take a bow, buddy. It's your great work that made that possible. So that's super cool that we were able to help out a friend of the network, Waterboxer.
You're mixing bullets?
Whoa.
Fuck up. It's so bizarre to fucking, like,
Yeah. And Twitter starstruck. It's wild that we just go by the Young Nasty's house burned down. So Waterboxer helped us out. Young Nasty definitely sounds like a black rapper from Florida. Young Nasty.
yeah.
He's a white non-rapper from Green Bay. The opposite. Well, I don't fucking it's the cheese.
Spoiled smoker. He
everybody. It's Hail Tony, Volume 2 starts tonight, Episode 35, Stronger Than Ever. You guys know how the show goes. Over 30 comedians signed up tonight for the opportunity just to get pulled out of the bucket to do 1 minute. And comedians, you know that your time of a minute is up when you hear the brand new Volume 2 sound of a kitty. It's horrible. So that's your light. That's when you know your time's up. So you might as well stop there, because if you keep running your sound effect, you're going to bring out a brand new Volume 2 Angry West Hollywood Bear. Wow. I said holy shit when it was halfway through. That sounds like me taking a shit, Iron Man. That's a big one. Let's point something out. Yeah. Just so people know this. You signed up for this shit, right? You get it. I will never give you unsolicited advice. Yes. Nothing very annoying than any comedians being like, you know, usually right. You're not handsome, so like, just right. Absolutely. Definitely. I probably have nothing for you. So you guys ready to get this started? Here we go. You guys know the story. We're rolling in with our brand new iron head of security. If you got paid, just go hire Josh. Are you getting hot in there? Like, you can't sit down and sit down. Yeah, just take a little sit down. You know your talks. Yeah. See, the old Iron Patriot would never have done that. Got drinks for Bert Kreischer. It almost seems like Josh was like the run around producer of the show up until time. He's working double duty. Okay, here we go. Your first comedian doing stand-up for a minute tonight goes by the name of Nick Babbitt. Fuck yeah. Whittling.
The good thing is no one's using that subject.
Yeah.
You own that territory right now.
Yeah. Like, if anybody's ever like, hey, you know that guy with the Whittleman? It's like, I'm Nick Babbitt.
Hey, you know what's funny is I've been in Arizona, and at a lot of the craft shops, they actually sell straight up whittling things.
You know, it's the Riddler. You've heard of the Riddler. This is what?
Like, you know,
How long you been doing this?
about a year.
Yeah.
I would love to with the non-gay thing. That made me laugh really hard. I saw your hair, and I was like,
I wasn't necessarily thinking you were gay. I was actually thinking this while listening. I was going to come across to me sort of like the type of street guy who dances on pop videos and bangs all the girls, but everybody thinks he's sort of a half compliment. Pretty God. Like, where do you keep your horse spawning?
Yeah, ignorance very well. You and your brother should have started a band. Oh, hey, Iron Josh is back.
Oh, there he is. But yeah, the Iron Waitress, everybody. Wow. Yeah.
I like that. How long do we do this?
As long as we feel it.
I like the idea. I didn't get the earbud joke, but then, like, when you started your next joke, then I was like, oh, that joke's over. And then I got it, and I liked that it was such a, that it wasn't a big, you know?
Yeah, I think that was like hey, I'm gonna be back with you in a second. I have an idea. Hey, Josh, you were downstairs for most of that, weren't you? Okay. So do me a favor. Hey, what's the name of that? What's the name of that? What's the name of that Batman villain that asks us all the questions? The first time you've sounded out an R properly in your entire life, and it's the time that it ruins my joke. Normally he has a speech impediment where his R's sound like W's, so I was trying to get him to organically say Whistler. But it didn't work out.
If you're an England, you can fun the fuck out of that joke. They love fun.
So yeah, Whistler on the roof.
Yeah, oh, I love that Whittler. That is so good. Yeah, that Whittler, Whittle me this, Batman. Like, they love that shit. Not that you're going to. You can also
No, you gotta trust your instinct. Yeah, you have confidence and a look, and if you're going 1 day a week for years, then you're way, you've gone a long way in a little amount of time. So, thank you, Nick Babbitt, everybody. There he goes. We got one down.
no Twitter, no nothing.
Do you have a Twitter handle on you, Nick Babbitt? Not on Twitter? Yikes.
All right.
For those of you tuning into the other podcast being recorded right now, I love how this picture just sits down and relaxes watching the show. So much less noisy too. None of the twitching. Fuck yeah. Hey, let me ask you guys something. Do you remember when you first started comedy? Did you have like a joke?
Check on the cheeseburger.
Maybe embarrassing?
Jack has a very elaborate storytelling of me seriously jacking off my cheeseburger. Wow. And it was, the first that followed was Dimitri Martin, and he literally did like a, like it was like I was aggressive with it, and I sold it, and I don't know if people were laughing at that, thought they thought I was making it up, but it was a good story. And then I was like, but the best, this is a real story, I jacked off the cheeseburger, and then I know, I don't do it because of that, but, and then my buddy, this guy that ended up beating me up, pulled up next to me right as I was in the car, since for that long time, I don't do it.
What does mean? This is like,
This is what like at the light. Here we go. Guys, anybody want to jack off a cheeseburger? Yeah.
Stephanie Barber, everybody. It's Stephanie Barber. She's Stephanie Barber, everybody. Period. Period. No more.
So like not like to go shopping. But guys, do you want to do me a favor? Maybe you can step up a little bit. Like getting the same time as the individual guys. And you can be a little bit more like I back like just like Darth Vader. We call him Six Vader. So just for editing. He did other things like and I suggest you guys check me out personalized because I don't have any that you send it to. Get two mirrors, put one in the front, one behind, drop that big right between it. Boom! You've got I call it Xfinity. It's literally an instant music.
Yeah. Stephanie Barber. Yeah, I think you have actually part of my statement. That you're setting yourself up for all the creative. That's like like you said, the dictator. That was side. You should literally do like a check. Smiles. Like that's actually like a fucking amazing bet. Yeah, that's hilarious. It's her bet. Right, exactly. I'm gonna show you how happy I am right now because this was really bugging me. Listen, the advice I'm giving you is bad as I love you. But you said I thought there was a joke you covered up. Just because I wanted to show up that doesn't mean we're going to put in or this thing or my ex-boyfriend used to be really creative with it. I thought you were gonna say Mike had a tattoo. Because then when you said he wasn't, I assumed he was black all the time. I know, no, yeah, I know. I'm well aware of that. But like, I thought that's where you're gonna go with it. So you could add something like that, like he had his. Yeah, I just feel like first of all, definitely the headline I was the whole show. The other thing is like you're setting yourself. Where's my pussy? Come on, Craig. You're setting yourself up to come around on check on with the line of and like so that's like I always feel like those are the most fun jokes. The run with that if you're not very sure joke. Thank you. Oh my god. Listen to yeah. Oh, I like it though. I like that you talked about that. Yeah. Really fun. Have you ever said it? Have you gotten a lot of the apps for real?
Yeah.
Like, are they nice?
No Instagram.
So are these all like not all of them?
No.
But like How have you responded to ridiculous questions? That's bad. Yes, yeah. Yeah, like what is that? Dick Hobbs? I'll tell you what, let's like a work of art. How's this? Let's workshop this in the internet. What's your phone number? And then we'll just have people send you dick pics. Or I can show you my dick pic now, and just the first word will come out. Why are you Google imaging giant dick right now? Here, she wrote her phone number down. 323-394-7. Oh my God. That sounded like such a real number. I'm just going to show it to you real quick. I have another number. I like you responding to other people's. Oh my God. They become Stephanie. I think we've broken the dick pic code. I think you have about 7 minutes of dick pic on your hands. So, scale like they put it up next to the scale like a little scale. All right, who's next? Stephanie Barber. Great job, Stephanie A. Barber. And A. Lady with 4 Y's. Is that right? Twitter handle is @A-Lady with 4 Y's. Where are the Y's? A or Lady? If you want to tweet her a dick pic, feel free, everybody. She's @A-Lady with 4 Y's. I almost want to ask why. Exactly what her handle was. Yes, responded nothing. Trade together for state. Where you at? This one day state.
First thing I found out was that you saw. First of all, you turn on, you come on and go, no. It's like face straight. Like please. I make that right, nephew. If your kidney is wrong. Like what kind of high twist is this? You know, right? Like I look up against my destination. Oh. I didn't know wait there's milk. Your big shocker comes with a built-in. Like I drove up to the police station. Okay, I show up at the police station. He's like, sipping on gin and juice. I just met. You know, like here.
57 seconds. Am I saying that right?
I just saw them the other day. I'm like hearing you. Like, yeah. You're beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Jackson.
It's a huge compliment.
Doesn't say anything bad. I think it was on me too. Here's nothing to say.
So the premise is like how many years? Couple years. Like it's a premise where it's not necessarily a Snoop Dogg is a character and in a system where there's versions of people that do this. So I think if you like the bit a lot, would be would be like awesome. So like that way it's like it's like oh Snoop Dogg is like yes, good value in it. It's awesome. That's what I think. If you do it right,
It is one of those things you don't realize you get up in the bed and you start saying doing the bed and you don't realize how much that little bit of a facial expression sells into the audience. But you're part of it. This is like what I just found out recently. You can actually change the accent on your GPs. You can actually change it so it's a British guy or a Spanish guy or an Australian guy. So there's a whole feel with that. Because I actually do sing. I don't really do singing. Really? Oh, what? So he's really got one. Really? Because he doesn't really say like, okay, I didn't really think he did. Like when you were doing it, I thought you were just doing a premise that like, I didn't know that he really fucking do. He really sell that like,
and then like yeah, right. Then there's
you know how the GPS is. I got GPS in my car. Yeah, 5 years. Maybe
yeah, it's not really a system anymore. And sell how real it is.
I didn't really know it was real. Once you real, I actually don't think it can. Like, because when you started, I was like, Tom, you don't really know. I was like, oh, this is just a. But I had like Tom said, tell some things that he really does say. Then like,
Yeah, that line about it, they'll start second guessing. Like, if you go to top artist,
oh yeah, Mike Jones.
it's like you put in the address, they go.
I'm very glad my
Which is fine. Expand is what I'm saying. Like, expand.
yeah, talking about DMX, I couldn't even get there. What? Yeah, we're on that. I don't know. They don't know hip hop like we do.
Adrian, or I mean Iron Josh. Sometimes I like to check in with you in the middle of it. What did you think of Sarah?
Yeah. I didn't really hear much of the joke.
What you did here? Just try it.
I feel like I would kind of maybe as a Ryan Josh.
A lot of feedback over there. Iron Josh.
Ryan Josh GPS.
Yeah. Hey, all right. Already with the ego. Yeah.
Hey, I like how you didn't bring in a song. It's actually a pretty good version of this one.
I was just sorry. I am Sarai is spelled S-A-Y-R-I-E. I think Sarai. Never seen a Sarai written down.
Josh, I got another double kettle one rocks. You don't have one.
Yeah.
Tom will take it too. Tom will take it.
Yeah.
2 double kettle ones on the rocks, and then please, thank you. Who's next, Tony?
I just want to say, I think the Iron Josh is such a great. Anything you get straight.
I can't compare it.
Oh. Yeah, it's great. Iron Chef's got a good history, by the way. That's not what I'm proud of. Grant's got it for Skylar, everybody.
All right. So, I'm working a strip club as a bouncer. And I have a couple of tips for fellas. If you're in the corn theater, don't strip while you do it. Seriously. It's offensive to me as a bouncer and the parents that invite you to no, this is a true story. I went to the corn theater. Then I opened the door. This guy jumps up, ah! And I'm like, oh, dude, clothes are so. And then he's like, I'm like, why? Just speak to me. He's like, oh, I'm a little drunk. You know how it is. No, nigga, I do not know how it is. Right, thank you very much, Miss Taylor. Have you ever seen Passenger 57 before? I just saw it the other day. You need to.
Brand new, right?
No.
You need full to tell stories. I have watched it. You need to overtell that story. Greatly filled before you can figure it out what all you know. So you need to tell that story like instead of just celebration, you hold it. You try to remember all the details of it. You try to like every detail. Listen to it. And that's how you figure out what it is.
Pittsburgh, might feel your path. Your dad's not on Pittsburgh. I didn't want to let that go. Wait, this is it's a comic legacy of all the stories. My point was, if you perceptive it, no twerking free, no hats, with the money on the thing, and then your punchline would be something ridiculous that would stop someone from doing that would be the joke. I'm not gonna write you.
That's great. That's a great joke. You understand it?
Yes.
Now you'd say like, sir, no hats, sir, take your shoes off the table, sir, stop breastfeeding, whatever your joke is.
Yes. So you're gonna suck your own dick and you're gonna lay on your back. But I like because you understand that when you show up as the friendly guy, I don't see the bouncer. So I don't need to see the bouncer. This isn't about you being a bouncer. That one joke lays the foundation. By the way, I'm not a fucking expert. I'm just giving my opinion. That one joke lays the foundation of incredible. I told you I could be a bouncer. Now let me tell you the crazy stories I witnessed. And that has me fucking working. I love to hear your perspective because I never talk to you guys. I literally, unless it's a bad situation, and then I'm like, fuck, I thought that was going to go differently. See, I totally did that dude over the building.
Your joke on that one joke where you told that third one, super out there. It also really when you think about all the crazy shit that you come up with. That's going to be the good. That's going to be the good. And you should have, like when we were talking earlier, you should try open English, you try this like that, like all these things that you want to with at the same time. Like, fuck whoever said that out loud. I said that out loud.
Yeah, and you should end your show by going to a lot of people being, hey, you're a good guy, I'm young, you're smart, attractive, I love you, strippers. And you should go, no, suck my dick, and then drop the mic and walk off.
I love it. I've seen you a few times up here, Skylar, and I had no idea that you even worked as a bouncer in a strip club. So this is that.
Definitely going to days. Come on out.
You got the dirty girls that get ready to come over with guys. He works at Deja Vu. Everyone.
Yeah. So I've been there on Hollywood and Monday to Rome until 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah, no alcohol.
No alcohol?
No alcohol. It's full dude. Full dude.
Wow.
Oh, and come out here, hit your elbow.
There he goes. Skylar, everybody.
Good job, Skylar.
Skylar Mom.
Good job, Skylar.
Talking about it.
Hey, bring up a white guy so we can tear him apart.
It's here.
Myers.
You can hold 3 drinks at once.
Thank you very much.
God. Oh, Mike's coming. Outback. Alright. A lot of white people in the crowd.
Who's white guy so we can
So this guy's white. This is his return after a long hiatus. It's Chem, everybody.
Oh, shit.
You know what that means, everybody.
Hold on. What's better?
Black Wednesday. Wow.
What happened? Anyways,
You missed your spot. Not enough. You got free. Or else people would just sign up.
My mom is as a result, as many are. So I was like, girls are like, and she was like, so around 6, I came up to her and I was like, I want to be a cheerleader for all of you. And by her reaction, you would have thought I want to shoot you in the face. She thought about it for 2 days. Okay. Even my little cheerleader costume is like really red and she kind of the back. And she gave me some green pom poms and because she thought me was cheers, I did all night. Everyone started rolling.
How often do you get on stage? Like,
I tried to hold my feet because my
so you try to do it a couple times a week, and sometimes it doesn't work out.
So can I give you some instructional advice?
yeah,
Take the opposite angle in your natural intent. Naturally, it's high energy, getting what let that be your strength as opposed to your weakness. As far as you are also in good at other things, like well, you started as a head, you started as a college. And I always say, if you don't remember, I would be after 7 minutes, and then when you start headlining, I never realized, oh shit, you need to have some head flow. So try to use that as your knockout punch and not prohibit your punch. So if you talk about kilometers for 0 to 20, then help. I think that way help.
Just attract somebody.
Yeah. Somebody laughs at his own jokes.
He's absolutely tremendous. But the thing is,
oh, sorry, I like that.
and then you should, doing a lot of is like even if you do that, what percentage of your
Practice what you're not good at. And that would be, I would imagine, entertaining for you, like very low energy. Practice some low energy jokes. Like write some lower energy jokes about the world that are more technical. And then you'll find that is a pretty serious practice. You very easily get it from laughing. Like if he does it with Rothschild. When you see him on stage, he is like Woody Allen, like very dry. So it's easier to follow. So when you get on stage, you start trying to be just better than whatever performance. And you'll find you entertain.
Well, my mom actually brings me jokes.
Stop that right now. If your mom was going to be a comic, she would have done it already. If you're going to be a comic, you write your own jokes. Do not let other people write your material. You write your shit. They're not. Don't trust your parents.
you really say that to your mom?
Yeah, my mom started.
Did she write one that we heard?
No.
Hey, your guys' mom give you jokes like this for how many years? Yeah. My mom doesn't. I was my dad does.
My mom does your mama jokes.
Wow.
Mom's such a whore.
Actually, one of my mom's jokes is about that.
You laughed at that was very, almost like you had to. It's like you're her biggest fan. I feel like we're talking about your mother who did 65 Tonight shows.
The apple that
Joel Burnett, is that what we're talking about?
Where did you grow up?
And you can walk around naked there.
Yeah.
No, you can. You can. I was there. No, legally, you can walk around naked there. Legally, you can walk around naked there. How did you not know that?
I was like, I went surfing there, and I did not get any more.
You surf now?
Me and Jason Ratboy Collins, son, whatever. Yeah, but you do? Oh, yeah.
I don't surf.
Yeah. How much are you just so on yourself? And then fucking just get off stage.
Laptop, and I did a powerful 20 minutes, and I put him on rocks and said, like 50. It's totally done, and I was like, this is like 65 minutes. And I was like, all right, well, shots. And I brought this dude with white hair, white eyebrows up, and I just talked about that.
but unfortunately, due to overseas locations, I'm all my days off. And you said you bring to the table that it's casual is what is the opposite of everyone's basic experience. So that's what's so funny to me. Your take on going mundane selling sense. So that's one angle. Like the fact that you're like, whatever your take on that is, like people are like, what? Like that's not crazy. Almost any take on any aspect of sports saying it better than anybody else's for your perspective. I mean, you are. If you're in the game, then you can cross those two huge lanes. Another thing you have to think about is it's always going to be a distraction. Women are always a distraction in the audience. And if you are not attractive, guys still will be doing that. So you have those fucking hangers out. They are going to be super distracted. No, no. No. We enjoy it. We like it. This is exactly. You need this for right now. It's good. But for tomorrow, we're not here. You need to, well, just always be aware. You can choose however you want to put that. Like, you think it's wrong that hold on. It is a very valid point, but at the same time, it's luckily also right. You don't like that. Like, I didn't notice that until it sat down. Like, guys disconnect. But that's what guys do. And so you gotta be aware of that. That's what you guys are gonna perceive you can. If you're gonna talk about something dick, I mean, you're gonna fucking lose us. There'll be a line in the bathroom like, come on, I want to see your clothes. The thing you have to remember is that the more visually the less you're actually listening to what you're saying. Right? Like, they're literally, if you finish a good joke, whatever, there's oranges all over the place. So you can college break. Wait, you did that. You got it. Are you serious? You like Professor Lewis? Yeah, it's not but no, but I'm being serious when I say if I work with Savannah Sampson and she was on stage trying to stand up, she's going for it. And I was like, yeah, I want to hear you. I would love to hear about that time that you got choked out by fucking Rocco's and Freddy's. I would love to hear that story. That would fucking, you'd have me on the edge of my seat. There's so much shit that you that is everything that is fantasy. It's what you have to have a you have to intro. This is the problem. Not a lot of people can do it. There are not a lot of women in the profession. And I thought you were like, when you were like, really good. It's the truth. I mean, we've all we live in LA, and so I mean, but do what you're doing, get there. Here's another thing. This is like a funny note, but like the whole way you do the you sell that joke. Like in other words, I knew a joke was coming. It sounds like a joke. You were to really sell the joke.
the whole joke is and I'm not telling you how a great way to get away with it is I talk about I read a thing and the whole thing about the G spot. What you got to do is, and I go, I'm not going to be vivid, but what you got to go in the front of where you keep the bikes, and then you got to try to knock the bikes off the hook. And the problem was I was in the attic just ripping out insulation. So analogies in your profession will go a very long. You don't need to say, I put my tongue in the head of his dick. Like you'd be like, if you analogize it, it's a great way to talk about what you're doing. Patrice O'Neal is the king of analogy.
And your lingo. You guys have your own like lexicon. You should use those all the time.
But you don't just say, oh, now. Do you know how quick I get into an anal situation on accident? We'll do a DVD.
That's DVD, yeah. You talked about podcasts with Slick and
That's what that stands for. DVD. I thought it was initials.
wait, double and how many really?
That's true, like the green jacket, if you win the Masters, you get like the pink sock. Mitzi, both times you've been on, you've done a great job. It's unbelievable.
Busy X Martina on Twitter.
Very funny. Awesome. This is the part of the show where two regulars, our only two regulars, do a brand new minute every week. Mostly young ladies and very, yeah, very hilarious, super cool, always different, fun. This week's no different. This next young lady you're gonna recognize her. She's basically just in a dysentery. She's very, very funny, very good. Give it for Sarah Weinshank.
Got a friend that's a foodie, always trying to talk to me about subtleties, trying to talk to me about arts and rules, trying to pair food together, trying to take the subtleties of shit. He gave me a scone the other day. Ever have a scone? First thing I said was, what's wrong with this muffin? Fucking scone. 5-day-old muffin. Muffin. Back to scones, guys. Here we go. Forget the butter in this muffin. Forget the sugar in this muffin. You never see poor people eat scones.
well, if you set up specific really well, that's what it is. Because there's specific outlets.
Yeah, Chicago. That was really fun to listen to. If you, I threw in. Even if I'm going to West Coast, I do a little songs that I'm like, I love West Coast.
But that's something you already do. You might not even know you do it, but it's really something because you already naturally do it. You have to be aware of that. Like jokes work better always when like Chris Rock is a great example of a guy who always sets you up very clearly to know. He makes it clear from there. Then you work hard to well, then you can do it.
Oh, but I don't answer that. Sorry.
There you go. You did it again. Unbelievable.
She's awesome.
At Princess Shank on Twitter, everybody. That's a free S ending in SHANK.
Is your mom black? I followed you on
All the right girls are Puerto Rican.
Oh, I followed you on. You're both black, right?
You're Puerto Rican too?
You're both Puerto Rican.
Holy shit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your final regular and your final comedian of the show. Also, a Puerto Rican, a college dropout out of the Florida Gators to stay on the staff and crew of Bill Cooney. Where she is, Kimberly Condon.
So I got my heart broken in college. You guys know that, right? And like me, wasn't because I didn't want any kids. Because I told him in the beginning that if I wanted to raise kids and tell me why here, I should go to college where I was at. Was it because I was jealous? Because he came home one night and he was like, hey, I got so wasted. And I was like, who's a fucking chump? And then 2 weeks later, he was on that chump. I mean, I should have known when he started wearing my t-shirts. I learned a lesson from it though. Like now I know what I want in a guy. I want him like loyal, respectful, someone I can really bond with. And I know what I don't want in a guy, which is another guy. That's it.
I missed the t-shirt thing. It's bothering me that I missed it, that I didn't get it.
You know how girls wear their boyfriend's t-shirts to bed? I said I should have known something when he was wearing my t-shirt.
Oh, that is very funny. I love the t-shirt guy. So much fun. That's what that says. That's definitely an area that's worth tagging.
Oh, yeah. You wore my t-shirts and pennies and like, now I have a beautiful visual of you.
The tight squeeze, not 50 anymore, so basically, whichever way you're going to take it, because I know that passive physical is something else.
Very comfortable.
I grew up in Belmont area. Oh, cool. I was raised in Sebastian originally.
Monster holes, huh?
Yeah, no, I don't. I didn't start anything in comedy until I watched Rothschild'S when I was here. You went to Florida State?
Yeah, I've seen you ever do stand-up before.
No. I started going to
And you dropped out of Florida.
Yeah, I dropped out.
Right, you're here.
Yeah.
You started here.
Yeah.
You started here.
Yeah, in June.
Of course, it's written a brand new minute every single week.
Thank you.
No, that's right. We're running out of time. That's Kimberly Condon. Follow her on Twitter at Kimberly Condon. Tom Segura, Bird Christ, we did it. You guys are so happy. Yeah, that's it. Thank you guys so much. Jonah. That was so much
It was a lot of fun. I actually had a blast doing that. Hey, thank you to all the comedians that came up. And I apologize. I did not know everything about comedy, nor to stop, nor to rap. Yeah. If you don't like what we said, we don't know what we're talking about. Hey, guys,
Always.
fun to you guys have awesome podcasts. Hold on. I have
Well, just know exactly that if you're listening, that you're probably somewhat of a fan of me in some way. So if you ever wanted to know more about my crazy life, right? So, but if there's by some crazy chance you haven't heard me on the Your Mom's House podcast, a two-part spectacular. I think you're my mom, Colin. I come from Mafia blood. It's definitely worth knowing. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. The Ding Dong Show is next with Don Barrett, the longest running show in comedy for history. Audience, thank you so much. We'll see you again soon. Thanks for coming out. Fuck yeah, everybody. How you guys doing? Hello. Hi, everyone. Good to be here. Happy Monday to you. Episode 36. Tony, you're with me. How you guys doing tonight, everybody? Fun. Now, what? You say?
This sound system.
Yeah, they probably do about 20 or 25 minutes out of this week. So I can't imagine how many crazy get on all the dials and everything. Totally always. So imagine that. Maybe that's every week. Pretty fucking years this was.
Yeah, if I'm blowing the speakers, like boxes or whatever, these are iPhones, old iPhones.
Yeah, they're getting it all. Yeah, it's been a crazy week since the last episode. Last episode, I'm pretty sure, was definitely undisputed in terms of buzzworthy episode.
The best episode we had, and we were very nervous for that.
We hit number one on Stitcher in some category at some point. That's the first of it. Oh, no applause on that, okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support. I mean, number one's not that big of a deal, but I mean, there's other numbers. Who cares, right? Who cares about being number one? That's why I should work towards that goal. Maybe it's probably the least that everything is the algorithm is for I'm telling you, man, it's amazing because the podcast world is one thing, but there's also crazy Hollywood slant thing that I can say, like the delve into during the day with like auditions and everything. It's show business that we're in, and there's an amazing amount of buzz there too, which really surprises me from a raw renegade type of podcast that takes place in the belly room of the store. Like, it's so funny to hear people talking about listening to the episodes, this and that. So we're rattling the cages, so it's very fun. It's really exciting. And to think that we did it after getting stabbed in the back, that's what it took. The betrayal is what it took to push us to number one. So, you know, it's just to push us to the best that we've ever been. So that's an exciting thing. And, you know, last week it was fun. We tested out the Iron Josh. Another chance, but very well we're testing out different types. See what we got. Something very special. This iron is pretty well known as a Death Star. Ladies and gentlemen, our head of security tonight, put your hands together for Iron. Wow, look at this. Wow, stronger than ever.
This is great. As we can tell, there's been some upgrades. No longer does he have the iron penis stake. He has an advanced wireless mic system coming out of his crotch. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a hot mic. Heck yeah, some IKEA lights on your palms. That's pretty cool.
That's right, too.
What was that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah. Good. Stay in one spot. Patriot.
Is it the Patriot or the Iron PC?
What do you think? Patriot it is. Name's Pete. Took a patent to Pete, the Patriot. So yeah, so what's been going on, Patriot? What's going on? What's your world like? Yeah? Bullshit. Exactly. Now, you had a band too, right? What's that called? Called Filthy Lobster. Filthy Lobster? Yeah. Share your papaya. Oh, wow. Heck yeah.
It's really weird because, like, him looking over at me really seems like we're looking at the original Iron Page.
Yeah. It's a pretty nice thinking about it.
Yeah, it's slowly getting there.
It's like if the Iron Patriot, this is what the Iron Patriot looked like on Halloween when he was 6 years old.
Or it looks like the Iron Patriot's like on a slumber party.
Yeah.
He's in all jammies.
When all else fails, just make those noises. Hell yeah, you've done your research. That's great. Well, glad to have you here, Pete. What do you say we get this thing started, huh? Yeah. Oh, yes. Wait a second. What is it? What is it, Pete? Oh, well, absolutely. But in the meanwhile, to stand in for you while you use the restroom, we are going to bring out the Iron Patriot, everybody. Our first ever homosexual security. Wow. It's Iron Justin Martindale, a.k.a. the Iron Patriot. How you doing today, buddy? Wow, this is amazing. Right, exactly. I'm glad that you were able to be our backup head of security today.
Morning. How are you, big dog?
Last time you had this trouble with the mic, she was the guy who changed the mic.
Yes, sir. What'd you say, big man? Yeah, they just came out yesterday, I think. You can see them on ESPN.com. Yes, sir.
What's going on? Anything going on?
Correct.
Wow, it's been a couple weeks since we've had a song from our head of security. I'm pretty excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen, here you go. The Iron Gate Train, everyone. Whoa, what's this going to be? It sounds scary. Wow, heck yeah. That was awesome. Heck yeah, there he goes, the Iron Gate Train. That was amazing.
Justin Martindale, everybody.
Heck yeah. Unbelievable performance. Thank you so much. Everything come out okay, Iron Patriot? Fantastic.
I don't know if you guys noticed, a little bit of factoid for you, but this is the first episode of Kill Tony that's ever taken place during Black History Month. So, I got a lot of tweets from my female headquarters.
Wow, very good.
You call girls dancing. I don't have a very old-fashioned area.
Real quick before we jump into it, we are at the La Jolla. Kill Tony comes to the La Jolla Comedy Store on the road for the first time ever on March 1st. So San Diego, if you're listening to this, it's going to be March 1st. Tickets will be available online probably by the time you hear this. So it's going to be very soon. It's going to be March 1st at the La Jolla Comedy Store, the first ever Kill Tony on the road. So very exciting. Also, that's it. This is Tom Segura's t-shirt that's available at tomsegura.com. Special birthday shout out to Marie. Water boxers in the house, everybody. My favorite person. He's a fan of me, but I'm a fan of him. Very good. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's get it started. You guys ready? Kill Tony 36, motherfuckers. And just as always, it's super duper special. In no particular order, your two guests go like this. Truly one of the first people to ever take me on the road with them or work with me. One of my favorite people, one of the funniest people here at the Comedy Store. It's Steve Trevino, everybody. And also, coming with him, from the Big Lebowski, from Seinfeld, another one of the best comedians in the fucking world. Everybody. Tom Herrera, welcome. Steve Trevino, good to have you.
Tony.
like
You guys hear us?
super clearly.
We hear you. We just don't like you.
Do you guys want a drink? Josh is gonna make a run right now.
Does Josh not have a beer, bud?
Put your hands together for my fucking
Yes.
We're gonna have fun tonight, guys. You guys know comedy big time. Patriot, you got any questions for our guests?
Research, yeah. And Steve just started comedy in Texas, right?
Yep, Texas.
And you came to Hollywood. Yes. Writing gig and pulled it up for publicity.
Oh, let's keep that to yourself. I'm still trying to shake off the state, buddy.
Well, I heard you on Mark Maron's podcast.
Yeah,
Talking about Carlos Silva from you. Have some contact with you.
No, I haven't. He doesn't talk to me much anymore. He doesn't talk to anybody fucking much anymore. Apparently, I just like the way that the questions are coming from your dick. Yeah, that's where they always talk. So yeah, it's a good question, Patriot. How about anything for Dom?
He can people about me. Seinfeld, Golden Girls, Everyone Loves Raymond, The Late Show, Tonight Show, Conan. So my question for you is, what's your favorite breakfast cereal?
Let's say it's Mr. T, please.
That should be it. You know, I actually spoke with your brother's Nobody would believe it.
Fuck yeah. That's jinx on that one. That's a great move. So you guys know how the show goes. I'm so happy that you guys made time to come on this because I trust your opinions up there with, absolutely fucking anybody.
I slipped into my schedule because I love it.
You are the best. Maybe Comedy Central said you're one of the top 50 comics in the top 100. Oh shit, I really blew that one.
No, let me tell you, I'm not bitter, but you said you're the entertainer for 78. And how can I compete with an entertainer if all I have to do is stand up and be entertained because people lower it and it's correct?
Oh man.
I was voted top 10 comics in recording Texas.
Oh, that's a very
Left. It was number 9. I think there's about 2,000 people there. Yeah, that's pretty good. My mom was on the committee to vote.
That's all I have. Oh yeah, thanks, bud. I like that. Awesome. So you guys know how the show works. As always, over 30 comedians signed up tonight for the opportunity to do 1 minute of stage time in front of our lovely guests, myself, and the show. And we try to help them out or talk to them, find out information about them. They go from comedian to guest on the show. As soon as the minute's up, and you know your minute's up when you hear that sound of the kitty. Aww, how adorable. That's when you know you've hit a minute. Now, don't go longer than that, or she'll be running the light and you'll bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Wow. He is extra angry tonight. Holy shit, he really is furious. So, I mean, we try to teach the people, you gotta do your time and get off.
That's the one of being a stand-up.
Yeah, exactly. So, all those little lessons. And, can you imagine that?
I'll let you tell them.
So, with no further ado, what do you guys say we get into it? There we go. I have a bucket full of comedians. 2 of my favorite.
Please, I think Dave Cook, please. Just a tight writing.
Number 79.
I won't. I'm sure he'll remind me a couple more times.
But here we go. Your first comedian goes by the name of Tracy Greenwood. Wow, Tracy there in the front.
So mistake number 1, is this thing on?
Actually, turn on the microphone and the button on. So I hear people so it makes me say,
Wow, okay. 37 seconds. That was a lot of poem. It's, okay. So, you don't do stand-up. This is something like you're trying out right now. Is this your first time on stage? Wow. What was your first time on? Wow. So they just threw. That place just puts anybody on. The difference between the comedy store and the improv, by the way. You pay for it last week.
All your material like all based, or do you have jokes? Like I have jokes, yeah. I hear jokes. Sure, I have a joke about being a father. There you go. Tell it. The great thing about being a father is
That was more of a statement. Maybe a tweet. That could have been a solid, pound inspirational. You know what I mean? Something like that.
thank you.
You know, that would be great on a calendar of father advice.
Yeah. With a kid, something like that.
Absolutely.
I'm not on that.
Thank you very much.
And I think Cedric the Entertainer did that ride on F Jam in '93. I'm pretty sure they killed him.
Like, yeah, I'm bringing him up.
That's actually written. That's the Def Jam where
It's totally right.
are you thinking about doing this for real?
Absolutely.
It's hard to say anything. It's your second time on stage, so right. The only advice I have is keep doing it.
Yeah.
Maybe make it fun.
Right. Yeah, probably make it funny. That's
Here's my son on stage. I'll tell you this, just so you dip it in the bud. You want to do poems? That's great. You gotta. I mean, if you really want to be like a poet type of comedian, hard. You gotta raise the stakes. You gotta start rhyming with crazier words. You know what I mean? Like you really gotta go for it. What I'm basically saying is, if you want to do stand up, don't use the poem.
Yeah, because you don't want to get. That's my first time.
That's what I was trying to get to. Don't get the fucking poem. Ross wants his poem back.
Yeah. I mean, like, Dice Clay is a good example of doing a poem right, even if it is like a nursery rhyme or something like that.
You stole him for what?
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
My inspiration. Wow. Well, if you're going to do that way, you might want to start off at the poem side, because stand-up comedy will just start beating you up.
Right, when you say you were inspired by Othello the stockbroker, is that an actual stockbroker, or is that a comedian?
But not a comedian.
Right.
Nobody is very good.
Yeah.
That tight top t-shirt, hilarious. Tight top.
It works on my body type.
No, it doesn't. But Tom, I mean, it's your second time on stage. It's your first day. Oh, that's the fucking host of this show, okay?
Yeah. No, it's okay. No, you inspire me. I do want to hear what.
When you said your name was Tracy, I was sure it was going to be mine. And you're not that good for your breasts.
Oh.
Patriot only thinks that you will talk, so you
Probably should have just sat down. First, gonna stay on in your shoes and sit down.
But I'll tell you what.
Those fat, those jeans, though. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Everybody at home is fun.
One of my favorite things about this show is getting to watch people really finally, whatever you've been through in your life, the fact that you're finally now taking a chance and trying to chase a dream that is so hard to accomplish, yet so fun and unorthodox to try. It's so fascinating to me that you're doing it now, and that's great. So if you're into it, work hard and have fun and knock it out.
I would kill the poetry site. Yeah, no, if you did a poetry site, go to the poetry shops and just fill them all. Get a start.
Be a funny poet.
Get a funny poet.
But obviously, I mean, look, man, for you to get on the stage second time in front of us, that takes balls, and that's half the fucking battle. Is that to have the balls to walk on stage.
And then to have the balls to do a poem in front of us. I mean, holy shit.
Surely, I'm wearing a Whoopi Goldberg shirt too. I mean, this is on fire. I'm sorry. Wow, guy, I'm embarrassed. I didn't realize. I've been having trouble sleeping. So then we can give me that ball.
Thank you so much.
Should I put my podcast? No, you can't. On your podcast?
They can find it if they follow you on Twitter. It's at WFascination. He's on Twitter. WFascination.
Tracy, ladies and gentlemen, with
Tracy Greenwood is second time on stage. Is it a poetry podcast? Poetry based podcast?
poetry.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, everybody listen and find out. You know, sit down. That was cocky. Daddy, sit down, motherfucker. Put that cocky up here. Oh, this show is fun, Tony. Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, we're just getting started.
We're hatching dreams. This is awesome.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you remember maybe like a joke or something you did when you very first started stand up? Maybe you regretted it, like your little embarrassment that you did. Can you share it with us?
True story.
No.
Joke that I hated that I did.
But you did. Yeah.
You remember those? I mean, there's jokes that I did 5 years ago that I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking? I don't even like you. Motherfucker, don't clap so hard, guy. Don't clap so hard. I hope you stick it out, motherfucker. I hope in 5 years I can remind you about your bullshit poem.
Hell yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We are playing with fire. Wait, did you answer that?
Here's the first joke I ever wrote.
Yeah.
My father used to take me and drive me around the nice neighborhoods. And my father would go, look around, son. One of these days, if you work hard and stay dedicated, cut a yard. And I was 9, right? I was 9 when I did the joke that I used to do.
Wow.
And then I started doing comedy again as an adult, and I was like, look, it does that fucking jam off.
Right.
It just, yeah.
No, I didn't think you did. Joke that you were embarrassed that you did.
One day he came, he says, look, I got a little kid. That's a great fucking yeah, man. I was an extra. I mean, see us doing it.
she took me to a spinning room with all the cycles. She said, you can go at your own speed. You don't have to feel bad if like Louis Armstrong. See, I thought that was a good choice. Because that's what some people are going a little too hard. When you're working out and you got dick veins running through your whole body, let's skip it. You know what I'm saying? Eat a fucking burrito. I'm over here, I gotta peel off my shorts, got waistband marks, just dimple it in. It's like a mold for macaroni. Pretty much is what it is. Just glue it in, melt it. Next workout, you peel it off, you have a little snack. It's good.
Wow, he stopped talking. I just want an angry bear. But wait to come out. You've been doing it a while, haven't you? Yeah. They did the right thing. You moved the microphone to the side. Really? You're that tired after 1 minute? More nervous. And that's wrong minute. Take a long break. I
love the dick vein shit. The belt thing, as being a fat guy, I'm totally down for that whole idea. You could also have some idea of like maybe having different belt buckles between different fat tattoos. You know what I mean? Like I got, you know.
Are you really going to the gym?
No, I do enjoy it.
I want to probably open with the dick veins. Okay. Especially when you got like a minute fucking hit up, man. Yeah. You know, you got use the 7-minute set. So come out strong, fucking hit up, and then you got them, and then you can kind of get more friendly. You get a lot of premise, you know. A lot of women tell you about the gym. Well, fucking tell me about it. You know what I mean? So I'm out in one board. Right. Right. And then you can run it like 15 seconds. You really got time. Yeah. In a minute and a half, you probably need to do
Probably in live.
exhausted. I like the whole thing, guys. The hair, you know, keeping the Jufro, even though you're losing it, the breath there.
It's going up, man.
But you know, that's something you can talk about. You know, you talk on stage and people see that immediately.
Yeah, if you're a curly Jufro and you lose it in the front, is it easier to get like the pushing towards the front cover up? Is it a comb forward? The real problem is that the top dries faster than the rest of it, so it looks like a mullet for like an hour after you get out of the shower.
Well, you can do something with that, you know, like the redneck Jew, you know, hide yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, you know, you look at your appearance, kind of talk about that real quick. I think you're great. Sounds impressive. Not impressed enough to take you on the road. Where are you from, Steve?
DC.
How long have you been in LA?
Just past my hang
out here at the store much?
I come by on Mondays. I don't spend a lot of other time
That's part of the process.
I guess so.
You just gotta fucking hang out.
Yeah.
I guess nobody's. It's like what you put it the best. It's like Fight Club. I agree with that. It's like Fight Club. You sit on the porch and people take your stuff, and they finally invite you to the house. You just gotta fucking hang out.
That sounds great. I guess it was more of a comfort thing. You
gotta get out there. But it's all the political thing. You have to make yourself comfortable with whatever it is you do. You're gonna try to make friends or try to find something or whatever. Find exactly your favorite weapon or plot or whatever the hell it takes. You feel the pain and you get through it. That's the cool thing about the comedy store. You know, it's open until 2 a.m. So you can do other spots. And then you come here for a at night and hang out. Yeah. Get to know people. One of the things. I mean, they do a great job. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't said a word. Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, it shows the 5 years. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 4.
Right. Okay. So my question is in that gym joke, do you say that you didn't join, or do you say that you tested or testing it out?
I said I was going to join it. You can tell with the decision. Yeah, you're really not. I don't see fat when I see you. I think like that's not full. It's terrible. You're not out of shape. You're not out of shape enough to do that joke. Okay. It's like some people do that joke.
Like if Tracy had done it. I thought we were being honest. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think you're fire, you're already at momentum going into anything else. Yeah,
Right after that.
I like the belt idea you had too. Was the different, cookie cutters. Those are the two big punchlines in the
Joe,
joke.
they didn't really get the Louis Armstrong reference. He's dead too, you know that, right?
Yeah, she meant Liz.
Gotcha. That's now it's funny. Right. Parallels. Fucking hilarious.
Tweak some words, make that work. Yeah, make it a little more obvious. That's one thing lately I've been noticing that, like, in my head, I think I'm already being obvious, but you actually have to dumb it down a lot. Like, I know the hardest thing is dumbing it down because it pisses you off, and you should be at least on the dumb level than I am. I'm right. But no, like most of your audience are even dumber than
Like even if you said Louis Armstrong, he's black, and then you kind of let him be. He's black and has both his balls. Something like that. So you let the audience know who he is. So when you said that, that's gonna be great.
Steve Petronio. Thank you so much. He's on Twitter. At Steve Petronio. COTRONEO. Heck yeah.
This is fun. The question.
Yeah. No, it's fun to start off with the Tracy Greenwood. You get that out of the way. The guy who's just starting, it's good, Tracy, because, I mean, the $1 million question, when I said you're new at this, and you go, this is my second time, that means that's like the complete get out of jail free card. Right. Sometimes there's literally been times on the show where I go, okay, great, well, you're just starting out. They're like, I've been doing this 13 years. And it's when I'm like, oh, shit, kill yourself. Right, exactly. It's just like, yeah. So, heck yeah.
That's a good thing, like you said. There's nowhere to grow.
Starting, right. You have to get better from there. Definitely starting from the bottom. How'd the set of the improv go? One person came exactly perfect. That sounds about right. You gave that one person a ticket.
Which, by the way, for young comics, that's the worst. Like when you're a young comic, you want to invite your family, you want everybody to come see you. That's the fucking worst.
The bringer show shit. Just I don't even believe in that concept. That's a scam. The guy trying to make money off you guys. Do not fucking believe in bringer show shit.
Yeah, it's better to do any open mic. Did you ever do like an open mic with musicians or anything? Absolutely. The exact same thing. I was totally amazed. Obviously not the first night I was here, but the second night I was here when I saw them again, I was like, what do you deal with that?
Well, one of the first people I saw was Pablo Francisco.
And you think there's no way
Like
you can do that.
They made all that shit up.
Right.
So the next day I go, I gotta go and send this, that's the other number. And then I came back to see him, and I'm like, wait a minute.
And then if they can
But it was still
loud,
brilliant.
right?
Yeah, it was still brilliant. It was still loud. But I mean, everything you realize, every emotion, was out somewhere.
You have it, and you notice quickly, like a real good one, in my opinion, Al Madrigal. Like you can watch Al one night, and then the next night you'll see him do the same thing. It'll be bigger. It'll be better.
Laughing at yourself.
Right.
Sometimes
That's my number one thing, right? Sometimes it's real.
Yeah, sometimes. But I usually get a laugh from somebody in the audience. Sometimes I'll say something. Yeah, I mean, no, I'll say something, and then somebody will react in the audience that'll make me laugh.
Right.
Like somebody will lose their shit, and they'll pull their glasses off.
I have a lot of mistakes that I love looking at girls' faces when I say things. That's my favorite.
Right, you enjoy what they're doing.
Let's see how disappointed she looks.
You believe Kevin Jones just missed his spot, which means he's black. Very good.
Did you do that? Wow, that was pretty damn good.
Hey, by the way, for all future blacklist things, you have to recreate the car alarms from the one that's been on since the 80s.
That's the British one. That's the British one. Well, Kevin Jones is blacklisted. He'll never. He's on the show.
Which, by the way, that's a horrible way to start your comedy career by signing up for a fucking open mic and not showing up.
Yeah, that's horrible. Exactly. How about Jessica Blankenship?
So I realized that I want it to be small capability. And usually she's really good for him. But the other day I came home from work and she had all the and instead of pouring a lot of water so I imagine if I had a kid and she got sick I would pour a lot of water on her. If she got sick and then I I'd probably end up asking her to teach me. You know, that's not really one thing I should do. Gotcha.
That's it. 56 seconds. Jessica Blankenship. I can really tell you're brand new, right?
Okay, rule number one. Grab the microphone to their head and move it out of the way.
Yeah.
That's rule fucking number one. You walk on stage and you're not going to use it, grab it, move it out of the way.
And another dead giveaway was that I noticed that you slowly moved back throughout the entire minute. Slowly but surely,
I love the premise.
pulling away from the audience.
I love the premise of the joke. It's a really good premise. Means there. Just gotta find it. What joke? But it's real. That's just good. I think it's real. The thing I love is I want to see the film pressure. Yeah. You get a minute set. I'll take a 30-second line and then another one at 45. Blanket at 45 seconds.
You definitely just need to start going on stage more. You definitely need to know that your stage presence is very shy. And if you sell it, you can probably work with it. Act it, lighten up the mood a little, make it a little bit more sillier, less present. If it's a pretty limited trailer, you can just like right out the ball or stuff and do something like that, like robbing banks.
Yeah, well, that's what makes you great. I can tell that you've been punished and abused.
Right.
Which, no, that makes for great comics. It really does. The more pain you have, the fucking funnier you'll be. You know what I mean? You can tell that you fucking,
It's true, and all that definitely gives you perspective. And so, I mean, you gotta, if you're interested in this, then you gotta be knocking out open mics, because what the open mics do is they just burn away that muscle of how you have looking down at the stage, how you're slowly moving the back of the stage, and all the little fundamentals like moving the mic stand. That's what all those open mics are.
personally, I thought it was great that you walked up here with a nice premise.
Yeah.
You had the right idea. You did the comparison between maybe. No, I thought it was on the right track.
Right. Your material is not your problem whatsoever. It's just, that's a great problem to have. It's for it to just be the on-stage stuff. So you already have the right idea.
And you have a lot of shit that seriously you get into shit that we're not used to.
You live in a fucking trailer.
Yeah, or like partying in a big mom's raining with a boyfriend in there, you know, because there's not much to really do.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're with your friends and you're at a party and you're talking about your life and they're laughing, you gotta bring that on.
Yeah, you can park your house in a gun zone, so your house is quickly targeted. You can go into a lot of different areas.
Yeah. I had on the forums the other day. I thought it was funny. Yeah, I have a little bit about how I have been helped by getaway house. What did it look like? It was a fucking house. How many times have you done stand up? Have you been working at it or what is it? Maybe once a week. There you go.
Have you ever had sex at your house where you have a donut on your house? You know,
I've got a little bit more age about but this once a week shit's gotta stop. Right. You can't do it once a week. You gotta you have to figure it out. Stand up's an everyday fucking thing. You gotta figure it out. Yeah. Whoa.
if you fuck a black guy, you have to put the emergency brake on.
That's just race. All right. Just racing. Yikes.
He's gonna pound you.
Oh. Jessica Blankenship, everybody. Thanks, Jessica. No fun. Great premise. Interesting stage presence. Could easily be fixed by doing it more often. You've never known anybody who lived in a trailer. You said the only trailer you've ever been in.
I've actually thought about
Not really a joke. It's true.
I've thought about buying one of those silver trailers.
What? Yeah. Oh wow, what a
One of the Patriot is falling apart.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. I do every week. I take the upper body.
Wow, you do a great Patriot impression.
I think Amazon Prime's doing a perfect job.
All that stuff from the computer to the front door in less than 2 days. Your next comedian, new name, transfer for Brian Vestal.
Hey guys, so my first date was also my first concert when I was 14, and it was Boys to Men with Montel Jordan opening. That is true, and my mom said, because I asked the girl before I asked my mom, you know, the date, my mom said, yes, but I'm coming with you. So true story. My mom bought the seat, sat right behind us, and read the People magazine until the show started. And then when the show starts, everyone stands up. My mom says as loud as she possibly can to everybody around, why is everybody standing up? We paid for these seats. We should be sitting in them. And proceeds to get everybody within arm's length to try to sit down. That was the first and only date I had with a girl named Rachel who had all A's.
I'm waiting for the Montel Jordan and the Boys to Men thing to come back into play.
Was the audience all black? No, it was pretty much like I was in the cover at the time, so I guess a bunch of
No, you were literally a boy becoming a man. You're watching the Boys to Men.
Yeah.
You're with your mom, so you're really not fulfilling the prophecy after all.
Not at that time.
One could say that when you're watching Montel Jordan, you were thinking, this is not how we do it.
No. But you did say the party's here in Sacramento, and everyone lost their face.
Just laughing hysterically because there's not a party in Sacramento. How long have you been doing it?
This is my second time.
Ever on stage?
I do a lot of sketching improv. Yeah, you're an actor or something. Let's say I'm something. Try not to see her.
Well, what's amazing is that it's really interesting how blatantly great your stage presence is because even Dom, and I agree with him, when you first came up, the way that you moved the mic stand and started talking really did this was a pro. He's not like, he hasn't heard the fact that you, right. But, right.
You have that whole Jay Moore thing going.
Right. A little bit.
I wouldn't be rude.
Like,
down and we're like, wow, kind of finger bang here. I like the idea of your mom scored. Your mom scored. So gosh, you could now we're talking. That's fucking funny. I look back at mom and I know. Yeah, one of us saw it at the end of the road. Yeah. Just we were really pretty happy. Is that you don't have to steer, just like tell a story, you know? So
I think that's for people. I think you're a little bit. You just off the. I know it's saying it probably too much, but I think just off the how you responded to that Jay Moore thing alone, I think you're funnier than that story. So I agree with Steve. Right, and you can always punch it up. That's a story. I don't know.
Thank you. It's in my iPad or iPhone notes to do comedy, so that's the first thing.
Are you going to continue to do it?
Yeah. I plan on coming as often as possible, at least every Monday night here.
It's awesome.
I'm regular. Eat my weed. Okay. I stopped today because I have to.
You stopped today?
I stopped today because I have a job interview. I stopped today because I need to get it all out. So I picked the day to stop smoking weed to stand next to this guy. And if I was so high right now, I could just go for like 20 minutes on that.
That's weed. You really fucked up a bad day.
So you're talking out of your crotch. I
like the whole fucking white boy, thing you got going on too. Whatever those are called.
Khakis?
No, the shoes.
Oh, Sperry Topsiders.
Yeah, those are fucking gay.
I don't know. I just wear
Oh, you have a good look. Good look. Good state presence.
You live in the valley or like Dawson's Creek or where do you what tree?
There you go. Brian Vestal.
Thanks, guys. Good name.
Second time on stage. So we got 3 out of the 4 people. Second time. We're in less than 10 people. We're less than 10. So, popping a lot of somewhat cherries. What's a really popular cherry? It's like the second time. It's always like the one. Anyway, here, I know this guy. Very funny one-liner comedian. Your hands together for the one and only Gabriel. Strong. Yeah, talk you motherfucker.
I was watching some porn, much to my surprise. I came across a porn
Your voice was stronger this time, but you were very quiet and shy on stage. You were a hood and a hat.
Yeah, but I kind of like it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I kind of like the kind of, whisper into the thing. Got that raspy voice thing. You're hiding behind the hat. Mitch Edward does it. I used to work with Mitch and Brandon. And I asked Mitch one time why he covered his face. And he said, Mitch said that's why I grow my hair out so that I can put it on my face and I can see on stage. And that just kind of was the allure of it as well. So I kind of like it. Quiet. You have to listen. Yeah. It's on the edge of their seat. It's a great psychological trick.
I didn't know you were like standing flat the whole time I knew you.
It's Armenian. Do you have any jokes about being Armenian? Do you have any jokes about being Armenian? No. Oh, come on, that's hilarious. Right. Nothing.
IRP trip.
Sounds like a full Armenian to me. I think you did good, man. You did a lot.
It was my first time actually.
How come you don't do other places? You signed up, you said earlier, you mentioned to me before the show, you signed up for the last 17 weeks in a row. There. Yeah. You're saying you haven't done this show for a month. You really get nervous.
You are so shy. What if I kiss you on the stage?
Do it.
I'm gonna kiss you on the lips.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wow. A little tap.
Yeah, pull on that thing. Let's touch this.
This is a Kill Tony first. Oh, wow. There you go.
What makes you nervous on stage? Like, I can tell by your hands you're like going like this and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
the way that he fights.
Your haircut is stupid faces. Look at this.
Swear I don't feel nervous.
You get like jittery.
Especially because it's been a while since
Do you ever look at audience members in their eyes when you're on stage? Does that part freak you out a little bit?
I'm usually just close to the downstairs.
What do you look at? What are you looking at when you're
I the flappers right here.
right in their eyes? Is that a club?
I barely look at people's faces. I gaze through them or I gaze around them. But it looks like I'm looking at them, but I really barely ever look at them.
I look right at them. I look deep into their eyes, and I command it because it wasn't always that way. When I very first started, it was sort of like whoever the fuck Jessica Blankenship was looking straight down a lot. I was a lot like that. I had a bad habit of looking straight down, and since I started in the original room, I had a bad habit of looking out that window on the right side. So I'd be looking down and then out the window. Almost not at all did I look at the audience. I don't talk in my first couple weeks, but one thing that I started doing immediately that I'm now super glad that I started doing was now I can get a feel and a vibe in the middle of a set, or the beginning of a set, or the end of a set, for the tone, how they're feeling, what they want. Because I'm literally looking so deep into their soul, I sort of know what they're thinking at the time. So if you wanted to, you could really do that, and I'm sure that would help with your stage fright, is to make a point to really make eye contact with people. Because looking at the ground and looking at the lights and looking at the ceiling, it's cute and all, but why not make it worth something?
If I hope a couple of days in a row, I mean, if you keep writing and you keep writing funny one-liners, it won't matter. Just boom,
And you'll be getting laughs, and you'll be like, oh shit, I'm getting laughs.
Right, and once you get that, put your best joke first. That way you get that laugh out of the gate, and then you feel more confident. You get silence out of the gate, don't worry.
You absolutely got to be going on stage every day. I've heard your jokes before. I just brought you up as the one-liner guy. It still works.
And the fire joke's smart. That's what you do.
Yeah, that's the price you pay. You got a knack for writing those one-liners. Get in the game and stop pussyfooting around and do it, because your jokes are way too funny for you to just be doing once a month.
Got to watch going on.
But is the bedtime that you say your sleepy time alarm?
Sleepy
But I think it's great, man. That was
Yeah, awesome job as always. That's Gabe Killian. He's on Twitter at Gabriel Killian. That's GABRIELKILLIAN. Killian. Yeah. Well, I would say that literally, I said I use it to know sometimes where to go, but I'm talking about his stage fright. Right.
What they're saying is if you guys would get together, it would be one thing to do.
Oh, thanks, Steve. I do wish I could write jokes. I could only somehow find a way to make a living out of doing that.
I agree with Mr.
Oh, yeah, totally. I was telling you about the stage fright. It's something that I know helped me. It was just real. I remember a few weeks in, I was literally just staring at people, which is a bad extreme, but I was trying to break the habit of looking down and right. So fuck yeah, we're Robinson. This is Robinson.
Simulation theory, guys. All right. Hey, just going straight to it. I've been divorced 32 times. And nobody knows what it is. My wife doesn't know. It's all in my head. And I walk past her in the living room. Look out on the couch. Smile in her face. She doesn't know. I had to realize one thing first. That she's crazy. And I'm slow. The reason I'm lying is she's confused. I don't know. So the reason she treats me like slime is she treats me. Oh, you guys making me laugh at myself. Alright. Let me go back to it again. I've been divorced 32 times.
Straight to the bear.
When it tells me that you're laughing,
What it thoughts were funnier than the actual words.
In your head, you're like, oh, this is gonna fucking kill.
Whatever you were thinking, you should have told us.
yeah, exactly. That was a simple case of just not say what you're thinking.
What do you want? You're a manager at Target or something. What do you work?
No, actually, I work at Xerox.
Xerox, so yeah.
That's still around?
So you nailed it. Yeah, work for him. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I can see the slacks, you know, the shirt, the whole thing. It's just you're black. I didn't think you had a job, but
I'm one of the few.
there you go. So, how long were you on set?
Very recent. I used to do it back in the day in the 90s, but I'm just not used to it.
So how long did you do it? Like,
I've been coming out a lot, but not been a lot of time.
once a month? Once a week?
About that,
Right. So it's hard, man. It's kind of trying to finish as much as possible.
I would recommend Hot Cafe to places that charge you $5 to get on stage, because at least it's guaranteed. And as much as that sucks, but that's why you have to pay it. If it's not convenient for you to wait in line and not get up and stuff like that, you have to pay the $5 just so you can find time.
Yeah, I always tell comics too, and there are a lot of comics who I don't want to host. That's the best spot. You go to an open mic and host it, that's the best spot. Because that means you're getting on stage that night several times as opposed to sitting in the back, not getting on stage and waiting for your stage time. How much do you hate your wife? How much do you hate your wife? Like a lot. Getting a lot of a lot.
There's a percentage of it, but I don't really care.
How long have you been married?
19 years.
That's your opening line. Yeah. I've been married 19 years. Hey. How's it going? You have kids?
I've been there.
Oh yeah, well,
Near ninth grade, 11th grade. Oh, we used to just talk about that shit nonstop.
yeah, the fact that you work at Xerox, there's gotta be funny stuff in there, right? Is that what you said, Xerox? Trying to get people to stop emailing?
Copycat. Fucking cameras.
Oh my god, that's great. Right, that's the thing is telling the truth, because there is something about what you were saying about the 32 divorces and this and that. Basically, what you were saying is that you don't like your wife. Every time I walk by, but you have the balls, you don't have the balls to do it. Right. I don't know about Hung, she's black. That's just racist. So it's one of the most racist episodes. She might not be black. She might be black. I was like, if she's white, that's a whole nother fucking shit you can talk about. How she had so good credit, you know what I mean? Fucking something.
Iron Petrie, what you
I wanted to be a homeowner.
Okay. Well, I couldn't see him from the front, but I thought it was funny when it was here outside. That's probably that running on this.
Very inside reference. right, not a single.
Good for you, man. You're doing it.
Doing it.
All right.
Again, Mike, there you go. He's on Twitter, believe it or not. His Twitter handle is @KingMikeBoogie. You got that handle, huh? Your King Mike Boogie. Wow. You got it. Heck yeah, Mike Robertson, everybody. Hell yeah, man.
Prints out those tweets.
Keep doing it. Yeah. I thought the only comedian that copies was Vince.
That's a big problem.
I don't know if there's a lot.
There is. There really is.
A lot.
I think there is. I found a guy the other day that was stealing my shit. And if you know my it's true. And if you know my shit, it's very like hard to like just come up with that. It's very like creepy and horrible. Yeah. So my shit was horrible.
There you go. That's great. Did you talk to the guy?
Yeah.
Did you really? What did he say?
Denied. But I remember it.
His name's Brandon Jeffries, everybody.
Not the guy that's your next comedian.
Brandon Jeffries. Lots of new people in this.
So, I'm 29 years old and I work 2 shitty minimum wage jobs, because I dropped out of college, so I paid myself up for hard, And one of the problems about working these kinds of jobs is working with other people who are fucking like gave up on life just like me. I try to keep it pretty positive. I don't complain a lot, but every now and again I'll like a small crack, and some people be like, have to quit. They'll be like, Brandon, just be glad at least you have a job, just be glad there's all the people who quit out there. Like, I fucking hate that mentality, dude. It's like, this person's aggressively settling for life so hard that they try to bring you down to their level. That's like the equivalent of saying, like, I don't like fucking rat shit on my Cheetos, but at least I'm an afternoon snack, or saying, like, my wife's slowly trying to poison me with cyanide on my bitters, but at least I have a warm bowl at night, and like a warm meal at night, something to love me. I kind of fucked that one up, but that's all I got.
Counted 9, you knows. You can't do it. You can't say you know. You're not good at it. Counted 9.
Yeah, that would became such a big problem that like we work for it. Like it was that bad. That's why.
Yeah, it's pretty freaky.
I had it hammered out, man. It's a lot different when you actually get it.
Of course. How long have you been doing this?
I've just been doing this like open mic in Riverside for a while, and it's just like music poetry, and then they let me so that's all the one I've really done so far for about a year.
So this is your first time not in an open mic.
First at a comedy exclusive open mic. Yeah, first time not in Riverside.
So right, exactly. So it's like in Riverside is basically like saying and going up because that's how they talk about it, right?
Maybe that's no notice because I'm in Riverside.
You got me. I got that one.
I think it's just a nervous thing.
But I like your energy on stage. Like, you had good energy. You went up there and you were like, you do it. It's just,
Yeah, honestly, the second I heard the board for this one, I lost. I didn't pay attention.
You were about 20 seconds in.
oh, buddy, I'm seeing t-shirts, cool koozies.
What's the first thing that comes to mind when I hear the word VCR? VCR, video, whatever it stands for.
Brandon, nobody's ever going to make it what you're even talking about until you do it.
Right. But I just like everybody's
About the 6 people laugh. Because they're like, oh shit, I'm never. Right. And then they also laugh because they didn't know what you were talking about. So at that point, you had set something up, and we sort of knew that you had attempted one, and then you said, We're like, no, we don't know, man. So it sort of made it funny because they're like, we don't know. So what do you Mexican?
Yeah,
great question.
Talk about that. First thing you don't stay, talk about what you look like.
And I'd also talk about how you sound white as fuck. Like, super white. Riverside's not next to like the ocean.
Not at all.
But you sound like a surfer. Skate. What is the deal with like riding boards like that that makes you talk super white? Like, no matter how black or Mexican, if they ride a board of any kind, it's very like, hey, what's up?
You know, I just like to hear like somebody else that was just like him talking to you know.
Right. Oh yeah, I know. Do you know? Yeah, I know.
You know, I know.
You know, there is way too much to get past. Like,
Totally. No idea what you
seriously, I had no idea if I was just focusing on how many times I said, you know.
I was at 9.
Will you listen back when you download this later? No. Seriously, you need to, because it was really great how many times I said, you know.
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing, I like the idea of working with I feel that makes a lot of sense.
So you are Mexican. So your podcast network.
You know what I like about you? Everything.
And it's
I think there's something really funny about somebody it's admirable because you can make more money about working. You know?
the fact that you went to college, they don't want to work hard to get through school. But in the long run, you're working 2 jobs. And you have a great perspective. It's totally true. At the very beginning, I almost forgot about this. I'm like, wow, this guy's owning it right now because you were in it. You're like, I am too many wage jobs. I'm a lazy fuck. Whatever you said, like you were truly in it. You were owning it. And then, yeah. And then it went a whole different. So just, the whole what? Yeah. So don't quit.
Good job, man. Seriously,
Don't quit goes for fucking everybody.
Right.
Period.
Right.
Even you, Tracy, don't quit.
Yeah.
Just hate this idea, but don't quit.
Brandon, that's got to be just like a, it sort of seems like a theme of tonight is, the things that these open mics are great for is eliminating shit habits right from the get. So you don't need to come to the comedy store. You can take care of that at your Riverside open mic. Whatever you do, if you get it down from to 8 to 5 to 3, per minute, great.
Fucking 8. If you get it down to 8.
Right. But you got to start now. Brandon Jeffries, everybody, is on Twitter.
And by the way, hire Peter. You can't step outside if you want to cool off for like 3 minutes because you're allowed to move and do whatever you want. You want to sit down. You can lie.
We're almost done. Yeah, we're actually going to move on to the part where we get our 2 regulars on stage. Every week we have 2 amazing regulars that have been writing a new minute of material every single episode, if you know what I mean. And it's always fun, it's always exciting, and we're going to do it again right now. Your first
Wesley Perry does. All of them that shit. He's a good friend. What's up, baby? It's the first of ER 5786. Saturday, April 8th. But who really knows? No one really knows for sure. I look over Halloween timing, but this is always inside. Really? 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 3761 creation of the world, David Adam, comma, 3631 130 Seth, son of Adam was born, 3526 235 Enosh, son of Seth was born, 3436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh was born. I've been doing this bit for 113 days. This is cool things about cool things. Really,
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully involving you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tithia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, I'll see the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden of Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks, well, welcome back to this sort of traveling, let's call it a circus. 5-ring circus, I don't know, 5-ring circus, this is pretty cool. Let's get back into this. Let's start by just, again, like we treat it every time, just to recap a little bit so we're on the same page. And that page, of course, here on the left is a picture from Sefer Radio Hamana. One of the most famous books of Jewish magic ever written, using two different hamayot, either amulets or various kinds of things written in angelic language. So if you want to know what the language of the angels looks like, these are two examples of angelic language being written out there. Now, what they say, I have no idea. You can ask the angels. Right, Michael at olamhabad.gov, and maybe he'll write you back. What we noticed last time about Jewish magic, and we did sort of a big wrong in Jewish magic, is that Judaism and magic have had a very complicated, very long relationship. And I say very long relationship because, as I pointed out last time, the earliest document we have of the Torah is a magical amulet recovered from Jerusalem and the Kitzifinon tombs there, and written on silver. You can see it in the Israel Museum. So the very first documents we have of the Bible are magical. So if you want to say that Jews don't do magic, well, they must not do Torah too. So that just is a non-starter. So they had this very complicated, very tortured history of magic, where on the one hand, it's very clear that the Bible, and the people that wrote the Hebrew Bible have a very uncomfortable relationship with magic practices for lots of reasons, theological reasons, obviously included here, right? The idea that you can affect supernatural causation. If you can affect supernatural causation, then it means that God becomes God redundant, right? God becomes like a thing that you really don't need. That you can like make it rain, you can make yourself fall in love with people, or make people fall in love with you, or make pennies from heaven. It needs a God where they can win the lottery on their own through magic. And at the same time, right, we see that Jewish magic has persisted all through the centuries. We see it again all the way back to Kitzifinon and all the way down through now. And as I pointed out, right, when I say all the way down through now, my bottom point really obtains here in the Haredi community, in the community of ultra-Orthodox Jews. We see magical manuals still being published to this day. And also, of course, in the liberal Jewish world, there's an entire world of practicing Jewish witches. The folks who identify as Kohenites, who are also very interested in things like astrology and magic practices. And so we see that the Jewish magic has really thrived down through the ages, and unsurprisingly, it's mirrored local magical traditions. So we see that Judaism, Jewish magic often looks a lot like the magic of the area that they're living in. So we see the same kinds of magic in the Greco-Egyptian period. We see Jewish magic being practiced in the Babylonian context with the cool incantation bowls. And then as we move through the Roman period and the European period, we're going to see that Jewish magic will often borrow from the local culture, but also influence those cultures as well. And that would be especially true in the European context, where Jewish magic has had a disproportionate impact on the development of European magic. That's why here is the magical squares. Most books of magic, European, non-Jewish books of magic, there's some Hebrew there, right? So it wasn't because they liked Jews. They were perfectly happy to see Jews sent to whatever dreadful fate they were sent to. But they didn't know the Jews had secret powers, magical powers, and they were perfectly happy to use them. As we saw, Jewish magic ran the gamut, right? It ran the gamut from curses, because everybody did something, right? And cursing people's like your thing, right? Divination, who doesn't learn the future? Love magic, because once they go to sleep alone. But again, we should be careful, right? Love magic. Consent is a value we have around here, and of course, love magic isn't about consent. We have group words, which are medieval Jewish spell books that contain a wide range of Jewish magical experiments. In fact, in medieval times, Al, you'll appreciate this, that the word experiment actually derives itself from the medieval Latin word experimenta, which were magic spells. So the word experiment actually has its origin in the technical word for a magical operation. And the word experiment actually comes from that. So if you look at medieval magical manuals, they'll say an experiment for invisibility. And what's interesting, right, is that those invisibility spells would be tinkered with to try to make them work better or work at all. And so when modern science, as the world new science came along, they just adopted that language. And so it's interesting to see that, again, the boundary between even language between magic and science early on pretty big sometimes. So amulets, right? Amulets are devices used to call various kinds of either to receive positive energy rather from the stoner influence or repulse bad energy in the form of things like demons, Shaitan. So we see amulets, astrological magic is also very popular. Sephirati Olamala, what you're looking at now on the screen, was a big part of angel magic, astrological magic. We have demon capturing bowls. We have the creation of living beings. We talk a lot about that tonight as we get into the sacred Yetzirah. The golem is probably the Jewish monster par excellence. I imagine most folks here have heard of the golem. Of course, that myth comes from the sacred Yetzirah, which we'll talk about this evening at length. Of course, we also have angel summoning and the whole thing. So Jewish magic really ran the gamut. So again, what I really want to drive home about the process of Jewish magic is what I said last time, is that people who are to tell you that magic is Jewish, there's no such thing as Jewish magic, well, they got some archaeology results here. Right? That's my basic argument. You can say that this is not a thing and that's not a thing. You can say it's not acceptable in your community, fine. But to tell me that Jews didn't do it for 3,000 years, you're just bad people. I don't know what I'm telling you. The scientific archaeological paleographic data telling you that you're wrong. And if you want to just sort of put your fingers in the air and go, la, 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 Jews didn't do this, well, have fun being wrong. Because it's very clear that Jews did it. So, now again, whether your community accepts it, whether you go to Oak Park over there, and whether they're okay with it, or Oak Park, or go to Grand Heights and see if they find Spanish, I don't know. But probably, again, Malcolm down the street, he's up to in the middle of the night doing some weird stuff. Might be up to some magic, right? And he would be that weird. And if you think about this from a historical perspective, the fact that there are magicians, sorcerers operating huge communities all over the world in history, any community that doesn't have one is probably the weirdo community. That's probably the weirdo community. The one that doesn't have one, right? The much more likely outcome is two. So Jewish magic has been here, it will be here, it's not going to go away. And by the way, this is true of magic in general. Magic is more popular now than ever before. Right, so for better or worse, it's here. So tonight, we're going to do it, folks. We're going to get into the very first vestiges, the very first layer strata of the Kabbalah. So we're going to do it. We're talking about this distinction between Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. We're not going to hit that. We're going to begin to get was very complicated and very mixed together. Right? So drawing a line between one of these and the other of these is just really not possible. And so what we have to understand is that Judaism has always had a very weird relationship with the outside world. Always very weird relationship, right? Because on the one hand, the Jews want to maintain their cultural, religious distinctiveness. On the other hand, they also always get cool. They got Greek science, and they got like TV, and they got Xbox, and all this stuff, right? So there's all kinds of things about the outside world that you want to admit is cool. And at the same time, they don't want to. The bad A word. You know what the bad A word is? Assimilate. Assimilate, right? This is the bad A word, right? So this is idea that Jews do not want to assimilate, but they always have to some degree. And even when they don't, that non-assimilation is actually a response to assimilation, right? You're never outside that logic. So with the relationship between ancient, like classical Jews and Greek science, I guess the Greeks had a lot of stuff figured out for us. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, whether they were right or not, I don't think they were. The Greek model of the world was a far better model of the world. It explained at least in some of why the planets did what they did. Right? Greek science, Greek math, right? When you see it, I mean, I don't know if folks here have ever done a geometry class, right? When you prove to yourself that Pythagorean theorem is true, it's magical. It's magical. When you see proof, mathematical proof of something, you're like, damn, that's really true. That's for real true. Not like I made it up, like I had a fever dream about it being true or whatever. That's true. And it can't be otherwise. The Greeks pioneered a lot of this stuff. Now, it's not to say the Greeks invented everything, right? The Pythagorean theorem has been known by the Babylonians in the form of what are called Pythagorean triplets. Well, Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras is heavily on the Egyptians for a lot of vintage mathematical knowledge. I imagine the Egyptians knew a thing or two about triangles. So, again, the Greeks had things going on, right? And the Greeks were really big pioneers of what we might now recognize as a empirical science or theoretical science. Now, what's really important about this is, right, Jews have always had these sort of touch, cool relationship with Greek science. But what increasingly begins to happen is that Jewish philosophy begins to be deeply influenced by two distinct forms of Greek philosophy. Now, these two forms of Greek philosophy we have named for them now, right? We call them Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism. Now, I'm going to do a lot more with Neoplatonism next time when we get into Kabbalah proper. But tonight, what I really want to focus on is a school of Greek philosophy that we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Now, you can imagine how many Greeks call their philosophy Neo-Pythagoreanism. The answer is exactly zero. No Greeks call their school that. Right? Everyone just thought they were being philosophers. But there are two things that are really important about what we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Right? I know we put by the name, it's one of these $4 words. Greek philosophers sound smart. Basically, what we're talking about here is two things. One thing we're talking about here is the influence of Pythagorean philosophy. And Pythagorean philosophy is the same philosophy that many string theorists probably believe in today, and that is the world is fundamentally mathematical. Right? Not describable in terms of math, but math. The world is mathematical, right? And so that's the main thing, right? The structure of reality, the fundamental structure of reality is mathematical in nature. Again, this idea probably is more popular now in some forms of contemporary physics than it ever has been. The second thing that's worth noting about this is that for the Pythagoreans, the union with God was possible. One could be like God, right? God, singular God, right? Because the Pythagoreans are all about like everything going back to one, right? So they really follow God. So things are basically one. And so the idea was you could be like that too. You could unite your consciousness, you could unite your being, you could unite your nous with the divine. And as you can imagine, those two ideas are going to be part of mysticism in the ancient world and, of course, in the modern world as well. By the way, the image you're seeing on the screen here is an image from a Pythagorean or Neo-Pythagorean cylinder that was actually discovered in the 18th century in Rome. It's recently been reopened. I've always wanted to go there. It's perfectly preserved. This is where Neo-Pythagoreans hung out. really small people. So let's define that, right? Let's look up this idea with some ideas from Judaism. Now, Judaism, as you probably know, from the book of Genesis in the Bible, Bereshit, that the way that God makes the world in Jewish lore and Jewish mythology and Israelite mythology, that God speaks the world into being. That the existence is a speech act, right? God says, Yehi or, let there be light, and by Yehi or, there was light. The very act of speech causes being to come into existence. And thus, right, if God speaks in Hebrew, which of course Israelites thought, Jews think that God does, that's the language of God. In fact, that's what we call Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh, right? Lashon Kodesh, that it is holy language. The very reality of Hebrew is that Hebrew itself has magical power. It's the case that the language itself is special, it's metaphysical powerful, it's quasi-divine. Because if God speaks it, then it can't be just a bunch of random sounds, right? We think random sounds, dog, right, or whatever, right? We think of sounds as being random, but God's speech isn't random. God's speech is the opposite of random. It's ordering. Because in the ancient Israelite imagination, remember back from the first talk, that part of what goes on in the ancient Israelite mind worldview is that God is ordering the world out of chaos. For the ancient Israelites, it's chaos versus order. So what does God's speech do? It orders the universe. And this is unsurprising, right? Because grammar, if you've ever studied some grammar, been tortured by some grammar, you know the thing that's torturous about grammar is that it's orderly. That's what's hard about it. It's about learning the patterns. Not when there's exception to patterns, so why there are exceptions to patterns. It's orderly. And so language as an act of order is how God created the world. There was nothing, tohu bohu, chaos, and then God spoke, and it ordered. So Hebrew has this kind of power. You see this very early on in Israelite, you might call it linguistics or ontology or metaphysical metaphysics. But there are two ways in which this plays itself out. The first, of course, is that language is magical. This is unsurprising, right? If you imagine a sorcerer, the one thing every child knows about what sorcerers say, right, is abracadabra. Well, you might think that's just nonsense gibberish, but it's not. It's Aramaic. Abracadabra literally means in Aramaic something like, I create as I speak. Now, think about that for a minute, right? Abracadabra, I create as I speak. Well, if a magician is uttering that, who are they imitating? God. Because God created his speech. So on the one hand, we have language is magical. You can do magic with language. We've already seen that with Hebrew and all this magic with practices. But if you can speak that magical language, it's not just that you can do magical power. You have magical power, you're also imitatio Dei, imitating God. You're being as if a God. Right? Because God can do it through language. Well, if God speaks that language, and you speak that language, you are kind of being quasi-divine. And so, insofar as one can speak that language and conjure things into being, you can imitate God, but also you can become unified with God. Because in the same way that God creates his speech, you create his speech, you are imitating and being like God. This is the theological equivalent of fake it until you make it. Right, folks? This is you becoming united with God by acting like God. And by acting like God, one becomes unified with God. So you can see how this circuit is being closed, right? How the role of Hebrew in Israelite theology and the role of Hebrew in the action of doing some mystical stuff, right, allows one to engage in this mystically powerful language. The image here to the left that you're seeing is from Abraham Abulafia, founder of the Prophetic Kabbalah, who will be in a couple of weeks. These are meditation wheels by which one can, in fact, change one's consciousness by changing one's consciousness, elevate one's consciousness to be unified with God via prophecy by meditating on specific words in the Hebrew alphabet. It's from that manuscript of Abraham Abulafia, not written by him, of what his text. We'll get to in a couple of weeks. The I can't do your harm. So we have in the Babylonian Talmud and two different stories, which are probably mirroring each other, but being told by two different rabbis in Tractate Sanhedrin, where we have both Abiah and Rabbi, two very prominent rabbis, discussing death penalty cases, right? So Tractate Sanhedrin, as you may know from the Babylonian Talmud, is all about death penalty cases. And one of the things that is a death penalty case is sorcery. You're not allowed to practice sorcery. And so what is constitutive of sorcery, right? So they say there's all kinds of things that are constitutive of sorcery, right? But creating illusions isn't. You're allowed to create illusions. This is the rabbinical idea that you can do stage magic. In fact, you should. I think in modern Hebrew, actually, we do stage magic. Right? What is allowed? This is positively mind-boggling. Right? Such a form by Rabbi Fina and Rabbi Shaya has been every Shabbos Eve in studying Hilchot Yetzirah. We'll talk about what this is in just a minute. By means of which they created a third row path in hand. So they studied Hilchot Yetzirah, right? This literally means the doing of the Yetzirah, right? So if you want to have a book about the laws of Hilchot Shabbat, is how to practice Shabbat. It's a law of Shabbat. Hilchot Yetzirah is a law of formation. How you make something. Well, what did they do? They studied it on the eve of Erev Shabbos, on the Shabbat Eve. They created a third drum calf and they ate it for Shabbat. They made the calf. They made one. Rabbi said, this is even more dramatic. Rabbi said, if the righteous decided, they could create a world. Now, this translation is hiding something. This is the translation of Sefaria, but the actual translation in the Aramaic says they can create a world just like God. They can create a world. Now that is positively mind-blowing. That if you are righteous, you can create a world, right? But you have inequity, so you can't. Now, Rabbi created a man, right, and sent him to Rabbi Zerah. Rabbi Zerah said to him, right, spoke to him and said, he received no answer, right? He was mute. And thereupon he said, you're a creature of the magicians, actually in Hebrew, or Aramaic rather, it said, you're one of the company, right? Like, you're one of those guys, right? This is in Hebrew and Aramaic. He said, go back to the dust, right? And Rabbi Shah says, studying the Sefer Yetzirah, by means of which they created their own path. So in the Babylonian Talmud, again, the central word for rabbinical Judaism, there is no more important book for rabbinical Judaism than the Babylonian Talmud. We have rabbis making calves. So the distinction between what's magic and what's orthodox at this point has to be completely breaking down. Because I don't know about you, if I made a person right from dust and then sent them to you, you're gonna be like, well, that ain't magic. It'll do until magic gets here. Bam. Like, again, if you make it seem like magic, I don't know what it is. So what we have in Babylonian Talmud is the idea that somehow they're studying some book, some text, and creating people. Now again, the person's mute. There's no doubt about the fact that it's not a perfect person. They're mute, right? Which have been thought of as a disability in the ancient world. Again, ancient ableism aside. What we have here is an image of creation by some kind of study. Further in Miracle 55 days, we have the idea that Salel was chosen by God to be the architect of the Mishkan, the tabernacle. Why? Because Salel, I had the story not because my Hebrew name is Salel, but it's a great story. But because Salel knew how to join the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So again, listen to that in the Babylonian Talmud, Miracle 55 days, that Salel was chosen because he understood how to combine the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So already by the Talmud, we have the idea that the heavens and the earth were created, the Ulam, the cosmos were created by the combination of letters. And here again in the Tractate Sanhedrin 67-65 base, we have the idea that you create if you're righteous. If you're righteous. I'm not that righteous, thank God. was this text. Sefer Yetzirah is without a doubt the most enigmatic and important book of Jewish mysticism prior to Kabbalah. There is no more important book prior to the rise of Kabbalah in terms of Jewish mysticism than Sefer Yetzirah. I'll go on to say also later, Sefer Yetzirah is canonical. It's scripture now. In the Orthodox world, you can make arguments that it's not. It is a kind of Jewish scripture. We're not like the Christians. The Christian canon is basically closed. The Muslim canon is definitely closed. Right? The Jewish canon kind of is open. Stuff gets in. Right? And from community, right? Things get in. And Sefer Yetzirah has certainly got in. I would consider it to be part of the Jewish canon, right along with the Bible and with the Bible and the Talmud and the Sefer Zohar, etc. What is it? What is a Sefer Yetzirah? It is a text produced sometime between 500 and 1,000 of the Common Era. It's very brief. It's only about 2,000 words long. And it's a speculative text describing the method by which God created the cosmos, or the Olam. I'm going to use the word Olam because I prefer to use cosmos. I think it has connotations that are a little bit maybe too modern. And when I say Olam would include all of the physical world we now know of, described by the standard model of particle physics with 25 particles and 4 forces. But the Olam is a much bigger angle about what that would include angels and demons and all kinds of cool stuff. So at any rate, these Sefer Yetzirah describes very, very brief words, right? They're only about 2,000 words on an average recension. We can talk about recensions later. There are 3 or 4 different recensions of the Sefer Yetzirah that come down to us. There's a debate about how they get down to us. What we have is a book describing how the world was created, attributed to none less than the patriarch Abraham. Why Abraham? Because there is a line in Genesis where it said Abraham made souls, right? That Abraham created souls. And the idea is that because Abraham created souls, the only way he could have done that is if he had access to Sefer Yetzirah, and therefore that is proof for the traditional community at least that because Abraham had created souls, that he was also in command of the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, when was this book written down? The short answer is we have no idea. We just don't know. Sometime before 1000 of the Common Era, right? Now, the debate goes that sometime between the 2nd century and the 11th century, 800 years or something. We don't know. It's very difficult to figure out when this book was written down. I tend to agree with Zach Weiss, who I'll have his name in his book in the recommended reading at the end of the lecture tonight. I tend to agree with Zach Weiss that it was produced in the 7th century, maybe the 8th century, but it doesn't really matter for this class, so we're not going to get into the weeds about when it was written down. However, you may be interested in when it was published here on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see the first edition of the Sefer Yetzirah published in Mantua in 1562. I could be wrong about that, but I think it's 1562 that was published in Mantua. But we have a first edition copy here. One of these copies, by the way, sells for $50,000. So if you have $50,000 lying around, you want to buy me a gift, feel free to pick me up a copy of the Mantua edition of the Sefer Yetzirah. So, what is the Sefer Yetzirah? As I said, right, it's a book describing how God made the world. Now, what's also important about the Sefer Yetzirah is that it's the first time we hear the word Sefer. Now, this is a word that for folks familiar with Kabbalah, this is a word you probably have heard before, right? Sefer is one of these words that is a mainstay in the world of Kabbalah. Now, there are 2 things that are important about this word Sefer. The first thing that's important about this word is that no one knows what it means, right? The root of the word short, the shortish of the word is S-F-R, which in typical language Hebrew means to count, right? It just means to count. Now, if you want to make a verb, if you want to make a noun out of that, right, typically the noun would be mispar. And mispar actually does mean number. That's the Hebrew word for number. Mispar or misparim, right? It's the word for number. Well, the writer of this text doesn't go that route. They invent a new word. They invent a simple word. And that new word they invent is sefer. Now, what they do is they take the word sphera and they add an oath to it, permanent plural ending,
the adjective belima. Now, the word belima only occurs once in the entirety of the Bible. It's a monopoly, which means it only occurs once. And it's weird. When we know that beli, right, means without, and ma means what. And so it seems to mean without what. Now, what we have is a word made up, separate, which kind of means number, and without one. So literally we can translate it as number without one. Now, put that into the actual text, it makes no sense. Whatever the author's trying to do here, just whatever they're trying to describe, a literal reading of it doesn't make sense. So, what are the Sephirot Belima? What do we mean by the Sephirot the first time they appear in all of Jewish literature and all of the history of Jewish mysticism? Well, the one thing we know from Sefer Yetzirah is they are not divine emanations. Now, I know that for folks who are familiar with some Kabbalah, right, we've seen the tree of life, right, with the dots, right, and God goes, get there, right? 10 things, we'll get to that later, right? And that's the tree of life of the Sephirot. Well, in the Sefer Yetzirah, it's not that. Whatever it is, it's not that. They are not a divine emanation. We'll get there tonight. A minute. They're not that. Where are they? No one knows. No one knows. The going guess, and I say guess, alright, because I really do mean guess. Your guess is that this is being influenced by Neo-Pythagoreanism. Right? Neo-Pythagoreanism. Remember, Neo-Pythagoreanism is all about this number stuff, right? Remember, it's all about number being reality. But what we know about Pythagoreanism is what are their symbols of this thing called the tetrachus? You see it on the screen here to the left. The idea of the tetrachus, right, is the idea that from one monad can give rise to two monads, right, plus, right, so these 2 plus 1 give rise to 3, and these 3 plus 1 give rise to 4. You add all of it together, right, you get a base 10 counting system. And from a base 10 counting system, you have basically the origins of the number system, and then from there you have the origins of arithmetic, etc., etc. It's a geometric way of describing how numericality itself comes into existence. Now that sounds really abstract. That's repetitive. Really abstract, right? But we know this from the Pythagorean world, right? That they also thought there were 10 of these, right? There are 10 of these tetrachus, right? The tetrachus is a 10-node system. Well, guess what we know about the Sefer Belima? There are 10. And the text is really clear in the Sefer Yetzirah. 10, not 9, 10, not 11. Exactly 10. I think, that what these Sephirot mean are the basic structure of the decimal counting system. That what we have here is a decimal counting system. Why? Right? Because the symbol of 10 represents completeness in the Pythagorean system. And 2, the Sephirot are also always described in relationship to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So for the Sefer Yetzirah, the world is created by 2 things, 3 things. God, right? Using 10 zeros and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, combine them together to create everything else. So you have, well, you imagine it, right? What do you have? You have all the numbers, all the letters, combine all the numbers and letters together, and you get a universe. One can imagine that the 10 Sephirot are the 10 countable bits of the base 10 system of counting, plus the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. They are the palette by which God painted the world into existence. So, in Sefer Yetzirah, they are not emanations of God. They are numerical structures, which when combined with the alphabet, are the substructure of reality. Language and math. Right? I think that's what's going on in Sefer Yetzirah. Now, if you go to someone else, they'll give you another story. Right? I think that's what's going on. And I think that I base that upon read other Neo-Pythagorean literature and make the exact same argument. Right? So I think that's what's going on there. Now, look at Sefer Yetzirah as a description of several successive stages of the universe. Right? Just like we tell the story now, right? The Big Bang, the theory of inflation, right? And we have the world we have now, and eventually we'll have
the black hole period and proton period, whatever. Right? There are successive stages of the universe. Same thing are also described successive stages of the universe how we come into being. Now we can't get into the weeds of all that tonight. We just don't have enough time to do all of that. It's been an entire 8 weeks just on Sabrina. Well, what's really important is that the mature part of the universe, right? The mature part of the Orion is governed by what the Sabrina calls Ketzibot. Ketzibot are limits, right? Limits, they're extremities. Again, that, by the way, limit extremities is Pythagorean language. They're translating this Pythagorean language, in my opinion, into Hebrew. And Ketzibot are these kind of limits. Now, what do those limits look like, right? Well, there are fundamentally 3 dimensions, right? 3 dimensions. Well, I say 3 dimensions, right? There can be like 6 dimensions, but that's what they are, right? We have 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending. We have 2 dimensions of space, right? Or dimensions of, so 2 dimensions of time, 2 dimensions of space, above and below, and those include the 4 cardinal directions. So above and below, right, the cardinal directions, and in those they split off into the other directions. And then along with the 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending, and the 2 dimensions of space, there are also 2 moral dimensions, right, good and evil. This is a pretty interesting way of thinking about reality for this time here. And again, I think that someone with a background in physics, like Al, can appreciate, right? They're already imagining reality as having dimensionality. There are these mathematical ways of understanding the nature of reality that are describable abstractly as what we might call dimensions, what they call Ketzibot, or limits, or extremities. This is followed by a very intense, very somewhat strange analysis, and yet still scientific, of the Hebrew alphabet itself, in which the writer of this text groups the Hebrew letters into 3 groups based on the articulation of the points of the mouth. So when you make a mim sound, so using your lips and labials, right? When you make a dalet sound, da. When you make an ayin sound, right? An ayin sound, right? Right? Articulating a different word. And so it's a kind of quasi-primitive, right? I say primitive, I don't mean backwards, but I mean ancient form of linguistic analysis, right? So they're analyzing language in terms of where these things get articulated in the face, in the mouth, and then finally what happens is the letters are all set into a correspondence. And the way that the writer of Sabian imagines the cosmos, right, or reality, is it really has 3 layers. There's the Olam, right, the whole thing, Megillah, right, there's time. Time is the movement of the Olam, right, and there's the human being. And the human being is the center of it, right, because they are something that exists, and they are moving through time. And so the human being, the nefesh, the soul, right, is the nexus of the cosmos and time, right? And so they understand that. So what you get in the Sabian Torah is a very very involved system in which letters are assigned to members of the zodiac, right? Shana, time, right? And then also letters are assigned to describe the cosmos, right? Various parts of the cosmos, and they also describe various parts of your body. So your liver, your heart, and your eyes are set in correspondence with various letters in the Hebrew alphabet. Because again, God spoke the word to being, and when God said ayin, right? Folks have this right, the word ayin. Ayin is a Hebrew letter, and guess what ayin means? Eyes, right? God's not joshing around here, folks. When God says ayin, eyes make a distance. And what does sight see? He's light, right? So again, this system of correspondence. So the Sefer Torah is a very rigorous, scientific, philosophical, metaphysical analysis of how reality can be. There have been several different periods of time. So I want to talk a little bit about how the periods of time have worked themselves out, right? So we have a few different periods of time in the development of Sefer Torah. The earliest period of time is when it developed. And the truth of the matter is we don't know anything about that time. We don't know exactly when and how it was developed. We think it was probably in kind of a Gnostic, theurgical, magical Greek, Syriac world, but it's anyone's guess. The first time we see the Sefer Torah in describes the fundamental structure of reality. Now, again, when the Satyagon is a good example, right? The Satyagon is Mark's commentary on this. If the Satyagon, the leading authority in all the Jewish world at the time, feels the need to write commentary on this, my God, that's scripture. Right? If he takes it seriously, you bet your ass you're going to take it seriously. Right? And it's not just him. It's the Nolo, it's all of it. Bars alive, wonderful. So we have these scientific commentaries from the 10th to the 12th century. And then the book becomes magicalized. Because if it describes how God made the world, and if righteous people can make their own worlds, then this might be a roadmap to making our own stuff. And so it enters into its magical period, specifically in Europe with the Ashkenaz in the 11th and 13th century, right? And then eventually it synthesized into the Kabbalah in the 13th century, and eventually it makes its way into modernity. We'll get into a little bit more of this other more recent stuff in a bit. Now, of course, the Sefer Yetzirah is most heavily associated at the level of magic with the golem. I'm sure most folks here have heard of the golem. I've spent a lot of time talking about the golem. But the golem, of course, is an artificial humanoid made from clay animated by magical beings, specifically by techniques found in the Sefer Yetzirah. The earliest descriptions for the production of a golem were found primarily in the 12th century in the commentary on the Sefer Yetzirah written by Eliezer Burns, a German Ashkenazi rabbi. And he writes how to create a golem using various kinds of magical techniques, meditation techniques primarily, combining letters with vowels over and over and over again into a form of mystical meditation. And one can transform clay into a human being through these mystical meditations. And so the golem becomes this sort of artificial human. By the way, the word golem doesn't appear in the Bible once, I think, to describe an unformed fetus. It's actually sort of a word for fetus in the Bible. It's an entity that's not quite human and not quite not human. It's somewhere in between. That's why, by the way, in the Hebrew Bible, when you kill someone, you're subject to the death penalty. But in the middle of a fight, a man hits a woman who's pregnant and calls her to miscarry. He's not subject to the death penalty because the thing inside her is a golem, not a person. Right? So the rabbis are very clear about what the person was not. But then unborn people, right? Unborn entities of golems, not people. And that's why there's a death penalty in that matter. Which is something I think is weird. I don't know why more fundamentalist Christians and people don't really. They're all not reading the Bible. Be about it. Don't talk about it. Be about it. So anyway, the golem, right, is how this idea came about, right? Because if God can make things, and I can make things, well, I can use speech to make things too. And the golem has become the quintessential legend. What is now? You've probably heard of the golem of Prague, just as a myth-busting thing to ruin your night. The golem of Prague was invented by a 19th century German writer, non-Jewish German writer, described the whole idea of the Mall of Prague. The Mall of Prague never made a golem. There was no golem legends prior to the 19th century in Prague. Now, don't go shouting that very loudly when you go to Prague, and they'll throw you out the window. Prague hospitality. Because they make a lot of money on tourism, whole golem thing. But Mall of Prague never made a golem. Never mentioned a golem. If you read Mall of Prague's actual life, you see what it is. Very opposed to things like that. He was a pretty tended to by the book kind of legalist, actually. So, vampire legend, in some ways, by whole cloth. Although the Golem movie is very important, what's also interesting about the is that the Golem movie as we have it is actually a prequel. It's a prequel. The original Golem movie and the sequel have both been lost. They're lost movies, sadly. So if you ever go see the Golem movie that we have is a prequel to a movie that's been lost. And the sequel, which we also know was made, has also been lost. Two of these movies that, a lot of, as you may know, a lot of film back in the day was made on, printed on things like nitrocellulose or whatever, like really, really costly film. And, even a spark can burn the whole thing down. So a lot of these movies are lost. So if you ever see the Golem, this movie you're watching a prequel to a movie that was very popular that was lost now. But the invention of an artificial humanoid, and further, the last thing I'll say about the Yetzirah is that dozens of commentaries on this little book have been written in the centuries since it's been written. The Sefer Yetzirah is probably the single most common book after the Bible and well, I should be careful what I say about that. There's dozens of commentaries. I don't say that. Multi-Ezra and Standard Issue has these 12 commentaries. And so the Ezra 12 is a highly, highly, highly commented book. And it is, in fact, just a, I think, let's say it is a canonical of Jewish scripture. As we get into Europe, right? As we get into Europe, and I will be honest, we're coming a little over tonight, but I think it's okay. I won't try to go too far over. As we get into Europe, we get into the world of the Ashkenaz. As we've been in the Middle East for a while, right? We've been in ancient Israel, ancient Palestine, we've been in ancient Egypt, we've been in ancient Mesopotamia. The focus begins to shift beginning in the period of the 10th and 11th centuries. That has a lot to do with what's going on in the Middle East with things like the Mongol invasions and some kind of crackdowns, at least at some level, in terms of things get a little stricter in the Islamic world. And so the intellectual centers begin to shift to traditional Jewish parts of the world and Europe, Ashkenaz being one of them. Now, people have these bizarre ideas that all of European Jews are descendants of Khazars that converted in the 9th century or something, and that all European Jews are not really Jews, but all the kind of bizarre and conspiracy theories. Jews have been in Europe for thousands of years, right? Because Jews have been traveling with the Romans the entire time, and wherever the Romans established trade places, the Jews went, like lots of people went, Greeks went, right? People forget, like, that, I don't know, Massalia, Versailles, on the very southwest of France, was a Greek colony, right? Except there to trade. So trade and movement of populations happened all through the Roman world. People forget that one of the capitals of the Roman Empire was Trier in Germany, right? That blows people's mind, but Constantine the Great was born in Trier, in what is now Germany, is the birthplace of Karl Marx. So Jews have been in Europe for centuries. Now, what goes on, right, is that beginning in this period, right, Jews come to the forefront of learning other kinds of things, not just trade. And in Ashkenaz, around the turn of the millennium, maybe a couple hundred years after the turn of the millennium of 1000 Common Era, we have a very weird esoteric theology developed that is called the unique cherub circle. And the unique cherub circle introduced the idea that God and the world can't be directly connected. Why? Well, it's simple philosophy. If God is infinite and the world is finite, then the distance between the infinite and the finite is always going to be infinite. That's a theological problem. So what do? You need something to link the world. You need a bridge, something that's quasi-finite and something that's kind of finite, quasi-infinite. And what we introduced was the idea of Ha'atzah, right? Ha'atzah. That God flows out of God's self, and somehow the flowing out of God's self bridges the gap between the infinite God and the finite world. And the thing that bridges the gap for this group of people was a thing called the unique cherub, right? The cherub is a kind of window. And this unique cherub bore the glory of God. And God's glory had a hidden inner glory, right? Right? So imagine the inside of the sun, right? The inside of the sun is full of like energy and intensity. But we never see it. What do we see in the sun? We see the outside layer, right? We see the outer glory. And the outer glory, right, of God, the outer kavod, flows out and becomes a kind of special angel, a unique cherub. And that special angel is an atzala, is an emanation of flowing out of God, right? And that bridges the gap between the infinite and the finite with the unique cherub in the middle. Now, we don't know much about this group, right? This is a very strange group of rabbis there in Ashkenaz, in Germany, and we're still doing research about them. But it seems like they've been introduced to the idea of Neoplatonism. And we'll talk about Neoplatonism next time, right? We'll talk about it later. Now, what is happening is that infused with this idea of Ha'atzah, emanation, the separate Yetzirah gets fused to it. So the idea is, well, it can't just be one thing, right? 10 things. Because Sefer Yetzirah said there are 10. 10 Sefer Belemah, right? So maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. Maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. And that idea of the ladder having 10 rungs is taken up in the first Kabbalistic text of history, the Sefer Bahir. This is from the first text of Kabbalah. If you want to start studying Kabbalah, this is the text to start with, the Sefer Bahir. This is the first verse here on the left-hand side. This is a midrash, right? Midrashim are texts in which the Bible is used as a stepping stone, or diving board, better, right? To riff, right? Like, folks, you like jazz, right? If you like jazz, right? One of the things that you'll go to a jazz show, right? Coltrane might start a riff, right? And then Monk might pick up, right? The drums. And then someone else is going to pick up, right? And then they're going to riff. They're going to riff, and they're going to riff, and they're going to riff. Variation on theme, right? If you want to think about what Midrash is Jewish jazz. It's taking a riff and going with it, right? Commenting on it, legends, weird stuff, strange ideas, right? Don't read this, read that. Turn the letters around backwards, read it that way, right? It's riffing, right? It's improvisation on these ideas. Midrash is Jewish jazz, right? So, what we get in the Sefer Bahir is a work of Jewish jazz, Midrash, very popular in the Middle Ages, right? But this Jewish Midrash, is really interesting for a couple of reasons. One is because it's ascribed to a first century Jewish scholar, Nehunya ben Elkanah. Now, Nehunya ben Elkanah didn't write this, but it's ascribed to him to kind of give it a little gravitas. Further, what's also really important about this is it's very clear whoever wrote this is doing some really, really interesting theological, philosophical mysticism. They're riffing on this material, on the Bible, in a way we've never seen before. Now, did they make it all up? Were they part of a larger tradition? Were there a community of people doing this? This is the one work that survived? We don't know. Right? But what we do know is this text introduces the core concepts that become the foundation for the Kabbalah as we know it. Now, these midrashim inside of, there are 200 of these inside of the Sefer Bahir, they are not united in any stretch of the imagination. In fact, the story goes right that the writer must have written them all down, and then the story is they threw them into the air, and never had it landed, that's how they got it together. The ending seems random, right? Now, there are passages that do seem contiguous, and they kind of teeter off into seemingly random commentaries. But there are a couple things that are very crucially important about Sefer Bahir. The first thing that's really crucially important is Sefer Bahir combines Sefer Yetzirah and the unique cherub circle. The Sefer Bahir says there are emanations of God, right? There's again, like folks ever like full milk, right? Or like, it's like they go to a wedding where someone's pouring champagne over like one glass, and one glass is on like two glasses on four glasses, right? They're pouring champagne, the champagne flows down all the glasses. Well, imagine like pouring the champagne, the bottle never got empty, right? That's what the separate are. It's God pouring God's self out, but because God is infinite, God never becomes empty, and the whole becomes full. Right? That's what the emanations are. So Sefer Bahir does two really important things in this respect. It combines the 10 Sephirot of the Sefer Yetzirah with the idea of emanations. It says, yes, God emanated in 10 distinct forms. There are 10 distinct emanations, and it discusses something like that. Now, Kabbalah, as you probably know it, everyone knows it. If there's nothing else that makes Kabbalah Kabbalah, it's that. There are 10 emanations. They relate to each other. There are various aspects of God. God's judgment, God's glory, God's victory, God's beauty. Right? That's the core component of Kabbalah. We'll start getting into that stuff next time. Right? So that's one thing, very important thing that Sefer Bahir does. It combines those two ideas into one system for the first time. Secondly, right, what Sefer Bahir does is it introduces the idea that God has a feminine form, the Shekinah, right? Now, the idea of the Shekinah goes all the way back to the Talmud, right? Never does God have a feminine form. It's just that the word Shekinah is feminine grammar-wise. But in the Bahir, the Shekinah is described as a lady, almost always in the same kind of language being used to describe other women in the medieval period, which is actually described as a matronita, right? It's a Latin term that becomes an important term in medieval court theology. So God's presence in the world becomes feminized. Again, if you know nothing else about Kabbalah, you know that the Shekinah is the feminine presence of God in the world. Lechadodi. Every time you've ever been to a Kabbalah Shabbat service, the song Lechadodi is all about welcoming the Shabbat bride, the Shabbat bride, who is God's feminine form. This idea appears for the first time in the Sefer Bahir. Right? Again, the language here is full of courtly language. We think this text was being written sometime in the early Middle Ages. Although there are people like Bernie who actually says that the name Pharaohs who says the name of Babylon. It's really hard to tell. Frankly, those folks are such brilliant scholars that I'm just going to defer to their ingenuity. What's also important about the descriptions of the Shekinah in the Sefer Bahir is that she's almost always described in these really weird terms as an exile, that she came from the land of light, or that she's a princess from a faraway land. And scholars, even of an earlier generation, and I think even some scholars now, maybe even me, detect that in Gnostic literature, we'll talk maybe a little bit more about Gnostic literature in the Q&A afterwards. There's an idea in Gnostic literature, this is a form of heterodox religion that existed back in the ancient classical world, where there's the incarnation of Sophia, wisdom, and she makes a mistake. And she creates this hideous ruler god who creates our physical world, our physical trash, right? But she's the incarnation of light and brilliance and wisdom, right? And she's always described as being from another world, right? And some people think, right, especially in earlier generation scholarship, maybe some folks now think that the Sefer Bahir may continue forth a tradition or drag in the Middle Ages some Gnostic ideas. We'll talk more about those later if folks are interested in what's Gnostic ideas. But there seems to be some kind of quasi-Gnostic character to the Shekinah as she appears in the Sefer Bahir. The last couple things I'll say about the Sefer Bahir as we wrap up tonight is, one, the Sefer Bahir describes the divine power as a kind of tree, or as a kind of fullness. Now, that tree language is going to be obviously very important, because if you've ever studied Kabbalah, the one thing you'll know is that the Sephirot are often arrayed in what's called the Eitz Chaim, the tree of life, and that tree language, right? God is kind of divine tree, also appears in Sefer Bahir, and it describes God as having roots and limbs, blood, flowers, and leaves, and things. There's kind of a fullness to God, which also seems to maybe have its origins in very ancient Gnostic schools of thought. Also, this will be important as we get later on into Kabbalah proper, is that for the Sefer Bahir, evil seems to have a life of its own. Now, in traditional Judaism and in traditional Christianity, evil's thought of as privation, right? Augustine, I'll give an example from the Christian tradition, right? Augustine says that evil isn't a thing in itself, right? Evil is a lack of something. It's a lack of God's grace. The same way that heat is a thing, cold isn't. Darkness is not a thing. Light is. Darkness is just a term we use for the absence of light. Cold is the term we use for the absence of heat. Evil is just a term we use for the absence of God. Well, ancient Gnostics believed that evil was very real. It had its own existence. And there are sections in the Sefer Bahir that say, yeah, evil existed on its own. It was out there all along. God kind of tamed it, but not quite. And what we'll see when we get into Proto-Kabbalah next time is that evil is going to be one of the overwhelmingly interesting things in the part of Kabbalah, where evil comes from. Because, as you might imagine, Jews living in Europe in the 13th century are going to do a lot of evil, and they're going to be very interested in where evil comes from. And the image that the traditional Kabbalists will use is the very image you see here on the left. That evil is a spark thrown off the animal as God created the world. Right? Just as when you create a knife, you have to pound the steel. As you pound the steel, it throws off draws. Well, when God made the world, it threw off draws. And that draws for the early Kabbalists is evil. It's always been here. It's always been here. And that image of the blacksmith hammering an anvil will be an image we'll see repeatedly when we get into Kabbalah. Well, folks, we are there. We have now crossed the threshold from the Merkaba Hakalos world. We are now into the world of what I call the world of Kabbalah. Now, what I want to just reinforce as we wrap up for the night is that Kabbalah is not one all at once. As you can see, these ideas are developing. We have the separate from the Sefer Yetzirah, we have the emanation sequence from the unique cherub circle, we have it synthesized by the Sefer Bahir. We're going to see that later text, further synthesized ideas from the Sefer Bahir. Kabbalah is a development. It's a development. So it's really important to understand that when people talk about the Kabbalah, they're not quite right. What we should talk about is Kabbalistic development and then schools of Kabbalah. Right? Now we'll see, we'll get into this later on, and Kabbalah will get a lot more clear. Well, finally, I just want to point to some additional reading. I know that folks love to do, love to like get into this stuff. I know that literature on the Kabbalah can be a little, it can be a minor, right? You can have to be really, really technically sophisticated. You have to read 15 languages to figure this stuff out, or it can be like hooey stuff that people just make up out of their mind. But these texts are all really solid. I mentioned earlier, right, that key points I think is I think for me, one of the best arguments for the early history and development of the Kabbalah. So if you really want to get into the weeds of how Kabbalah, how Sefer Yetzirah developed, I think Zayik White has a really great argument, in my opinion. The Peter Heyman text is the standard edition now, original edition of the Kabbalah. You need an IL on that one. It costs like $800. So you can get it from the University Library, but it is the standard analysis of the Sefer Yetzirah. Already a Catholic, it's a standard one you get on Amazon. It's okay. He analyzes the Sefer Yetzirah from a Florianic Kabbalistic perspective, which isn't bad or anything, but I think it distorts.
Good morning, Mr. Grace. How are you?
Yes, how are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. Just enjoying the day. How about you?
I'm good. That's what I'm looking for. I get ready to take a shower and go get my medicine. I just get my medicine. Yeah.
Excellent. We'll go do that. And I'm here when you want to talk.
Okay. See you soon.
I will.
Joseph Don has another great book on both the early Kabbalah and the unique cherub circle. That unique cherub circle book also is an ILO. It's very expensive. And we'll get to both of the books of contemplation here next week. And also, Arnie Kaplan has a nice version of the Sacred here. That again comes with the same caveat, right? He's a Lurianic Kabbalist, and he brings a specific Lurianic interpretation to the text that. Again, it can be confusing. I'm not opposed to Kabbalists doing Kabbalah. I mean, Kabbalists should do Kabbalah. That's their matter. But I think that ultimately, when beginner people pick it up, it's like, oh, this is what it means. I'm like, it's not quite that. It's more complicated than that. So again, I don't want to fault the Kabbalist for being a Kabbalist, but it's not academic, right? It's not academic text. But it is easily accessible and widely available online. Well, folks, next week we turn to the early Kabbalah. We're going to be looking at some of the developments in some of the brands in Spain. We're going to be looking at how the earliest strata of Kabbalah developed. And then after that, we turn to the most monumental text in the whole of Jewish mystical history. That's the sacred Zohar, right? The book of illumination. My child is named Zohar. You want to get an idea about how important this book is to me and mine? I got a kid named Zohar. So I take it very seriously, and so we'll get to the sacred Zohar after the time after next. Next time we'll be dealing with development, philosophical, metaphysical elements in the earliest stages of Kabbalah in Europe, in the very early stages of Kabbalah at all. So we'll turn to the early Proto-Kabbalah next time. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free,
I mean, stuff is spots. I mean, reactive, like it's obviously against the tour stuff is very, but yeah, I can't believe how did I go? Well, everybody, happy Monday to you. I think believe this is episode 37 of Kill Tony. Happy to be here. Another Monday in a row. A lot of fun stuff happening. I just finalized everything today. We are going to Illinois Comedy Store on March 1st for the first ever Kill Tony. Set a record, one of our, actually, I believe it's a record, 39 people signed up tonight for the opportunity to do a minute chat with some very, very hilarious guests that we're bringing out this time. What's happening with you, Brian, Randy, and I'm a little disappointed by the Susan's not here. I invited this nice little 20-year-old, 20. So how could she not get into the comedy store? She's so lucky. It's weird, man. Like Asians, back up. But easier for them to get like, not going there. I just said that much. Oh, because they all look the same. No, I didn't say that. But it was really easy to do. Just, that's so sad. It was just a good thing. The story will end up having a happy ending. Showing them being just know what right to exactly set it up all up and down. We should bring up a friend of the show, friend of Death Squad, Missy Martinez, has been in the hospital for the last 4 or 5 days. She has a gland infection in her mouth. Her face is all fucked up. Chipmunks. Hit up her Amazon where she is. Throw her some love. Fire some. She did her stand-up debut on this show. She's been on it twice. She's destroyed both times. Very specifically. So shout out to Missy Martinez. Always cool. Fun person. What else? I had a big audition today that I can't talk about. And it went so excited. And it went so well. Yeah, I mean, you know what you have to know. We can't talk about what it is, but if you get this, we're going to have to figure out what on Kill Tony. We're going to have to figure out everything. We're going to have a Tony replacement. Well, if this thing happens, Kill Tony is going to be bigger than ever. What we can do is we're going to be at the Staples Center. Sorry, Monday Day Rock. You're going to have to go to the Kill Tony's at the Staples Center this Monday. Yeah, that's very exciting. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like 2 months until I call back for this thing. And it's like 2 months to prepare. But if I get it, man, it's fucking game over. I swear to God, it's the craziest thing. So, if anybody that knows me knows how braggadocious I am and how badly I want to talk about what I did today. It's unbelievable. But I can't talk about it. So that's how the universe works. When we do something so cool, make sure that one explode. You can't even fucking talk about it. Insane. Anyway, happy how things are now. I'm content even if I don't get it because I have so much fun here on Monday night. And, for those of you that follow the show, a few weeks ago, our head of security for 34 episodes, the Iron Patriot, quit the show. Said he got too big for the show. Then when Comedy Central wants to have the show, he'll come back and he'll be waiting by the phone. But until then, he quit the show. And so what we decided was that we were going to start having replacement Iron Patriots each week. We had the Iron Josh, we had the Iron Patriot, our friend Pete. And this week's no different. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you our first ever African American Patriot. It's the Jordan Patriot, everybody. Here he is. Yeah, the Dark Patriot. Yes, that's exactly it. It's Black History Month. What are you doing today, Dark Patriot? Did you take the bus here? The Iron Patriot used to take the bus here. He had a big uniform that he couldn't sit down in. I decided to run with my roots. Oh, interesting. A little bit inside reference purposes. And you remember Revis as the stand-in Patriot. backup Patriot. Probably. If you have a bigger microphone, the first ever American Patriot might have been I absolutely love how your fro sticks out of the top of the helmet. The original Iron Patriot with his restless antics was still here. I think he would literally blow a fuse. Is that really how long your arms are? Your arms almost touching your knees. What is that optical illusion that's taking place right now? Do you have really long arms, Willie? Maybe Dark Patriot? I like African American Patriots. Now, one of the things that the Iron Patriot used to do is he would sing a song once in a while, and you actually sent in a little ditty to us. Was there something you wanted to sing tonight? Okay, well, are you ready? We'll hit the music for you. Right, let's see what this is. Dark Patriot Special. Patriot. Do you have any questions for our guests tonight? Classic Patriot traditions.
She says, I bet you go out there every night and you just talk about how you
if the one woman's gonna kill you in a few years, then I'd say it's probably not worth it.
You know what? She does not. She's so even-tempered and calm. And that's a good one.
What's the most negative thing about her? What's the thing? You're backtracking. You make me find out about this.
She liked the Red Hot Chili Pepper Super Bowl performance. And she did it different. Yeah, deal breaker. There's, I don't know. I don't know what
What's the best thing about her? Here's the question. How many times a week do you have sex?
that's one of the things when there's not much sex. That's the problem. I'm literally a sexual person. A sexual person. That was it. Once a month. Well, you know, it depends. It's a complicated story. There's so much going on. Everybody save the date for when they have sex. It's all the comments.
I love that you keep trying to dismiss yourself. So maybe you're going to do something very soon. I mean, obviously, you're
I'm not jeopardizing anything. I'm just doing my thoughts. And so I want to, I try to be honest. I mean, you come here on stage, you need to make yourself as vulnerable as you can. And I can't live my life if I can't be honest about my thoughts. You know, the greatest thing would be if her name was in this book. Yes.
Well, that's the thing is that either you really like her or you really don't.
I mean, I do a lot of material that's not as, I mean, it's more funny than, you know, really good material. It's a certain way. One thing I will say is like, once you start scratching the surface and finding out what's really going on, that's more than just right. I know I would want to know it. Yeah, right. This is real shit. This is real shit.
And you are. A lot of it was wired in, and I mean, a lot of it we talked about. You should be talking about how, I mean, you're barely getting laid once a month now, and you're not even married yet. That's a premise that people can't cover. You're engaged, and you're barely getting laid. Like, that's not I'm sure it stinks. You know, even tens of thousands of people are listening to this right now.
Does she make you happy? Are you happy? Look, she's